All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to turn it over to... Markov for the recap.
Markov for the recap. The last thing I remember, I was just thinking about this earlier.
Well, I mean, Graham wasn't here the last several sessions.
So
And then Cray was doing his own thing half the time last time, so...
have you done a recap yet?
I do a recap every week.
Recap every week.
Not for this game, but he does a recap.
Okay.
I do a recap for every game every week that we have the
Gotcha.
games. It's just not on
In
voice,
text.
it's the text.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, I do recaps.
Yeah. I read the recap.
You have my old donation goal from the Sunday game up still.
Last time we first got-
My bad, I forgot to update that. One moment.
Okay, so we did gather up all the resources, and now Silver is getting ready to be healed.
Yep.
Forward to the full
You also
recovery.
you also challenged Rowless for your defective sword of warning.
That's right. That will. Okay, I thought that was the session before. That's right. Cray went to the dragons area, gathered up a whole bunch of flying swords.
And then there was just a shit ton of PvP.
There was a shit ton of PvP. I thought it was just the one that only lasted like 3 rounds, because I was like, I'm done. I want out. Shit, hurry.
Nope. Tanya was watching and then she decided, I want some of that.
Yeah, and chat kept healing me.
Yeah, so you went and checked
You went to bed, I believe.
Yeah, then you went to bed. And then after you went to bed, then like it just kept going.
There was more PvP after?
Yeah, Tanya joined in, and then Nim bit one of them, I'm pretty sure, as well as Tanya to keep the fight going.
No. Nim...
Reverse bite. It was the healing on both sides that he did.
Yeah, the healing bite.
And then he stopped it.
Okay.
Before the final blow was struck.
I don't know what else to add. Other than, yeah, the
Basically,
PvP, the swords. Did we go inside of a gnome tunnel during that session too? Or a gnome cave and gathered metals?
A gnome mine.
Gnome mine.
You were checking for a fancy metal that they literally missed the vein.
Oh, that's right, because it was, there was a lot of it, it was just very thin, and we wanted more of a vein.
Yeah. It was everywhere, but it was so microscopically thin that it would be impossible to get out of the rock.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, are we still back at the hideout then?
Yes.
Okay.
Nim is now very unconscious and requiring long rest. Tanya is also resting because Hootie got the most magnificent crit there is. However, it was a duel, so rule of cool applied. And then Tanya stopped being nice, and then Tanya stopped
being nice.
She's just like, through the rule of cool, I have decided to stop being cool about this.
Yeah, she started using Stunning Strike, and the DC is 22. The DC is
Okay.
He passed one, however. But when she started dumping ki, it required intervention. However, overall, I believe it went positive because because now Rallis is like thinking like, hey, maybe living people are pretty cool. I've never felt such determination to not die before.
Okay.
Huh. I need to think about this.
It shouldn't be.
It was like bubble.
Yeah, it's supposed to for a few hours.
Nim is very much unconscious. He will not be waking up at all without the long rest.
Well, you have to make sure it doesn't catch fire.
Alright.
His HP is at 0 and will stay there. Because it cannot be healed.
That is the problem with Nim's healing spell. Super good. Super not cool for him, though.
Gonna take a lot of mending to fix this.
Mending won't even
about
fix
that.
it. No healing can fix it.
It is beyond mending. It is self-applied necrotic damage.
Good luck, man.
He's not dying, but he's just not
He
waking
is stabilized.
up for at
He is
least
just
8 hours.
not in any possible fighting condition.
Okay. Well,
Party
Nim's
must-
taking rest. What do we all do?
Well, I believe you are also resting. Graham is present. And
Graham suddenly
Moriarty
exists.
and Cray had been doing more training.
Yep.
However, the possibly hideout shaking combat might have gotten a little bit of his attention. Congratulations, Graham. Cray is also training in the basics.
Woohoo!
Ray's almost mastering the basics.
Yeah, he rolled super well. My God, like probably after this long rest, he is gonna be done.
Lucky him!
That's just what happens when you roll above 20s multiple times. So yes, he will become mana sensitive, as well as have the ability to hide his mana.
Good.
And Graham, if I recall correctly, you also wanted to go at Tanya.
Actually.
Also, I don't know if you were there, but apparently it is completely and totally possible to learn the everyone else's abilities, or at least a version of them.
Yes,
If you
but
have a
it
spot for
also takes up one of my potential, unique abilities, and I'm just like, nah. Graham just wants to learn how to use the lesser version of that for combat,
right.
or a more direct method of combat, I should say.
Fair enough.
Also, I did specifically get Markov's sword back for him.
You did?
Yeah, I pickpocketed it off of Rallis while he was doing the super battle.
Aw, thanks, Cray.
I know you didn't want that sword to leave ever.
No.
Oh, now Graham can be exposed to it. Oh
Oh,
dear.
yes. Yes, the sword of every single warning.
It is officially the defective sword of warning. However, it has been christened the obnoxious sword of warning. The obnoxious sword of any warning.
I warned you.
I see. They're gonna try to unlock Graham's murderous rage.
I mean, it will prevent you from being ambushed by all technicality.
Yes, Graham already has that ability.
Yeah. But no matter what, it always warned you.
It warned you.
I warned you. So, yeah, Markov, you might want to sleep with one eye open. or you may find just the handle of that sword in your bed one day.
Markov's just sleeping in his hammock. Sword, what are you doing? I warned you. Okay,
Graham
let's not
is
sleep.
just gonna take it and embed it into like a rock or something. And just be like, this lives here now.
Ah, yes, the most annoying Excalibur to ever exist.
No, just
I want
implant
you.
it in the walls of Cray's house, so it's basically a security system.
Oh my god. Warns Cray of any possible burglary. Or anything at all.
He warned you.
Drops a glass in the kitchen. I warned you. I mean, technically, yes. However, he will never be specific about what he warned you about.
Will he ever be Pacific?
So does the sword actually know what it's warning you about, or is it just saying "I warned you" in just general? So that way, whenever something does happen, it'll be like, "See, I told you."
You cannot tell. It never speaks more than those two words, or those two phrases.
Though it does properly avoid us from getting surprised. So it does something.
I guess it does do one thing that Graham's ability doesn't. That it prevents you from being ambushed while you're asleep.
Yeah. Just yeah.
Starts rattling. Warned, warned, warned!
Warning,
Calm
warning!
down.
The thing happens. I warned you.
How's the resting going? Everyone
The resting
sleeping
is
good?
going well.
That's how Nim sleeps.
So I'm assuming we're going to be fast forwarding a bit then until resting has been accomplished.
I would
Sure.
think so.
Alrighty then.
Actually, who's
Unless someone has a wacky dream they like to share with us.
Gray has this weird dream where he's on this ship and he's an insurance collector and he needs to figure out how everyone died.
That is a strange dream.
Cray has a dream that he's Orzhov in space.
Well, no, it's a boat.
Very different, you see.
Yes,
Archon
yes,
is having a
indeed.
dream where it's he's on Mustafar fighting Rallis.
You see, but in the dream, Prey does have this wacky pocket watch that he can click and it shows the exact moment when they died.
Yeah, just like Markov's ability. Well, sort of.
You were the chosen one, Rallis. You're just meant to bring balance to the force, not leave it in darkness.
Become a Phyrexian.
I've got soft tacos.
He does have the soft taco. So, what did you want? Grab? Ah, hold on. I believe I can share the ensemble hideout map with everyone one more time, just for convenience sake.
Yes, I was curious, which members of the ensemble are currently here.
All.
Everyone
All of
but
them?
everyone but Starling.
Including their leader.
Yeah, that is correct.
Ah,
Though he
Graham
seemed to
wants-
have taken his time getting here.
Graham wishes to interact with with this man.
All right.
Where is he? Where is this person at?
He's
Where?
over the scythe. Black Fox.
Yes, I gotta find him on the map though.
Yes. Hold on while I seek
Don't
him
worry,
out.
he's not going to be hard to find. In fact, here, I can, let me help you out. I'll draw an arrow for you. There you go.
Yeah, he is literally right next to you. That is not
Okay.
Tanya. That is him. That is not.
Okay. I didn't realize that was. I was looking for a scythe that you like. He's the only one with a scythe, so I was looking for a scythe in the fucking picture. You know, just like I don't see anyone with a fucking scythe. So
the
Graham
scythe
will
isn't in the
approach him.
picture. He just has a scythe.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am aware of that. I was looking for a scythe in the picture though, because you're like, he's the only one with a scythe. It's like, oh, I'm actually looking for him on the map. So yeah, Graham will approach him and be like, so you're the leader, huh?
By all technicality, yes.
It's a weird way to put that.
Well, unofficially. Well, sort of officially, I guess. I brought everyone together. Started the little movement. And now we're here.
I see. Well, it's
What
nice
can
to
I do for you?
it's nice to finally meet you. Although
That's right.
I do need to wonder why you killed uh someone from my guild like you did, considering that it kind of seemed to have backfired on you.
Ah, yes, that little bit of business. Well, that was before we'd announced our separation. Generally trying to keep things low profile to remain involved in a soon to be plan so that I could ruin it afterwards in a spectacular and memorable fashion. I do.
Seems like that might have backfired just a hint. Just a smidge, though.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah,
Granted,
Grandma's-
that was also when we'd encountered you. However, for the sake of it, I also didn't use my weapon. I didn't want to cause any lasting damage, and she was quite thoroughly surrounded by clerics. I was sure she'd be fine.
I suppose that's true enough. Actually, out of curiosity, what guild were you in before?
Well, I moved around a little bit, I suppose. Once upon a time, I was with the Demir. Then well, quite frankly, I was getting quite bored of it. So I threw my lot in with the Rakdos. But you probably want to know before then.
I am a little curious what kind of led you to this all.
I have a bit of a feud with the leader. I'd made my resentment pretty clear, but he dismissed me. So I quietly continued to work with him.
What was your feud with him?
He killed my wife.
Is this the Rakdos or?
No. This is the Planeswalker that is now in Ravnica. That wants to revive the Nephilim.
Tim Allen.
So, no offense, but you seem like you'd be smart enough to kind of see what he would be about before it got to that point. What happened there?
Well, I was on his side once upon a time. I was one of his right hands. But he got worse and worse. But here's the thing. My wife was his sister.
He killed his own sister? What now? I'm sorry?
Yeah. See, he's a planeswalker, but something in the universe has happened to basically reduce the power that planeswalkers possess. He has found a way to resist this. By basically burning other planes.
is.
He goes to a plane, finds a few, and uses some, and I can't even fathom what he's really doing. Takes a few select people he chooses as his new comrades out. And after finding the core of the plane, lights it ablaze.
Okay, this is significantly more serious than I thought it was. As if a Nephilim wasn't bad enough.
Yes. The plane before this was mine. He'd settled down for a little while to, I suppose, enjoy all the time he'd gained. I encountered his sister. We hit it off quite well. We even fell in love. However, I suppose he'd relaxed a bit too much because when he'd come back, or when he decided to burn it, he didn't have much time to evacuate everyone. Unfortunately, his sister was not as mobile as she could have been as she was pregnant.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
Quite. He couldn't wait a little while longer, and the plane burned with her.
What could possibly be so important he'd be willing to sacrifice?
The true power of a planeswalker. They used to be godlike before some universal change happened, and he was not willing to let that go for anything. Now he's got his sights set on Ravnica, because it's got a unique condition, he said. If he can do everything that he needs to do, he could burn this plane forever.
That sounds truly terrible.
Right. So I planted myself in here, playing the loyal. Yes, thank you. Playing the loyal subordinate.
Real quick, does the party know that planeswalkers can't actually like bring other people? Because that would also.
I believe they do.
Oh, then it's like
Because
so,
Nim had to use a special ability just to get people to follow after him, which he no longer possesses.
So you're a planeswalker as well, then.
Not so. He has other companions that had abilities similar to your canine friend.
I see.
He's very picky. Only the best can be among his.
Amogus.
Oof.
Only the best can be a bogus.
So,
Okay.
in preparation, I have made myself something that could wound him, no matter what.
Okay, so I just arrived. Who are we talking to?
Zebrin.
Graham is talking to Zevran, whom is being generally fairly forthcoming with his information about why he's doing this and why he hates the leader of the Seekers.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Is everybody else in? Are we still all in Bowmaster?
No, you got back to the hideout.
Okay.
Everyone's back in the hideout. Silver is recovering. There was some fighting, not with ill intent, just for the sake of it mostly. And most people are resting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, I do appreciate you sharing this information with me.
Well, once you know what you're up against, plans can start properly being made.
Which is kind of why I'm upset with the guilds, if I'm being honest.
They love their status quo. However, they also don't want to be the first one to make the move. After all, once upon a time, they had something that stopped them from annihilating each other. However,
Wait. You're telling me that the guild pack isn't actually in effect right now? Are
and
you kidding me?
and very few, but the highest ranking of each guild knows that. So they're in a fairly tense situation where if they move their forces, they're going to have to trust the other guilds.
Graham is just... He's just basically just like a moment from just shaking with just anger. Are you kidding me?
Unfortunately, I'm not. So, that's from my general and Eileen's understanding. What is mostly keeping them from taking any grand measures and expending absolute military might upon the Seekers? The other guilds.
I don't even know how we are supposed to resolve that.
Yeah,
I don't think there is a way.
that was my conclusion. So that's when I dramatically made my own group and said, fuck all of you, we're doing what we want.
Just so hard to believe.
Imagine
Literally
what would happen in
everything is
Ravnica if this news
everything's
got
literally
out.
a lie.
Well, the Guild Pact did exist. It's just not in effect right now. It's just... However, since it had existed before, and the general populace doesn't know that it stopped existing, if they just hide that information, things will remain as they always have been.
Yes, but the problem is that very obviously Alan knows this and has been using it to his advantage.
That he has. However, we can't predict what'll happen to Ravnica if we make the news public. There could be anarchy, which would work to Alan's favor, or... And then he pauses, raising the scythe in the air, as you almost... As there seems to be a tremor above you. Anyway. Or the guilds will solidify, come together, which would be very disastrous for him.
Unfortunately, none of them trust each other enough to actually let that happen.
Even if they did start making alliances, others would make alliances against them to keep the power in check.
Why does this have to all be so complicated?
Because everyone wants to be the winner.
I suppose. Unfortunately, if anyone tries to come out on top of this for their own benefit, it's just gonna doom us all.
So it will. That's the point of this little group.
Graham is just gonna be like, you know what? How do I what do I gotta do to join you guys? Because at this point, I literally see no other way to get anything fucking done.
Well, quite frankly, since you've reached your second stage, we've generally assumed that you're throwing your lot in with us, as we've brought you to basically our base of operations.
Yes, I do understand that we basically decided that we're going to be allies, but I mean, how do I join you guys specifically?
Ah, well, let's see. I suppose we haven't really had any new members since breaking away. I hadn't thought about any initiation ceremonies.
Hmm.
How about
Yeah.
this? Just get to know everyone else, and tell me what you think. After all, you've probably got questions.
If I'm being honest, I haven't met everyone, but I get the feeling that despite the fact that several of you have done some extremely questionable things, it doesn't really seem like any of you are bad people. More like
No,
maybe misguided or just confused. Kind of like I used to be before I kind of said, fuck my family.
that is wildly correct. I didn't have a lot of choice for allies, so I picked the best of them. So I picked the best ones that I could. Greta, oof, Greta was a tough call. I gotta say. And even then, literally on the day of us renouncing, then she did that shit. Just, ooh, yikes.
It's comforting to know that at least you feel the same way. I think I might have got through to Greta a little bit on that. I'm hoping it means that that we don't have to worry about things like that happening again.
Yeah. Apparently she has a vendetta with that place specifically.
Again, I think I might have actually worked that out a little bit.
God, I hope. Like, I'll take all the help I can get, but there comes a point where I have to worry about what are you going to do once you get your happily ever after. Are you going to be a problem?
Yeah,
Questions like that.
I kind of understand that. Like I said, I think Greta might be less of a worry potentially, depending on if she retains the things we talked about.
God, I hope. And then there's Oswald over there. Yeah, be a little careful about him. He's off. He's a Rakdos that got roped into an Orzhov contract.
I've also noticed that a lot of people here seem to have had a real bad time with the Orzhov.
Yes, but when is that really a surprise?
I think
Orzhov are
out of
terrible.
I can't deny this.
But yeah, he how do I say this delicately? He used to keep a captive audience for his shows.
I see.
He's doing that less, but he also seems to get odd when people are not happy any longer.
How does he react to Cray, who's never happy?
I don't think you two have formally encountered one another. I don't think you do. He seems generally lost in his own head. So yeah, let's see who else. No, I think those two are the only really problem ones that I can really think about. Ren's, well, he's curious. Seems to do as he pleases generally, and Starling's doing paperwork in the Azurius.
Huh.
Curiously enough, they're the one people that we've made proper contact with and have generally agreed to be okay with us.
Yes.
Yeah, curiously enough. After all, not much point in the law if there's someone you can't prosecute that is literally planning the entire destruction of Ravnica.
I suppose that would be like one hell of a feather in some Azurius prosecutor's hat.
Yes, I did have a very, very, very long talk with them after we had announced ourselves with their Senate.
I would have said you could have probably also gone to the Selesnya, but then again, you did kill one of them.
Yeah.
That kind of
While
takes a lot of work to undo with the Selesnya.
I'm hoping Elena can do something about that.
I suppose. Oh, I guess I don't really have the rank for it, but I can try to talk to. Maybe my guild representative might be able to. Actually, Malt. Malt might be a really good option.
Oh yeah, that giant turtle. What one of I?
He seems to have the opinion that the Selesnya need to
Perhaps
that the Selesnya need to debate less about things.
I do like action.
The only real question is if Tristani would be okay with it, because I'm assuming that this decision would need to be very high up.
He'd have to go past the council and to them directly.
anyone can do it, it probably would be Malt. You know what? I think I'm actually going to talk to Malt about this, because trying to get the guilds in some kind, at least maybe the more reasonable guilds, to try to come up with some kind of plan where, every guild can't just pounce on them because they're helping us with the Seekers might be a good idea. Because I don't think we're going to get as much as I'd like to get every guild on board. I think ones the like ones like the Rakdos and the Gruul might be a little difficult. The Grigol the what are they called? The Grigori?
Grigory.
No.
Or wait, no, the Nephilim.
No.
Golgari.
The necromancer people who get
Golgari.
rid of the body.
Golgari.
Golgari, that's it. The Golgari are kind of a maybe camp. The Selesnya, Azurius, and Boros for sure. The Orzhov would do anything as long as we can prove it benefits. As long as we can prove that it's gonna it's gonna basically mean a profit for them. I think the destruction of the plane is might be a good enough reason for them to play nice for long enough. After all, they can't really make a profit if they're dead.
You are dead.
And we convince them that even in the afterlife there would be no profit for them.
Yeah. Then the Simic and I think the Izzet would help just because I'm sure just the knowledge that they could learn would be enough of a enticement for them. The Simic, I feel like they're kind of like the Golgari. They might be a little bit more, tend a little bit more towards neutral. Not that they would want death, but I feel like they'd be less inclined to actively participate in one way or another, but
They seem very neutral one way or another to most conflicts.
I think if we can, if you take the Orzhov, the Boros, the Azurius, and the Selesnya, and then we have two that are probably not going to do anything to help us or might try something outside when things are going on, and one that's neutral. Actually, yeah, there is it. We actually probably have over half the guilds we could probably reasonably get to work together.
One way or another. And, well, convincing them to help us is one thing. Convincing them to work with each other is another.
Again, I don't think it'll be that difficult for anyone to work with most of the other guilds, besides maybe the Orzhov would be the most questionable to work with. The Izzet a little bit less so, but the Boros, Azurius, and Selesnya should have very little trouble working together, I feel.
It'll be an unofficial, basically secret alliance.
And then, like I said, the Orzhov, I definitely feel like I could probably convince them that if they don't help us, then they're screwing themselves. If nothing else, Heroes of the Plane seems like a good thing that they could use in the future, despite the fact I don't want to give them that kind of ammunition.
That'd be good for marketing.
Indeed. So, like I said, and I,
Well, I'll discuss it with Eileen. She can probably start helping me make a plan.
like I said, I'll talk to Malt to try to help get the Selesnya on board with this. Now we just need, you already dealt with the Azurius, now we just need to convince the Boros, which I don't feel would be super hard.
Yeah, you're friends with one of the commanders.
True, but I do believe we need to have a higher up than him even to make this happen. But considering, just their sense of justice, I feel like there's almost no way that they wouldn't
Be involved one way or another.
I can't imagine that they'd oppose this proposition.
Would be ridiculous if they did. Not to mention suspicious.
True. All right. I'm gonna go tell Elemen to see if he can't talk to Bolkasa about this.
Alright.
And
Probably confer with the rest of your party that Nim's looking kind of rough, but we did finish the vest, so Silver's getting better.
I mean, I don't think diplomacy necessarily requires the party per se.
Oh, okay. I'll just sit here in the background then.
Sleepy time.
But
It is
I will
sleepy
let
time,
them know.
Markov.
I will
You
let
got
them
your
know
ass
the
kicked.
plan.
Mm-hmm.
I
All
will
right.
let them on what I'm thinking. So
Good
yeah,
stuff,
Graham shall leave to go inform Element and the rest about what he feels like their next plan should be, since their next steps of this plan to save Ravnica should be. He'll probably start with well, Nim's sleeping, so he'll probably start with Cray and get his opinion on it.
Speaking of which, I need to drag Nim over to the resting room.
So, what's Cray's opinion about Graham's assessment and plan?
Your plan is to unite the guilds and to give them, like, what, heroes? Question mark?
I assumed I assumed not death would be enough of a reason to do this for most of them, or at least the ones I was thinking of getting on board with this plan.
That's where you'd be wrong.
It's not like we can offer them anything. Besides what they would learn from what's going on.
You'd probably need a guild by guild plan.
Well, again, the Boros are almost certainly going to be on board for the plan, just because of their just general disposition for justice. The Selesnya, the trick is going to be basically getting them to act in a quick manner. They're not really going to be opposed to doing this. The Orzhov and Izzet would take the most work. They're the only two that might actually require a legitimate plan.
I mean, yeah, if you think you can get them to work together, though, I will be honest, it's highly unlikely.
For the end of the world?
Even with the threat of extinction.
It's our best bet, Cray, so unless you have a better plan.
As it happens, I do have a better plan.
And that plan is...
We handle it ourselves.
The problem is that we just don't have enough information to deal with them. We have like almost no information about where they are, what they're doing, or where they're doing it.
You say that like the guilds have the knowledge.
If the guilds stop worrying about, if we can get most of the guilds to stop worrying about each other and focus on hunting down the seekers, I feel like we could find this stuff out a hell of a lot easier. Not that they have it, just that it becomes easier to determine with them not being at each other's throats.
That's a fair assessment.
At the very least, them not fighting each other, them at least being like, okay, we'll work together to, defend things like the pieces together on like an actual united front would stop the Seekers from at least reviving the Nephilim, allowing us to, deal with things more directly.
To be fair, I was under the impression that they kind of were in unison on that type of deal.
Yes, but they're not doing it as a united front. They're doing it as in they are like, yes, we need to protect these things, but they're still being like, well, we're gonna protect ours. You protect yours. We're not gonna do this as a united front.
The idea of a united front is rather cute, but in all honesty, it likely isn't going to come to fruition. While they can try to agree on paper, once they get into the same room with each other, that's a completely different story.
I mean, 3 of the 5 guilds I'm proposing for this already basically deal with each other in a fairly peaceful manner to begin with, so...
You're more than welcome to try.
Like I said, unless you can come up with a better plan for how we're gonna root out the Seekers, this is the best that I can think of.
Well, you yourself have been learning to hone your senses to seek out mana. Surely they must use some form of mana.
Yeah, they also can hide it, I'm sure.
If I may interject.
You may.
There is one more group that may hinder such possible alliances. You see, Ravnica is built on a foundation of, let's say, equal distribution. One guild generally does not find it very easy to get a advantage over other guilds. And there is a particular reason for that.
The Demir.
Of course. So, if two guilds started cooperating beyond the standard, that might raise some suspicion, some concerns even. About what if this alliance remains post-Seekers?
I feel like we could easily, like, this is not something that they would willingly do for a prolonged period of time. Especially if we bring the Orzhov or the Izzet into this. But you still have a point. The problem is that we need information, and it's so much harder with the guilds not. The guilds worried more about each other than the actual Seekers themselves.
Quite so.
Unless we can convince them to basically just, I guess, turtle up, for lack of a better terminology for this, and then basically, like, go completely isolationist. That way we can be like, yes, okay, there's activity going on here, so, or between these, there's activity between, like, these two guilds, and that makes it far, like, basically make it so that way any secret activity is far more blatant and obvious because the guilds aren't doing literally anything.
I guess it'd come down to convincing the top. Our word to ask them to freeze their entire guilds for a duration of time could be difficult, as these Seekers have been playing a long game.
Okay.
Yes, but the only way we're really going to be able to figure out what's the Seekers and what's the guilds vying against each other is honestly either to get them to do nothing or work together.
Those do seem to be our options for the time being.
That, or we're gonna have to get lucky and stumble upon the Seekers and hopefully get enough information to just continue on if we're gonna do this alone.
Well,
Which, as much as I would like to, I would prefer not to rely on luck as our sole benefactor of getting shit done to save Ravnica.
well, there is one thing we have left. You may have forgotten, but on your way here, there was that one tale, so to say.
The what now? Sorry, as a player.
That follower of yours.
Oh.
That tiger fellow.
What did we learn when we interrogated him?
Apparently someone who'd putting basically a bounty out to retrieve an item that they'd given no description over more than a white marble. And that it was in your possession. So he had hired other thugs to basically make a distraction while another group tried to go in and find it and take it.
Right. He told us where that was, and I think, did he give us, he said he never actually met the person who posted it.
Nope.
But he did tell us where it was posted.
Yes, and he was offering to take you once he realized how screwed he was about to be.
Right. Okay, so yeah. I guess let's at least try this lead first, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't turn out like the Tyler thing where it was fucking nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
It wasn't secret end of the world related. It was still something. It just wasn't end of the world.
It was a huge asshole, and now you have his assets, basically. And Dim almost had ghost wings, whatever that would have led to. Until Runesable Car said, no, that's stupid and bad. Ghost wings work if you're a ghost because you're weightless.
Man, Graham seems to be actually having a good time.
No, Graham doesn't laugh at that. I laugh at that. Alright, well, I guess we need to wait for Nim to recover first, so before we try to move on that place. So let's let him and Silver rest up, and I guess I'll train and make preparations for when that's done.
Of course. Pleasure to engage with you two.
I just want to say we have a special guest in the chat.
Ooh.
No.
Mary has come by.
Mary!
Hello, Mary.
Jeez.
Or Star Wolf Skin, as she sometimes goes by as well.
You all
Oh,
are
yeah.
the first ones from the community to actually get to meet Mary. Well, I guess
Yay.
Moriarty did, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I sent her a commission. I didn't get to hang. Yo.
Twitch just added artist badges that you can assign to people for the chat. And so I had to make sure that Mary got that. And I can also attribute emotes to her now, so I don't know exactly how that shows up, and I guess she's got to approve it or something, but... Mary is deserving of full attention. She is incredible.
Quite so.
She's a marvelous artist.
He's amazing.
And the channel
Yes.
definitely would not be where it is without her.
Mm-mm.
There. Got all the attribution done, so... Mary, good luck figuring out how to approve it. Because I have no idea. They just added all of this stuff, like, yesterday. And, yeah.
Alright.
Even though nobody else gets emotes from you.
Oh.
They're only from me!
Oh no. His greed has overtaken him. His greed is...
Must be stopped. He's too dangerous to be kept alive.
Do it.
Do it.
They only hate me because I speak the truth.
The Jedi are taking over!
Anakin, I can't.
The Imperium did nothing wrong. You shot down my friends, rebels.
Rebels.
Kiss your wings.
What about all those children he murdered? That was Anakin. I didn't tell him to do that.
And have you even played the Lego Star Wars game that recently came out? Or at least
Huh?
seen some clips of that?
There's a Lego Star Wars game that recently came out. I
Yeah,
don't think
there's
so.
a new,
Lego
yeah.
always seems so curiously delightful.
Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga.
Yeah.
They like voice acted stuff in it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, really interesting.
Yeah,
Intriguing.
Does anybody care for Lego Star Wars spoilers?
No,
Yes.
we don't.
Okay.
Oh, I
don't
guess Gray does.
spoil the Lego Star Wars for me.
That's why I feel silly for asking. Does anyone care for Lego Star Wars spoilers?
Listen, I already know how the story ends, but like I want to see how they put a spin on it.
Okay, yeah.
Fair.
Fire.
Well, there was one scene that honestly just made me chuckle pretty hard.
Did it destroy you as a person?
Gave him
Yeah,
the
no,
good feel.
it enlightened me. I'm a whole new person because of that scene.
Oh my god, really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the Empire did nothing wrong?
No, it was Luke Skywalker drinking milk nonstop, or blue milk at that.
Oh.
But no, that wasn't it.
Yes. So, anyways, I guess Graham goes to train with Pluto while we wait for
Yep.
Nim to recover.
I've
Nim
already
and Silver.
I've already applied the long rest. Unless anyone wants to do anything, I'll be fast forwarding. So that
Cray's gonna head home,
fair.
and he's going to touch the orb.
Touch.
So whomst are you contacting from your numerous contacts?
I shall contact my contacts who know how to get information. I'm gonna
Then,
see if
yes.
they have any leads for me.
What did you set them doing last time?
Getting leads.
Turns out they're all part of the Seekers, and they are gonna lie to you.
I mean, you already know that Zevran, former Seeker, was in the Demir at one point.
Just because he was doesn't mean he still has access to it.
Correct.
Yeah, he very certainly doesn't. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other Seekers in the Demir still.
Well, yeah, we absolutely know that Rhombus Face is definitely still in them.
Yep. Your mother also very much dislikes him for a reason she will not elaborate on. To the point where she would not mind if he spontaneously perished.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I would like you to spontaneously
Thank
perish
you
now
for
because
those,
I can't be bothered to kill you.
Thank you for the sub and follow, Mary.
Subscriptions will be had. Take a seat.
Take a seat, if you may.
Take a seat, Young Skywalker.
Man, I'm so proud of these Star Wars quotes tonight.
It is delightful. Yes. There is some things of note. Would you like them said or typed out?
I
you
prefer
asking the
them
whole
said
part?
out,
Right.
so, you know,
Can we
the
do
viewers.
Well, this one goes to Cray. What do you say?
I say hello.
They will greet the young master.
Do they have any news for me?
They do.
What's the news?
What's the stitch?
Well, it seems that Morat's former mentor, a lizard man by the name of Rolf Carlyle, seems to have gone missing.
And this matters why?
They've been starting to look into him as he has, as after discovering from Morath, he had been taking pupils that were not, and training them while not indicting them into the Demir. So that was curious activity for a Demir agent.
And you said Morath was somehow attached to this guy or something?
He was
Yes.
remember whenever he was like, "Hey, I was kind of part of the Demir, but I wasn't." That's the guy who did that.
And Morath has been... did you say he was training guys?
No. Morat's mentor apparently has other apprentices that he was training like Demir without bringing them into the Demir.
Do we know who that is?
His name is Rolf Carlyle.
Rolf Carlyle. Is it suspected
Know
that
where
they may be
Rolf
part of...
Carlyle is.
Is it suspected that Rolf Carlyle is part of the Seekers? Or not the... Yeah, the Seekers.
We were moving to interrogate him, but he seems entirely absent. His former living place is entirely vacant.
Man, that's sus as hell. I'm gonna investigate that.
Alright. Past that, you recall the orcs that used to gather in the Boros district, correct?
Yes.
Many of them
Obvious.
have been found dead. However, they all died the exact same way.
What way is that?
Well, it seems that their lungs have been turned into coin, which were left inside their bodies.
In other words, I smell pennies. Gotcha.
I smell pennies.
So you could say yes. Past this, there is one other thing of note.
Besides the pennies.
Yes. Apparently, there is news that there is someone being sheltered inside the Azorius that is a member of the Seekers. However, the Azorius are refuting this. However, whomsoever is spreading this rumor is spreading it very, very well among higher ranking nobility, whom start beginning to ask for answers. There have been requests for us to do what we must to remove a hazard from Ravnica.
Alright. So, we have some dead orcs to look into. We have these individuals spreading rumors. And we have this Carlisle fellow, who is potentially Seeker.
And even if he's not, he's got some
Sus.
things to answer for.
Sus.
Yeah,
Very
but we also have
sus,
no
sir.
fucking clue where he's at either.
We don't, but I think we know someone who might know.
Or at least someone who could find out. Glances to Markov. You just need to look back to when he was still in his house. You just need to...
I was talking about the little kobold.
Also that.
Morath? Would
Yeah,
Morath? Morath basically is like got kicked out of the group of people, the non-Demir, I do believe. I do believe he was kicked out of that group, so, and it's been a while. I doubt he would know where.
That doesn't mean he wouldn't know information.
True, but I don't think that Morath would be able to necessarily point. It's worth a try, but I just don't feel like he's gonna know where this man is at.
Okay, well, we're going to try. And by we, I mean I, because I'm not consulting anyone about any of this.
No, this is my secret stuff.
Mom said it's my turn in the espionage.
Oh. My word. Well, they said that they'll keep an ear out for suspicious leads. However, they do have a message to you, or a message for you.
All right.
It is from your mother asking if you've seen that damn dice-headed bastard yet.
Yes, he's alive.
They'll relay his current status, but expect her displeasure.
Tell her displeasure will be noted and assumed.
They will close the connection on their end. Oh boy, oh boy.
All right, we contact Morath.
I believe he had gained a Marten phone.
Ring, 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 ring. Morath!
It is picked up. Hello?
Hello, Morath.
You need something?
Yes, I do. I need to know about your old mentor.
Oh. Is he being difficult?
Yes.
That sounds right.
Common occurrence for him?
He's got arbitrary expectations for people. Doesn't make sense.
Well, I need to find him. Where does he generally tend to hold up?
Well, generally with the Demir, he isn't really. Well, no, he's got a few places.
Can you find him?
I can give it a go. I may ask you to watch my grandma though.
Your grandma?
Yeah. She's kind of important, but I can't really trust her on her own.
You can't have some service come and handle her?
Not. They'll ask a lot of questions. See, Grandma is very helpful. She makes my poison, you see. However,
Grandma's
calls it
poison.
soup.
Grandma's poison.
Just like Grandma used to make.
So,
Why is it hard to breathe?
yeah.
Grandma, no.
See, she calls it soup, and she thinks I love it.
Grandma's not allowed to come back to family gatherings.
So,
just eat your soup, you little shit.
Uses his rogue ability to sneak away the soup. Great, thanks.
Single drop will put you to sleep
forever.
She is like a poison savant, but she's not all there in the head either.
Why haven't you died yet?
Oh, that should have been enough to put down an elephant. How are you still breathing?
You're so small and flimsy. And I want a son that doesn't disappoint me anymore. Killing you will solve that somehow.
Leans
God.
forward.
Oh my God.
Apples? I definitely didn't do anything to them this time.
What do you mean this time?
No worries.
Who wouldn't you like to know?
Man, Grandma's just the character from the witch from Snow White.
That's the joke here.
Okay.
Descending stairs. So I don't suppose you could like hold her for a while I search for the guy. We sort of moved in with Gorp.
With Gorp?
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll see if I can't convince some of the others to babysit your grandmother.
Great. Fantastic.
It seems more like their type of thing.
All right. Just don't eat anything she gives you. Don't sniff it. Don't lick it. Don't. Nothing that she cooks.
Right.
Very cool. And he hangs up.
And Cray goes back to the party. After stopping at the library to do some administrative work, because it's been a while since he did that.
Yes. Which is very handy. Everyone was happy with that.
I don't know if I was, but okay.
Well, most people were happy with that.
Alright, so I come back. And is Nim not dead yet?
I assume enough time has passed for the rest of the party to basically have a long rest.
Yeah.
Then yes, Nim is okay.
I assume he's still at the ensemble hideout?
Yep, he is resting in the bed next to Silver's.
Elaming is watching over Nim.
Agreed. No, not really.
I don't know about that, Element. I mean, you're just sitting out there in the hallway. But as soon as Nim wakes up, he goes over and curls back up with Silver.
Element,
Silver's looking a lot better.
Is
Yes?
Silver still unconscious?
They can wake up and seem seem quite pleased to see you.
Did you call me, Cray?
yes I did.
What's the matter?
I've got a lead on a potential seeker, but I need Morath to do some digging. Morath has requested that we visit that we babysit his grandmother.
Please. Babysit his grandmother?
Yes.
Is that doesn't exactly sound like a job for us guild people, don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it turns out she's a master poisoner,
Oh,
and she tends to kill anyone else.
Oh, I see now. Okay, that is actually fair enough.
Seems like a rather mundane task to get the information we need to continue our current line of assault.
Well, I am willing to. I'd be willing to go to participate in this task. Although I haven't been back at the borders since we came back from that other plane. I need to check up on some stuff first.
Fair enough. We probably have some time.
Sounds good. Well, if you if this person is a master poisoner and is related to Marten, I would imagine she is quite dangerous. We probably want more than one person to look after her.
She sounds more senile, but yes, it could be. There is potential for, I suppose, poison that's not ingested.
You should bring Nim.
Hmm.
Yes, he would be able to cook most of the food.
Actually, yeah. But Rim is probably pretty good at picking out poisons.
Who's to
He
say?
is?
I would, I would imagine so. When he's such a good cook.
Just 'cause
And
you're a
his
good
sense
cook,
of smell.
Hmm?
being a good cook doesn't necessarily mean you're good at identifying poison. Having a
Yeah,
good
I was gonna say
smell.
like, yeah, the fact that he has a really good sense of smell probably means that he'd be pretty decent at finding poisons.
Yes.
Or there's plenty of other people to ask. I wonder how Markov would react to being asked to babysit a grandma who poisons.
I'm gonna slap Markov on the ass.
Hey,
I warned you.
thanks for warning me, Mr. Sword. Wait, when'd you get here? I thought you were Rethralis.
I've always been here, Markov.
It knows my name.
It's growing. Oh no, it's growing.
It's learning.
They're coming for me!
Ah, good morning, Cray.
Good morning.
Or is it morning, day, night? What's the cycle out there?
It is morning.
Okay.
It's nearing noon. You slept in.
Oh. Neat.
We're going to babysit a poisonous grandmother.
That's a lot to take in, waking up. Okay.
Good.
And the lady's gonna just like lean over. Excuse me.
I hope it's one of those grandmas that makes really good cookies. Or
Don't
maybe
eat her
even
cookies.
breads.
The cookies are poison.
Oh. The breads too?
Yes.
Oh.
Specifically the soup.
That's soup. So that's
But
not
really
some
just
good
all
soup.
of it.
Oh. So bring your own lunch bag.
We're planning on bringing them.
Oh, perfect. So I don't need a pack of lunch.
It's not required.
Okay. Still doesn't explain why the sword came back. I thought I gave this to Rallis.
You did.
Oh.
Craig gave it back to you.
He didn't say he did.
Yeah. The sword must have loved me so much it came back to me. I knew you'd come back, sword.
You soul bonded to it without realizing it.
I never caught your name, Mr. Warning Sword. Who do you go by?
Sword of Warningston.
Sword of Warningson. Great to have you back, Warningson.
No, even better. Warn of Sortingston.
Jesus Christ.
Warning McWarnface.
Warning McWarnface.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna call you WW
would.
for short.
The sword, the defective sword of warding, WW.
Walter White.
I'm the cook.
No.
Jesse.
I warned you, Jesse.
Stay away from the weed, Jesse. Stay away from the weed.
You can't keep getting away with it.
Anyway,
That
are you
show
also
I
Are you also going to inform Graham of the
No.
poison grandma?
I will let someone else do that.
All right. Have you actually asked Nim yet? Have you?
I have not.
Oh boy.
Graham, do you want to try Grandma's oatmeal cookies?
You're specifically
They're actually
not
made
to
with
eat-
chocolate chip.
They're made with poison. You're not to eat them.
But that's the surprise inside. But that's the surprise.
It's like a Kimber egg or Camber egg.
Cadbury.
Right? Camberry?
Kinder.
Kinder?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Kinder. Forgot about those. Wonder Ball.
Nestle Crunch.
Three Musketeer.
Pain. The dormant suffering of every man, woman, and child after the bombs dropped.
Oh, who dis?
This is great. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
I can't remember what level the cleric spell for removing poison from shit is.
The one that's just high enough to remove poison from shit.
There's detect poison and disease. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I could have sworn there was one that's like, I'm going to remove poison from this.
And
Restoration.
disease? In this economy?
Nope, I guess not.
I think restoration can do it. Maybe.
I think the Candyman can.
The Candyman can do anything. That's not fair.
I mean, I'm not wrong.
Ah, yes. Lesser restoration. But it's specifically a creature. Not something inanimate. Not something.
Yeah, I was positive there was like a spell that like at least removed it from like water, but I guess I was wrong.
I think a paladin's lay on hands can do that. Maybe.
Or I might be thinking of an entirely different system altogether that does happen occasionally.
Also, totally possible.
So, what's going on right now?
Let's see. Cray has informed Elman and Markov that there is a poisoned grandma that he's been asked to babysit and would like them to do it. Now, I believe he's either going to tell Nim or have one of the others tell Nim. And then they can also tell Graham.
Okay.
Because Morath could possibly find his mentor who has gone missing, but wants someone to keep an eye on his senile yet very dangerous grandmother.
She's made of poison.
She's excellent at poison.
He'll pat you on the cheek and you'll die.
Grandma's kisses.
Don't let her pinch her cheeks. It's death. She's all poison. She's all of it.
She pinches your cheeks and you get a rash.
It's
Oh
lethal.
no.
Your cheek gets pinched and suddenly you necrotitis.
Oh dear, it seems I put on my nail polish with deadly neurotoxin.
What?
Deadly
Pats you on the
neurotoxin.
head, you fall down. Oopsie doopsie.
He's just foaming at the mouth, just like, oh damn, it happened again.
Look at you, you little monster. You ruined my better years.
It's a wonder that Morath is taking care of her rather than literally any other member of her family.
Is it really all that surprising, though?
It is.
Possibly not.
I'd say it's incredibly surprising. Alright, so... My train of thought is gone. Proceed.
No thoughts detected.
Element.
Proceed.
Would you like to inform the rest of the party, aka Nim and Graham, that there is a poisonous grandmother to watch?
Yes.
Alright, go ahead.
All right, enemy gonna tell the what Craig told him up to the rest of the party that doesn't know about it.
Alright, that is Graham and Nim and Silver.
Yes.
Graham will be like, And he didn't mention any ways that might be useful for dealing with his grandmother who is slightly senile.
He mentioned don't eat anything she offers, don't smell it. If you can, wear gloves.
Yes.
Yes, he's talking more along the lines of if she has like an episode of some kind and becomes agitated or something.
Didn't mention any episodes.
It's a good thing I kept my hazmat suit.
Oh.
You require a hazmat suit.
Also,
or a passport.
Hazmat suit.
Why does this sound like Cray is also implying that he's not coming?
Because that seems very factual.
Yes, Graham is wondering why. That's Graham's question, is why is he like, I'm not going?
Good question.
Yes, a question that Graham wants answered.
Yeah, you
Did
can
Cray
answer
already disappear?
Cray's not there. It's Elman that's telling you this.
I know, but I'm assuming that Element was like, I need you guys to go watch this. This person. And Graham was like, yeah, why is he telling us to watch this person? Like, he's not going to be there. When Element doesn't is like, I don't know. He didn't mention it. I didn't bother to question this. Graham's gonna go looking for Cray. So unless
Cray
Cray
can
has
be easily found.
like, Cray, why are you sending everyone else on this babysitting mission, and why are you staying behind, or for what reason?
When did I mention I was staying behind?
It kind of seemed implied by you telling other people that that you need them to babysit someone.
I'm sorry, I thought this was a party.
Well, if you're going, then I guess I don't have then I guess my question has been answered.
Rather presumptuous of you, but yes.
Trey,
Oof.
I've gotten to the point where where I feel like I can more or less like you. Don't undo that.
I'm sorry, you're the one that's presuming my intentions.
You are an Azorius member. Your wording is always very specific.
Graham also knows that he's Demir, so his word means nothing.
Joke.
How does Graham know this?
Because
Didn't you all visit his mother?
No.
I didn't see his mother.
They
Because-
all met my father, who's Orsov.
remember whenever we beat up the people while you were T-posing
Oh,
in a
that
fucking
also.
closet and they spilled the beans?
Yeah, but you didn't meet his mother.
Yeah, no, but they said they
Sorry,
said
I'd
told us
forgotten
this.
something. Yes, that's right. The Spectre that Terracona dueled. That
Graham has never
basically
met his
said,
mother.
"Oh yeah, his mom kind of wants us to check you out and rough you up. I'm getting paid for everybody."
Joke.
Because
Way.
and the reason he'd spilled the beans was because he thought this was a little absurd and a waste of his time, but it was still a job, so. As Cray adds to his notes to make sure that man is demoted.
Oh, no, not demoted.
Well,
Promotion
anyways,
would be much too nice.
Graham will be like, all right, well, I'm gonna go buy some gloves, I suppose.
And what does Nim think of this situation? Where he's being asked to watch what is effectively a civilian. A grandme.
He is more interested in making sure Silver recovers.
Curiously enough, Silver is up and walking. However, Elena has advised you that she's going to need to keep wearing that vest for quite a while, and
She?
don't engage in. Sorry, he. I don't know why I thought that.
They.
I'm like, did something else happen to Silver during that surgery I wasn't aware of?
Yes.
Many things, but you were unconscious, so you have no idea.
Oh, someone left.
Someone
Silver now has
imploded.
pronouns.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was doing, so I reversed Silver's gender. How?
Now you
Why?
can marry
I
Silver.
don't know.
Now he can marry Silver.
What was stopping
No.
them before?
Just no.
Sweet home Alabama.
Oh God.
Are they related?
Sort of.
Nim
It's
considers
difficult.
Silver his brother. It's complicated, but that's how Nim sees Silver. And Silver sees Nim.
They are brothers in arms.
They don't have arms. They got the paw thing.
Pause.
They're brothers in leg.
Leg. Singular. Brothers and Pog.
Pog his, pog hers. I thought that was funny.
Good for you.
So
Yes,
yeah.
Elena warns that Silver is fine, is recovering well, but may have to wear the vest for a while, and try to avoid any prolonged extraneous activity. For you as well. Taps your back gently. You keep ripping these things open.
Wake up! Hold the line.
Got a scar at this
This
point.
hamlet shall not fall.
Oh, geez, a whole bunch of stuff here.
Oh?
Hello, Commander. In response to your request, we have sent backup. Good luck, Commander. We are forever in your debt.
That's a lot of things.
Yes.
Okay, so
Hero.
first off, Mark, thank
That's-
you very much for that raid. Congrats,
That's
you
a lot of
you
subscriptions.
immediately got a gift sub. And Kiro, thank you for those gift subs. I was not expecting any of that.
Our community grows.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the game, but that was a lot of stuff that happened right there. Thank you again for that raid, Mark. I hope your stream went well. Yeah, that was perfect timing, Giro. Yeah.
Well.
Mark, did you see my new art for when I stream Super Animal Royale? I am very happy with it.
Da, 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 da. When do you normally stream that? I should play with you sometime.
I don't have any particular time that I normally stream it. But if you have the game night role, you will be notified when I do, unless I've got a full party already. Which does happen sometimes.
Well, what's the party limit on that?
4.
Four. Technically, you can get in with the modes that I usually play, because I do Walking Dead and the Saw versus Rebellion or whatever it is. I don't typically do the actual Royale mode. So, you know, if you join at the same time, you can still get in, but...
Technically, it's Walking Dead.
That's what I said. Walking Dead.
You said Walking Dead. I said Walking.
No, I said walking.
Walk.
Walk.
Gotta hit him with that G.
What? That better?
Oh, I get it.
It takes a little bit.
It's okay. Markov's just slow.
Also, Merrick, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome.
I understand the reference.
Which reference?
The blocking.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Nim is very uncertain about doing this.
So we did this.
I don't know,
And I rolled.
because Silver would kind of have to come with me,
Last time I rolled
and
18 or 19.
he's still recovering, and I don't want him to get hurt.
I thought she would have been like slightly upset.
He's on the path to recovery, but just nothing that is intense labor. Casting magic is okay.
I assume he's okay.
Basically,
if
he
just
should not
watching
fight
grandma.
things.
Yeah, we're gonna go help
I'm
the
more
grandma.
concerned about the poison.
It's a very reasonable thing to be concerned about.
No, it's not. That's not reasonable to be concerned about at all.
Poison and, wounds don't mix well.
Well, usually only if they're
Raise
open.
a good point.
I mean, they may be sewn up and stuff, but it's not a perfect seal like, unbroken skin is.
Man, you guys really like your unbroken skin, don't you?
Oh, I don't know. Glances at the Phyrexian.
He does not respond.
Gotta wonder.
Is he T-posing?
Also,
He
Digi,
might be
you never
T-posing.
did add the mana ability details to Nim's sheet.
Oh, alright. I'll get right to that.
Intense typing.
Yeah. Don't look at me. I'm not doing it.
I don't think my keyboard's ever that loud.
It is.
It is?
It's constantly. It's a pain in the neck.
Oh shit, my bad.
In fact, I would prefer to.
I believe that that's what we'd agreed to.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna go make some tea.
How much tea?
How much tea?
Yeah.
Like 2 cups.
No, that's not enough for the English to start a war over. Make more.
Okay. I'll see what I have.
Yes, I believe so.
And had we decided on the other one, or were you still waiting on it?
I know it was something to do with paladin stuff.
That's right.
The paladin.
I mean, his old abilities reawakening, basically. I know for sure that I got access to the paladin spell list, but I feel like there was something more to it as well.
Well, when chained together with the other ability, Silver can also use your smite spells.
Yeah.
Make a total of 8 cups, but I only want 2.
Can Nim have lay on hands?
That would give him an alternate heal other than taking semi-permanent necrotic damage.
Yeah. Exactly what I was thinking.
I accept.
I don't want to, get too much from the paladin, because I don't want to overshadow Element's stuff, but...
Don't worry, he's just got a whole ass dragon. He's just got...
True. True.
Also, I think I infused one of Element's weapons too.
Yes, the javelin.
One other thing that I would request is that he gets access to the Oath of the Ancient stuff.
Oath of the Ancient stuff? Ah, the optional spells.
No, the Oath of the Ancients is the oaths are the paladin's archetype, and that's the one that he was with.
Seems reasonable.
And, since his paladin stuff is reawakening and he's keeping true to his oaths. I would mainly give him... he would get access to Nature's Wrath. You can use your channel divinity to invoke primeval forces to ensnare a foe. As an action, you can cause spectral vines to spring up and reach for a creature within 10 feet of you that you can see.
Alright, so you want spellcasting, lay on hands, and channel divinity?
I can pass on the lay on hands. But basically just the features of the Oath of the Ancients. Which, those don't do a whole lot. It gives him access to a few more spells, which I think he's already got access to most of those anyways as a wizard. It also gives him an Aura of Warding, which gives resistance to damage from spells. That's what he would have access to right now. And then the next thing won't even pop up until level 15, which all that does is if he drops to 0 hit points, he can choose to drop to 1 hit point instead. And that can only be used once per long rest. Oh, and he suffers none of the drawbacks of old age, and he can't be aged magically. But maybe we can do some roleplay in character and stuff for him actually unlocking that stuff instead of just having it right now.
Alright.
That's a lot of prep work to go watch a grandma. But I understand it. I'm gonna go put on my hazmat suit before we go. Hi, Capper.
Alrighty then. Anyway, so everyone's getting ready to go back to Gorp's lab to watch a elderly woman.
Markov's gonna put on his hazmat suit.
Yes. You are suited up. You're dressed for the occasion.
I don't even want to go now.
And Elena is feeling a little concerned and asking if you would care for her to accompany you in case of incidents.
Graham would, if Graham's anywhere nearby, he'd be like, I'd like that.
I don't believe you are nearby, no. But either way, Nim is going to nod. Yes, I would really appreciate that.
Right, of course. Just in case. All right. All right, then, let us be off. As you take a carriage back to the Simic district. And take your way back to the lab that was formerly owned by someone else, now under the management of Gorp. The shapeshifter.
Hello.
Hello. However, the one to greet you at the door is Mora. Hey guys, thanks for agreeing to do this.
Graham will be like, are you sure you're gonna be okay hunting down your old mentor? And I mean that from a safety perspective, not a, are you actually okay with this perspective? I assumed you were.
I mean, it's not the first time he just does this. High-ranking Demir tend to be quite the characters, one way or another. Supposedly, I think. I don't actually know that much about him, actually. But I've spent enough time with him to know a few of his hideouts. He shouldn't have any problems with me. Probably. Well,
Kind of depends if he's actually a seeker or not.
He's a what? He's a what? It seems that during his talks with Cray, that hadn't come up.
Actually, no, Graham wouldn't know that. Graham actually wouldn't know that, because I don't think Cray explained anything, so yeah, never mind.
Nope.
Ixnay that.
And Morath remains blissfully unaware.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry, my headset took a nosedive there. So yeah, Graham doesn't say anything. He's like,
Lockett, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm playing with Pepper.
Oh, alright. I just keep hearing this slight staticky sound.
Static? No, here, let me refresh my Discord then. If it's staticky.
Well, it's not constant. It's just now and then.
Okay.
So yeah, Graham will be like, okay, just be careful.
Yeah, I should be fine. And from inside the house, oh, spoiled spoon!
Markov screams in
Yeah.
fear and runs the opposite direction.
Wow, that was one of her less egregious actions. Is he gonna be cool? Is he gonna be cool? Is he gonna be cool?
Also, why is your dangerous grandmother in this place?
Well, she kind of made a hazard while I was away on missions, so I kind of had to get her out of there. And well, I have been keeping an eye on you guys' escapades, and then suddenly you have this neato lab So I figured I'd visit, and then this guy had made himself at home, and it's got some nice facilities, so I decided to hang around for a while. Grandma loves it. So many new things to make soup with.
I meant more like, is she not just like for what was implied? Is she just not like, is she not poisoning everything that lives?
She's nice. She's sociable. She just cooks things that are very hazardous.
Has nothing in this lab eaten? Do they know better than to eat the things she offers them?
It's just her, me, and Gorp at this point.
Okay, and I'm assuming Gorp knows better at the very least.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
However, she's also a lot. So, yeah.
Well, also, what happened to all the other things that were apparently in here that Gorp was like, I'm gonna try to help these things because I killed the one person who could.
They've been moved to a different lab.
Okay.
But supposedly Gorp's been making some progress since they're, from this paper he gave me, more aware and sentient than they were beforehand. So it looks like he's making progress with the altered crystal.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Yeah, they've been moved from the lab to a sort of their nursing home. Seems like a better situation for them.
True enough.
Anyway, I'm gonna go find my master. Good luck with Grandma. See ya. And he leaves. Now, where does Markov run after hearing the terrifying phrase of "Who wants boiled spoon"?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm asking where you run off to in your fear of boiled spoon.
It was the opposite direction, but eventually he would come back.
I see. All right, the rest of the party.
They ran the entire globe, or are they the entire plane?
He ran around the entire planet.
Now.
He ran around the entire world.
See, he ran to the edge of the screen and looped. We're on Looney Tunes logic.
Wonderful.
Inside is a very... You've never seen a kobold this old before. They look wizened. Their scales look almost ashen and darkened. They have horns that seem to have twisted in on themselves. And their scales seem like mismatching sizes. Also, it's this kobold is slightly hunched over.
Oh my god, what was that laugh?
It was a crackle.
That's the laugh of a witch, my friend. That's a witch cackle.
Yes, so it is. As she seems to be sorting herbs. Not yet aware of your presence, but aware that her grandson had some friends at the door. And there is in fact a pot of water with spoons boiling inside of it. or a pot of boiling water with spoons inside it.
Ha! What an interesting choice of anything.
And Gorp says, "Yeah, I'm going to be doing other things that are important." Okay, thank you. Hello, by the way. By the way. So, yeah.
Question: did Cray come with us?
Cray.
Cray!
I think he is absent.
I think Cray's dead.
Oh, there he is.
Cray has been yeeted from existence.
Hi, back. Sorry.
Alright. They've identified this grandma as a witch.
Graham was
Oh.
just making a joke.
She had quite the cackle.
A witch. Are we?
The red slippers.
How are we identifying her as a witch?
She had a cackle.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yep. That's it.
Slow clap. Wonderful deductions.
I could possibly do it again. However, she is also boiling a pot of spoons.
I say we just leave her do that.
And sorting herbs, it seems like.
I'll be right back.
Right.
Yep, just sounds like she's spooning.
She's having a grand old time.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Grand old time. Get it? Because she's a grandma.
Yep. Before turning to the rest of the party, saying, "Hello, hello, new friends. Are you my grandsons? Are you my?"
Is
Mark,
Morath here?
Morath has left to go.
She's asking if all of us are her grandsons.
Markov's gonna be standing his distance, like standing really close to a wall as he nods no.
Not, you mean shakes his head.
Oh yeah, shakes his head.
I nod no.
Nods no.
It's kind of a diagonal affair.
Yeah.
So weird.
So both yes and no. Okay. So what do the kitties want for this holiday?
Graham is just gonna raise an eyebrow at that.
Hey, is this not the day where you come to my door and want things?
No.
Okay.
I think she means trick or treat.
Graham is aware of what she means. Or at least I, as a player, am aware of what she means. I don't know if trick-or-treating exists in Ravnica.
Well, I mean, clearly it does.
She is going back to sorting her herbs. But she does seem a little off, as there is now a potion that wasn't there on the table beforehand. There's no...
I'm gonna roll perception on that one. Because either she was making this while talking to us, or it magically appeared and she's more terrifying than we could possibly comprehend.
By all means, roll it.
Let's see.
It seems that she was indeed mixing that in her sleeves while she was talking to you, and upon sitting back down, took it out of her sleeves so that she could have her hands free.
I see.
She is also then going to leave the table again to go walk to another room.
I guess Graham will just make sure she's within sight.
Alright.
They are supposed to be watching her.
She walks to what was once upon a time a very large supply closet and opens the door. Inside are a sizable number of ducks.
Ducks?
Yes, ducks.
Alive.
Yes,
Dead.
they are
Clucked.
they are very alive and quacking.
Ah. Graham just raises eyebrow harder.
Hello, babies. As she starts tossing various seeds from her pockets that the ducks begin pecking.
I'm guessing these ducks are not long for this world.
Okay, feeding is over. We'll love you later. Okay, bye. Closes the door.
Supply closet full of ducks.
I stole them. I stole them.
Graham is just like, this is gonna be like one of those days I remember when we first met Nim.
However, she also has like 2 fistfuls of feathers. You didn't see her get those.
I'm what?
She has a lot of duck feathers now.
I was watching. How did she do? She must have a hell of a sleight of hand.
Yes, she does. And very, very, very loose sleeves. They're the cloak she is wearing is very large for her.
So basically, it's so big that it's somehow helping her hide what the hell she's doing.
You can follow her arm movements, but her hands seem to be completely covered.
Huh. I see.
She waddles. She waddles her way back to the table. Hello.
Hello.
So you're friends of my grandson.
Yes.
What do you do for a living? What do you?
Mess up everybody's lives around me.
I didn't know you were a banker.
Oh my goodness.
I do not want any of your mail. Or your card offers. None. but maybe. Maybe I do. No, but maybe. And no, I have my ducks. I to set a good example. But what if? But what if? And no, no. Or she seems to be debating whether or not to engage with Nim, who she has assumed is a banker.
He is not a banker. He's just made a few mistakes, as most people have.
Mistakes.
Mistakes have been made.
She is going to waddle over to Nim and pat his head. Don't worry. I know college is very hard. I know college. And nobody is on your side. But you can do it.
Nim is just confused.
Graham will look at Nim. Nim's confused face. Nim, this is how most of us felt about you whenever you talked about things when we first met you.
Did he pick the wrong major?
I don't know what this college is.
You had places for like learning things in your old world, right?
Nim remembers.
His eyes go wide, and you could swear his fur just turned a shade of gray.
Well, it's like that, but you pay for it, and it's really difficult. That's college, Nim.
How could people live in such a world? Silver is already under the table hiding. As you hear the horrible college.
College.
Graham is gonna see this and be like, Nim? That's a very strange reaction you're having. Did something happen?
Well, Silver is hiding. I don't know if Nim is joining them.
Nim is going to hide as well. No more school.
Oh, yes, they definitely went to Cool Leg.
Cool leg. Cool leg.
Definitely.
Oh, it seems.
So, what can I do for you, young man? She looks over to Eleven.
Nothing in particular, ma'am.
I would be terrified that she honed in on you.
Oh, he is nervous.
I used to run a store. People asked me for things.
Oh? What do you used to sell?
Potions, mostly. That did many things. I just needed to be asked what you needed. No, hold on. You needed to ask me the thing you wanted.
So it's like a
One
special.
girl wanted to be a princess.
So it's like a specialty store.
Yes. But then Moraz told me I couldn't keep doing that. I was attracting bad attention, and I had to go.
I can see why that would be the case.
The princess incident didn't go well.
What happened? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh,
Careful what you ask for, my friend.
well, I offered her a duck. But then she asked me for my strongest poison.
Oh.
So I gave it. It stops the heart. And then I said, and then I also gave her potato. Kids love potatoes. So it seems that she put the poison in the potato and grew poisoned potatoes. It was a huge incident, and that was around the time I had to leave.
I see. That is very unfortunate. Elemi is taking a step back.
Huh? I mean, I did go to stop her. Eventually, after I found out. I didn't win though. She stabbed me with a screwdriver.
What an intriguing
I
story.
wanna roll insight on this woman and see if she's if she's potentially as senile as Morath seems to be implying. Or if she's just a special kind of crazy.
He could be both.
Yeah,
She
why not?
does seem to have her mind. It's just a little frayed at the edges.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Since she seems to be recounting a story and remembering it fairly coherently, at least a little bit. There just seems to be something impairing her judgment and some memories.
Okay, so basically she just doesn't know. Basically, you can't be like, is this the right thing to do or this the right thing to do, and expect her to come up with a correct answer.
No. Tomato, it's a fruit. Tomato.
Wait, tomato is a fruit?
That would just be her response to a question. Tomato is a fruit. However, she then looks over at Cray, looks at her duck feathers, looks at his feathers.
Wait, she has feathers?
Yeah, she has a whole closet of ducks that she got feathers from.
Oh.
Want to trade?
No.
Oh,
You know,
look,
if
what a lovely pigeon.
Pigeon.
Ray just shadow steps to another part of the room where he can't be seen.
He likes it when you give him breadcrumbs.
I have seeds.
Those might work.
They're pickled.
Markov, don't encourage her and don't tell her to give me food.
My bad.
Hello, young man.
Ah.
Looking at Markov now.
Ah.
The maybe grandson. The maybe grandson.
Hi.
You look anxious.
Anxious? Me? Never.
Don't worry. Nothing is on fire.
It's not the fire that scares me. It's not your food. Totally
Don't
not your
worry,
food.
I have fix for your nervous. Here, drink this. It's
No,
poison.
she's going to reach into her sleeves upon noticing that you're nervous. Here, you can pet my rock.
Pet your
Produces
rock?
produces a possum. You like my rock? His name is Dwayne.
I hate you for that joke.
The possum hisses. The possum.
Dwayne the Rock the Possum.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not petting your rock.
He's very soft.
Curry did say don't eat anything, so I'm not gonna eat the
He
rock.
also said don't touch anything.
Does Graham say that?
Or he said if you touch things, you should use gloves. Don't sniff anything she tries to feed you. Definitely don't eat anything that she tries to feed you.
Well, luckily I'm wearing a hazmat suit, so it should be fine. Markov pets the rock.
The rock hisses but does nothing else.
You know, a little show off.
Oh, he likes.
Markov continues to pet Set Rock, or Possum now.
You're doing very well, Dwayne. She leaves you with Dwayne.
Don't leave me with
Before going back to the table, you now have a screaming, hissing possum in your arms.
Oh dear lord. Where's Cray? I'm gonna pass him on to this.
Cray has already vanished.
Man. Alright then. Element, do you want to rock?
Sure.
Are you wearing gloves?
My armor comes with gloves, gauntlets.
Okay, you should be fine. He hands him the possum.
Instead of receiving a rock, as you had been informed you were going to receive, you have a very hissy possum.
Element blinks. Markov, this is not a rock.
What do you mean it's not a rock? It's totally a rock.
Markov, this is a possum. I know it may look like a rock, but it is indeed not a rock.
So I do know it's a possum now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So,
You were aware that it was a possum that she thinks is a rock and named Dwayne.
Okay, would you like the possum?
I mean, sure.
Wonderful. He
Yes.
hands him the possum.
Enemy.
Possum rock.
Enemy is gonna try to pat the possum.
It remains hissing. It doesn't like any of this.
Enemy is gonna.
But it's not escaping either.
Enemy is gonna give it a Enemy is gonna give it a strawberry.
It pauses its hissing to consume the strawberry.
Enemy always brings around fruit because of his Marten phone.
Oh, good call. Good call. The possum appreciates having its throat wet after all that hissing from. And it is quieter now.
Element is gonna pat the person after he's calmed down. And stroke his quills.
Possums don't have quills.
That's a
Or at least
hedgehog.
not normal
Ah.
not normal possums.
Okay,
They
so
have
he's
fur.
Gets bit. Element has rabies.
gonna stroke his back. Then, sorry.
Actually, I don't think possums can possums get rabies?
No.
I was gonna say part of me wants to say I don't think possums can actually get rabies. People think they can, but they can't.
So, are we gonna do anything here, or I don't know what
Graham
to
is just
do.
watching to make sure no one gets fucking poisoned.
I am also going to say that would be a fine time if any of you have weapons to acquire a poison that you could put on your weapons. But don't worry, even if you opt not to do that, other things will occur.
You know what? Graham will be like, you know what? I got it. It's interesting challenge for you.
Nim will take poison for his weapons.
I do like
His
the
weapon
idea
is
of
his
having
teeth.
a poison sword.
Exactly.
He'll do his best.
How you'd have to like gain immunity to said poison before you did that. Otherwise, you'd kill yourself.
Precisely, Graham. Precisely.
But Graham will be like, you think you can make a poison that can survive magical fire?
Poison that can survive magical fire?
Yep.
Oh. I'll get myself. She starts waddling off. I'll get myself. Before coming back to the kitchen with what seems to be a burlap sack. Before pushing away the boiling pot of spoons, putting another pot on, a much larger pot, then pouring the contents of the boiling spoon pot inside of it, along with more water, and setting it to boil.
I see.
Before she starts adding what looks like granite pebbles to it.
Graham is gonna watch with curiosity on this. He wants to try to see how she's going about doing this. I guess that'd be perception. Would that be perception, medicine, or what the hell? What the hell do I roll, Dusty?
I'd say medicine, probably. Oh. It seems that these pieces of rock seem to be a combination of quartz and lead.
Interesting combination.
And she is using the hot spoons to, well, stir against them and then press against them to get them to fracture but not break completely, letting the heat do the rest of that. Before adding more ingredients. Some dark dried what looks like moss.
In other words, she's just making a giant jar of like.
Is it death marmalade?
Something you shouldn't eat.
you'll have to see the finished project. You'll have to see the finished product that can what probably maybe survive magic fire, as was requested. And all she said was, "I'll go get my salt." And to her credit, she does add 4 cups of salt. My God. Before continuously adding small pinches of other things. And then tosses in duck feathers. But the roiling cauldron has turned a pitch darkness, and it looks like tar with the consistency of water, and the feathers vanish.
Because Grab was gonna be like, you know what? I can just like fill the sheath of my sword with this shit.
She's going to lean over the cauldron and sniff it.
Graham is going to assume that she's basically immune to all poisons at this point.
Not a bad speculation. Then, for the finishing touches, she is going to add pickles and potatoes. Before violently ramming the mixing spoon into the pot as if trying to stab it to death.
Oh.
Interesting.
Before adding 3 more potatoes, this time in a net. And after they've boiled for a few minutes, fishing them out and putting them in a bowl. The potatoes are leaking a now purple liquid, which she will hand to Grab. Here you go.
Ah, poisonous potato, I see.
Actually, potato works as a filter.
Ah. Graham will take this with gloved hand and put it into his bag of holding.
You have now gained 5 uses of a magic resistant poison.
Yay! I've stacked more damage onto.
The poison itself can, well, as stated, coat your blade 5 times, and it does an additional 5d6 damage.
Oh, holy shit!
She is a poison savant, but she is a little odd. She's a little odd. The poison was the reason that Morath won that fight against the Chimera.
I see why now.
Yes.
Alright, I guess I need to add this to my inventory.
Yes. She's looking at everyone else expectantly. Does anyone want soup? I made it just now. I made it.
I will
let me
take
shake his.
soup.
Oh
Let me-
boy!
let me shake his
Reaching
head.
for the ladle.
And let me shake his head as he continues petting the possum. No, thank you. I'm not hungry right now.
Oh, Dwayne! I've been missing you. Possum resumes hissing.
Enemy looks at the possum. The possum seems to be mad at you, ma'am.
Cannot imagine why.
Dusty, whenever I apply the poison to my weapon, how long does that last?
Oh, it just lasts one use, basically
Okay.
one swing.
One attack, yeah.
All right.
How many times can you
So
coat the
after
poison?
it has been potato filtered.
How many times can you coat the poison until it runs out? Or is it a
5
one-time
times.
use? Ah, okay.
He
Cool.
has enough for 5 coats, basically.
Oh.
However, there is now a knocking at the door.
Oh no.
I don't think we were expecting more company.
No, you weren't.
Graham will go answer. Well, he'll go up to the door and put an ear to it to see if he can't hear if they're saying anything. Let's see.
Nope, you don't hear anything, but...
Hang on.
Okay, fair enough.
How about now? Make out any noises or sounds on the other side of the door before I go ahead and open this. Unless there's like a peephole or something, then Graham looks out that.
There isn't a peephole, but you do hear, like, the shuffling of armor.
Shuffle, shuffle.
Well, that's not good. Well, Graham is going to go ahead and ready an action before he opens the door. He'll first of all he'll just kind of keep his sword behind the door so it's out of sight, but he's gonna have it lit up and he's gonna be prepared to strike if these people are assholes.
On the other side is a singular person that seems sort of familiar, but not entirely.
Good familiar or bad familiar?
Orzhov Insurance Man familiar. Who looks surprised to see you. Wait, hold on.
Graham's glare intensify. Let's see. Will Graham, for the first time ever, be intimidating? The answer is no.
Oh my.
That was almost a 20.
That was so close. We were so close to perfection.
Graham is slightly he's slightly more intimidating than your average civilian.
What? He's going to look at a note like, is this the right address? What the hell?
No, go away.
Wait, hold on. I can't just leave like that. I'm here to...
Sure you can.
Go away, or I shall taunt you a second time.
No. Hold on. I'm just here, to...
It is the same one, right?
No, it seems to be a different one.
Okay, so it was not the same one that was part of the pair?
It is not.
Okay.
And...
Otherwise, Nim would be attacking.
Alright, and Graham, roll insight. You can tell that there's Oh, don't worry. There is a modifier for your circumstance that I've already applied, and no. Looking at this man, and seriously, this man's a fake.
A fake?
Someone dressed up like an Orzhov insurance man.
Who is?
All right. I'm gonna ask you once and only once, nicely, to leave.
Well, hold on. Let's be reasonable about this. I am merely here to deliver a letter.
All right. Then you can put it down and leave.
Is there someone in this residence who is an associate of a Bouclair?
Look, Graham will show his old Orzhov emblem. I know you're a fake. Again, I'm giving you one chance to leave without trouble.
Yep. He's going to put down a letter and leave. In a hurry.
Graham will pick up said letter because he assumes that this was only a ploy to get inside to do whatever the fuck he was going to do.
You're not wrong.
He will close the door and he'll I guess he'll call Cray over because Cray will be able to help him. Wait, I don't think did Cray ever answer if Cray came to this place or not?
Yes,
no,
he
did.
did. Yes.
So Graham will
Grandma looked at him and Cray paced out.
Graham is going to look over this thing just to make sure it's not like magically fucking booby trapped with like an explosion glyph or some bullshit like that, because Graham knows those things exist.
Yep.
I guess that would be Arcana to try to.
That would be correct.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The good news is it's probably not booby trap, so it's probably a very low roll.
And then Graham explodes into a puff of smoke.
Well, the letter is thankfully not trapped as you open it.
All right, what's the letter say?
It is inviting Miss Eris to a young noble's up-and-coming tea party.
Well, this doesn't sound like a trap at all.
Tea party.
Well, no, she just happened to just tell us about a story about a princess and a poisoned potato, and now this. Graham is like, we should definitely be ignoring this, shouldn't we? As he looks to Cray and hands it over to him.
With profound apologies for their kerfuffle beforehand.
Ray just looks at it, takes it, reads it, sets it aside.
Any opinions at all?
On this invitation that we're not involved in?
I'm saying we should probably ignore this and not give this to her. Maybe Morath would want to take her But I feel like this is a terrible idea.
I agree. I'll give it to Morath if he wants to take her. That's his decision. But I'm pretty sure anyone who invites her to tea doesn't know what she's capable of.
Oh no, I think this was this was the person that she just told whenever she was giving story time about why Morath why she had to stop doing her work. I'm pretty sure this is that person, the one who made the poison potato. Which makes me feel like this is even more so than normal would be a terrible fucking idea.
Well, I'm not taking her anywhere. So at the very least, we are ignoring that part.
And we turn around and she's gone.
And we just
Graham
cheer
will-
down the hall. Yeah!
Graham will pick up the letter
And then a window crashes and
put it in his bag of holding to give Morath later.
It's just got her a perfect hole of her shape with her on a broomstick.
No, writing in the cauldron. Fuck brooms. This is a cauldron witch. This is a cauldron.
Cauldron witches can still have brooms.
Does she have a sledgehammer?
She might.
That she uses to, you know, climb over obstacles and stuff in her cauldron?
See what you're doing.
Witch hand, if the witching hands, is it?
I'm afraid she does not. She is an old lady. She cannot climb in such an unorthodox fashion. It's very hard on her elbows. It's
I feel like her cauldron is like the pet mimic, but in the shape of a cauldron.
a mimic that is immune to poison and heat.
So Graham will go back to checking on.
Actually, I do think
keeping
that
an eye on
mimics
the
are
old
immune
woman.
to poison from the get-go.
I do think that's correct as well. But yes, Graham will go find the old lady again. He's hoping that at least someone is keeping an eye on her.
Markov can keep an eye on her. But at a distance.
At a distance.
At a distance.
Alright. So, is it just Markov, or is Nim and Silver also in the room? As perhaps keeping a distance from this woman is also a safe thing to do.
Yeah, Nim and Silver are gonna go with them.
Alright.
Alright, so what happens next on our grandma babysitting adventure?
Well, I assume Markov is just observing her. Markov, apart from concern, you are incredibly bored. I'm going to have to ask you to roll me a constitution save to stay awake.
Oh God! Well, congratulations. You've just been spoon-fed poison.
No, he's still in his hazmat suit.
Yes, like she couldn't possibly take off the head part of it.
I'm trying to alleviate concern, Graham.
I'd prefer he have full concern.
Now everyone else is like elsewhere, right? How far, might I ask?
Well, Graham would only have stayed away until like as soon as basically sent away the person and talked to Cray. He would have come back to check on the old woman.
She is cooking, and she now has a larger cauldron on the stove. However, there is a lot of fire under that cauldron, and she is standing on a ladder. She's
Interesting. Graham, at the very most, is just gonna be ready to like grab her off the ladder if it catches fire or she like falls.
And meanwhile, Markov is laying motionless on the floor.
play. Marco, what happened? Oh, he's asleep. So you are also joining Markov in grandma babysitting.
Yes. Graham will keep an ear on her, but he'll probably work on maintaining his equipment, sharpening the blade of his sword.
All right.
That kind of thing. To kind of keep himself from doing what Markov did and falling asleep.
Then I'm going to ask you for a perception check.
As he's keeping an ear on her just to make sure, you can tell a lot of anything that's going to happen to her happening from sound.
Yes.
Not great, but not terrible.
There's the hiss and roiling of the cauldron and fire. And her continuously mixing and beating something inside the cauldron, and more fire. Wait, hold on. The fire sounds lighter now.
Wait. Whatever she's doing inside the cauldron seems to be making the fire bigger.
Yes.
Graham will be like, "What you working on there?"
Oh, trying to make a new solvent. See, it is a reactant, generally.
But how is it affecting what's underneath the cauldron?
Well, it's evaporating a little bit, I think. And then she looks down. Oh, right, fire! As the fire is almost reaching the top of the cauldron now.
The hem of her dress is
like,
smoldering.
Maybe you should ease up a little bit on that before you burn the lab down.
She is going to reach over the counter, grab an entire container of nutmeg, and still in the container, pitch it into the cauldron.
Well, Graham is just not having any luck with any of his rolls today.
Well, at least you're awake. At least you're...
Graham is like, just like, this isn't like her like cooking like a fucking like fire elemental somehow, is it?
You're not sure. Whatever that is making the fire somehow on the other side of a thick metal cauldron soar to life.
Graham is going to be like, you didn't throw anything magical and living in there, did you?
Potatoes.
Well, that could literally mean anything. to this woman.
But it does seem like whatever this fire is really wants to get at that pot. Like, really wants to get inside that cauldron. It's like fire trying to leap onto fuel.
Is there any way I can convince you to not potentially explode the house? Because that fire seems to be really reaching for whatever you have in that cauldron.
I fix.
Oh,
and
yeah.
she starts like smashing the container of nutmeg inside, and so rapidly the whatever is inside this cauldron starts to resemble oatmeal, and the fire seems to lose interest as it shrinks back down to a reasonable level.
What are you making exactly?
Well, I was making an accelerant that is very reactive to things, but now I'm making breakfast.
I see. Graham is still super confused about how it affected the fire through the cauldron. This is baffling Graham to such a degree. I'm assuming that since he already rolled to try to figure out what the fuck was going on with Arcana, he can't actually do that again.
You can continue to observe and roll again, but this is... What the hell is this?
Graham also fears slightly for his sanity if he tries to comprehend what the fuck she's doing too intensely.
Try to comprehend the ways of a swamp hag.
He's like, I have an interest in this, but I don't want to think too much about it because it probably isn't good for my sanity. like trying to watch Nim cook.
Yes.
It's fascinating. It's mysterious, but it'll just drive you crazy if you try.
Roll away.
It won't drive you crazy. You won't see it.
You think that someone trying to observe something that cannot really be seen wouldn't drive them crazy eventually if they were intent on understanding it?
She's stirring and tossing these other items in. There's something else going on. You feel magic. Druid magic.
Oh, I'm sorry, what now?
This old lady has levels in druid in this.
Strange. I would have thought that would be a Gruul or a Selesnya thing.
And she seems to be enchanting her ingredients.
That explains why the poisons are deadly is all shit. Interesting.
So, well, some things make a little more sense now. As for how these combinations are coming together, you're suspecting she just kept doing it through trial and error until she found something that worked. That or there's some usable madness she's developed.
You know what? I would like to mana percept her.
By all means, roll away.
Since I use hearing, that's right. Do I what's the thing for the mana perception?
If you have your miscellaneous modifier on your stealth, move it to perception and roll a sense. Different ones give you different information.
As I'm just trying to see if she actively has a mana ability going. I guess I can.
Yeah, any of your senses can tell you that.
Yeah. I guess it's hearing and it just be trying to see if I have literally anything on this written down. I do not, it seems. So I just roll perception, or do I get any pluses to that?
If you're good with the sense that you're using, you can roll advantage with it, and different senses will give you different feelings of the mana.
All right.
It's basically your primary sense leading the other ones.
Of goddamn course. Well, unless she's hiding her mana ability, actively hiding her mana, I guess it's still good enough because it seems to only be either you're looking or.
Well, I don't think you added your +2 to it, so that does help a little bit.
Oh, so I also get the my proficiency bonus?
It's a miscellaneous modifier that is outside your proficiency.
Okay.
That you can swap between stealth if you're hiding your mana, or perception if you're detecting mana.
Okay, so 14. That's one less than I would have liked, but not terrible.
Yep. No, you do feel mana from this old lady.
Ah, so
Those
she
mana
is
beans?
using a mana ability, which is why she seems to defy all logic.
Yep.
That also
You
implies that she was a fairly high level in whatever guild she was in before.
Yep. You can hear strange sounds. You can hear wind, leaves rustling, and the chittering of some animals from her.
Graham is gonna be like, "What guild were you in?"
She's going to pause her potion and just like look up before shrugging.
My first guess would have been Selesnya, potentially, mostly because of the druid thing.
Live with my family now until they put me behind a shop, and then I did the shopping, and then my grandson came to get me. I don't remember many things.
Actually, that's a good question. Does Morath look anything like this old woman?
He is a kobold, but his color is pretty different.
What would I roll to know if that's normal in a kobold family?
Nature?
Because I'm trying to see if Graham's like I wonder if did Morath at like some early point in his life like kidnap his like this woman to make poisons for him or something? Oh my god, Dad! Are you kidding?
Don't worry, you have other party members that you can ask this question.
Graham isn't interested enough to necessarily ask this of other people. He's just like, he seems to be taking care of her, and she definitely seems to have been in some kind of potential trouble, so Graham is choosing to trust Morath.
And kobolds do come in a lot of colors.
They do. Graham's just like, yes, kobolds come in more than one color. I know this.
And it is her grandson, so it's a little distant.
Graham is just like, I don't know enough about kobolds to make any guesses about this.
A bowl is slightly being pressed against your cheek. It has the mash inside it.
Graham is just gonna be like, no thanks, I'm not really hungry right now. Internally, he's like, I don't feel like putting my rabbit resistance to poison to the test.
Oh yeah, I forgot you have that.
Yep, I have advantage on rolling to resist poison, but if I'm poisoned, then I'm basically at disadvantage for getting over it.
Mm-hmm.
And Graham is like, I don't really, I feel like I'm not doing, I feel like today is not a great day to be pushing things.
She's going to put it on the floor before, like, nudging it under the table. Silver slinks away from it. It's like watching it to make sure it doesn't move.
And then it does.
Nim slinks closer to it.
Smells like oatmeal. And even though she dumped a lot of nutmeg in there with the container, all you can smell is cinnamon and milk. However, Silver is like starting to grab at your tail and tug.
Nim wrinkles his nose and spits out a radiant bolt at the bowl.
The bowl is struck. The contents fly everywhere.
You poisoned the entire party through contact with poison.
Oh no! He didn't like my breakfast. Oh well, I make meat next time. Oh, I make a stew with lots of potato.
Why does she like potatoes so much?
Who can say? It seems to filter her poison into a usable format. It seems to.
Graham is a little too curious. He's gonna be like, so what's up with the potatoes?
Potatoes are wonderful. They revitalize the soil. They grow very easily. And they're great filters. You can't go wrong with a potato.
What exactly is the potato filtering out?
Yeah, lots of extra stuff. Look! She will dunk the potato into the cauldron, fish it out, and inside the potato are all the fragments of the former container of nutmeg. You'll see, it catches it.
I see.
This old lady might be some kind of potato mancer.
Potato man. Graham couldn't believe it.
But look! And she's going to fill another bowl and then hold it upside down, but this questionable porridge does not fall out of the bowl. You see how powerful it is? Even
Nim
upside
shooting
down, it
another
stays in the
radiant bolt
bowl.
Nim shoots another bolt at it.
The bowl flies away, throwing its contents in every direction again. Young man, I have a complaint.
Sorry. Nim has a...
I do too. You are using way too many seasonings in this. Where is you are overpowering all of the flavors with just cinnamon. What the hell is wrong with you?
I didn't put cinnamon in there.
Oh, there was definitely cinnamon in there, lady.
Then I need to throw in something else. Perhaps a tomato.
No! That does no. Nim's about ready to do to this lady's kitchen what he did to Lockett's or Markov's.
Oh no!
Graham will be like, Nim. Let's not. Just let the woman cook her food. Therefore, she's not cooking these things for the same reason you cook them.
Now, Markov, I'm going to ask you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Why is Markov?
Because she noticed Markov just slumped on the floor. She reaches into her pocket, grasps a potato, and throws it at Markov. Eat your potassium.
Potassium, what?
Something just smacked you in the head, and you're awake now. Oh my God, you're awake.
Jack, give him Crane. Markov starts flailing on the ground.
Now, Nim, what did you just fireball? The wicked cauldron of foulness?
No. Instead, he is going to groan as he stands up, move over, push the cauldron away, and bring out his dishes. Okay, if you're going to cook, I am going to at least show you how to make something tasty.
Oh
If you're going to kill somebody, you might as well make sure that they have a good last meal.
What?
Graham is actually okay with this, as long as he doesn't have to eat it. Graham will just be like, I call dibs on not being the taste tester.
Markov, get over here, you're taste testing.
What? Why am I taste testing? I'm not taste testing her food, am I?
Markov, get over here.
Now you have an old woman and Nim who are going to force feed you this stuff potentially.
Okay, now, let's start off with the poison. The soup, as you call it. Where is it?
It's just soup.
Okay,
It's
great.
right here.
Okay, great. He's gonna sniff at it.
Make me a con saving throw.
Remember, we were told very specifically not to eat or sniff or come in physical contact with anything that she makes.
Thankfully, it burns your nose, but you're all right. It's like, it's really spicy. Oh my god, it's spicy. It's like a ghost pepper was just shoved in your nose. Oh, your eyes are tearing.
Doesn't Nim have a fear of spicy foods at this point?
No.
Or at least a deep dislike of them after what happened to him last time?
One sec. No, he does not. He is A-okay with spicy, done right. This is just appalling. It is offensive rather than, terrifying. Okay, that is way too much. You need to cut back, maybe just a little bit of this, and we're gonna make a whole new thing here. You like potatoes, so we'll make a nice potato soup. And he is just going to start pulling out ingredients and very slowly directing her on how to make a very good potato soup, which then she can add a little bit of her thing too. And he is very firm about a little bit.
She is observing, but every now and then her attention seems to drift a little off.
Why do I get the feeling that this person is? Why is Morath's grandmother like giving me like Raylel vibes?
Nim is not doing the cooking. And every time she stops, he gives her a nip.
Oh no. I'm looking.
I don't really know where to go with this from here, aside from just that is what they're doing.
Hey, she got something out of him.
The first that anybody has gotten in a bit.
We just need to skip ahead to when Morath is forced to taste it.
Yep.
Oh no, it's Markov that's taste testing.
Am I ready? Am I ready to taste test?
Markov.
Element's here, right?
Oh. Oh my.
Good, because Markov may need some help with saving throws.
If you guys were really afraid of the food, I can just cure it. I have purified food and drink.
No, the whole point here is making sure that the poison isn't noticeable in there. We don't want the poison gone.
Oh,
oh my god.
Excuse me? No, I'm not taste testing that. That sounds awful.
Mark, are you trying to kill me? What? No. Wait, yes.
The answer that question for Nim is yes.
Nim, I thought we were friends.
Don't worry, we can bring you back.
No longer homies.
Yeah, but I don't want to be brought back to life. I mean, I do want to be brought back to life in case that event
well,
happens,
I mean,
but I don't want that event to happen
if you
soon.
don't want to be brought back to life, then we can just let you die. I would rather bring you back to life, but okay. That is your wish. I will respect your DNR.
Thanks.
Do not revivify.
Do not resuscitate.
No, do not revivify.
Revivify?
That's the spell that...
Yeah. I got what you meant.
So
I
yeah,
do not wanna
probably a
eat-
couple
I don't
hours
wanna-
later, Nim is going to present Markov with a bowl. Eat it or it'll feed you.
Markov grabs a spoonful of the soup, looks back at Nim, looks back at the spoon, looks back at Nim, looks back at the soup. Blows on it through his blows on it through his hazmat suit, and then just tries to eat.
I would like you to explain how you blow on it through a hazmat.
No,
suit.
he's not blowing it. Like he's just wearing the hazmat suit, and then just like nothing's happening.
Near Marco, by the way, so he does have a bonus for his saving throws.
All right.
Then Markov the spoon just touches the hazmat suit as soup just starts falling down on the hazmat suit. Scrumptious. Thanks, Nim.
Get that off.
No.
Oh no.
I will burn it off.
Please don't. This is a gift from Raylel.
Well, then take it off.
Markov takes off one glove.
No, take off the hat, helmet, whatever you
I'm
call
not taking off
that
the hood.
part. The
I'm not
hood.
taking off the hood.
You gotta try a spoonful.
No. Unless you try it with me.
If you survive, all is forgiven.
All is forgiven. What have I done?
Your kitchen.
Then you're not forgiven. You're punished for what you'd done to kitchens previously.
We fixed it was just the one kitchen. We fixed that though.
You
We
know,
remodeled the
Nim's
kitchen.
got a death wish, so why not? He's gonna take a lick of the bowl.
Okay. Now, Nim. I'm going to have to ask you for a Constitution saving throw. And that's with a +4 from Element. So, I am now going to ask you, call high or low.
Low.
Congratulations. Instead of being poisoned, you've just turned into a potato.
You feel something catch in your chest, and you start to cough. And cough hard. Before collapsing forward. Wheezing.
But
And
how
part of
did
you
it
and
taste?
part of you it is scrumptious. However, when you get up, something's different. As you have gained both temporary hit points and the haste condition.
Well, that was actually really good. Sorry, let me do that again. Wow, that was really good. Can I have some more? I really should have some more. I mean, that was really actually very good. I'm really impressed with your how quickly your cooking skills improved there.
Oh, wonderful! People don't trust it, but it's really good for you. Have more potato. Have more potato.
All right, Markov, it's your turn to go ahead and try it now. So go ahead and get that hood off and go ahead and give it a bite.
I'm guessing there's a chance for it to have been a bad effect or a good effect, and Nim got lucky.
Markov slowly takes off his hood, puts it on the table, and proceeds to take a little sip of soup.
Alright, I'm going to ask you for the con save also. Very nice. Now call high or low.
We're gonna go with high.
Alright. You feel a very similar sensation as your lungs stop completely. And no amount of effort from you will make them start again.
Hazmat!
I mean, the soup's great, but oh my god, your lungs, you can't breathe. You feel like they're gonna burst. You collapse to the ground before you feel fantastic. You feel
Holy smokes!
your lungs finally move, and they are filled with. Oh my god. Oh, maybe it's just maybe it's just the adrenaline from almost dying, but yeah, this is great actually. You feel fantastic, as you have also gained 20 temporary hit points.
Wow, Cray, you need to really try this. Where's Cray? Nim, do you know where Cray is at the moment?
I don't know where Cray is, but we could have Graham try it. Graham, get on over here. Come try it. It's really good.
Graham, I'll help you. As Markov opens,
You
Graham's
have
mouth
witnessed
wide open.
you have witnessed two people collapse to the ground and almost seizure before getting up, saying like, "Wow, this is great actually."
I'm gonna go ahead and go with no on that.
No, Markov is holding Graham's mouth open. Go on, Nim, follow it in.
Graham
Go on, give it a try.
Graham is not going to let you hold his mouth open.
Nim is moving behind Graham to trip him if he tries to back away.
Oh my
from...
god, they're working against
Graham
you.
isn't gonna back away. He's just gonna be like Markov, and then sword point.
As soon as Graham opens his mouth.
Oh, alright, make a ranged attack, and Graham roll a dexterity save.
For no praise in the rafters.
Observing this madness as two of your party members almost look like they just died before revitalizing.
Cold sweat, hoping no one finds him.
Graham is going to kill Markov for this. If he okay, so what am I? I'm rolling. What was it? Dexterity save to not get food thrown in my mouth.
Yes.
Well.
All right, Nim, make a
You're
ranged
eating
attack.
soup.
Make a ranged attack.
No, it had to be Markov because Nim is behind Graham.
That is true.
Oh, all right. All right, Markov, make a ranged attack.
Okay. Is that just throw us?
Also, I don't feel like Nim is capable of throwing things.
Would that just be a strength check or a dexterity check or what do I?
Probably a dex check.
Dex plus proficiency, so put +4 in the adjustment box in the bottom left, and
Roll
then
dex.
roll dex.
Okay.
Though actually, I guess we could make arguments for this being a thrown attack. So it would
it's
probably
just
use
like,
strength instead.
It's mostly like what would I like? How do I set click to go and do set action?
So whichever one would be higher, dex or strength.
Actually, Graham, are you by element? You might get a +4 to your. You might be getting a +4 to your save.
As Graham, as someone has been here to, as Element has been hanging around while this is happening. Yes, I should. So.
No, Element's on the other side of the table.
All right, Element, are you consenting to this chaos?
Of course not. But could you describe the scene to me one more time?
Two people have collapsed to the ground after trying the soup, clutching their chests and spasming as if they couldn't breathe, before getting up and saying that soup was fine. That soup was excellent. And now they're trying to feed it to Graham.
And now they're like jumping around like they're hopped up on crack.
Alright, this is just a test. This is the test to see if I'm actually rolling the correct dice.
Right.
Enemy is gonna try to apprehend one of these people.
All right. Nim is behind, and Markov is the one trying to feed it to Graham. All right. So that was just your dexterity check.
Yeah,
Okay, so I am throwing the wrong die.
Enemy is gonna try to pin Markov. Should I do a strength check for that?
Athletics check.
Athletics.
Versus his athletics or acrobatics. Oh no, Markov, you're getting grabbed. You're getting...
Oh. Acrobatics time. No, we're going with athletics.
Acrobatics or athletics?
We're going with athletics.
Oh my god. He breaks 3!
What does haste do? I forget what it does.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, you're hasted also.
Technically, Element would not have been able to do anything here.
No?
We're moving too fast for that.
We're only seeing the past images. He did 20 steps before.
Anyways,
Let's see. It gives them a +2 to AC, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and an additional action each turn. So these guys are quick. These guys are quick. However, that is advantage on dexterity throws. Oh.
What?
So yes, I assume you're continuing with the soup.
Yeah.
All right. Roll it away.
And it's what am I rolling again?
I believe since it's thrown, you could roll strength +4, which is your proficiency.
Yep. Damn it.
Haha!
With elements, with the aid of elements.
He didn't roll his strength.
Oh.
Yeah, I just rolled a random d20 because I didn't know
Put a
how
4.
to do.
Click the little modifier box in the bottom.
At the very bottom left is the modifier box.
All I
put
see
a 4
is
in there.
you can actually put in a 4 because I just see +2 and +5.
No, to the left of to the left of where advantage and disadvantage is, that's where you put in a custom modifier.
Okay.
You press it and then select your number.
You just click on it, type the number, so click it, press 4.
Okay.
Yep.
And then on your sheet, roll strength.
Okay. Well, that's not right.
You wouldn't have. I don't think you'd have. You wouldn't have advantage.
No, that's what I was saying. That's not right.
Oh, all right. That should have gone away now.
Roll again.
Also, you didn't add the 4.
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to all I here. I will share screens.
All right.
And show you what thing I see.
I will observe this. All right. Very bottom left, where the 0 is. Click on the 0 and press a 4.
Oh, now I feel stupid. Okay.
Okay. Now roll strength.
Oh, now I just rolled a random die. Hee hee.
Oh my god.
And that's without 4.
That's because you rolled a random d20.
Okay, we'll just go with that. 25. There.
I was just gonna say miss.
All right, fine.
Works.
All right. Grab.
I butchered the hell out of that.
Roll me a con save with advantage.
Wait, con save? Oh, right, because poison.
Sorry, Graham.
They have fed you the soup forcefully. All right, now high or low?
Low.
Oh my god, you guys. You feel much the same thing. Your chest seizes, your breath becomes short, and if one of them doesn't catch you, you are falling to the ground. You probably have some choice words that you'd like to tell them with your last breath.
Yes. Can I would like to I would like to smite Markov, please. with my dying breath.
Swing away.
Let's see. Wrathful smite. Let's see. Where is my character? So I can drop this on him. There he is. Actually, wait, I don't have the haste effect yet, do I?
Not yet. Not yet.
And unfortunately, I don't have time to activate the flame tongues, so... Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me?
So what's going
You
on
are
right now?
current. Graham is using the last of his strength to try to smite Markov, but his strength is failing and he collapses. Before, thankfully, feeling a-okay. Probably none too happy, but it's not so bad actually.
Well,
see, it was really good, wasn't it?
Graham is going to go ahead and apply his were-rabbit curse to himself.
Okay. Graham suddenly starts getting a lot bigger, and so does his sword.
Oh, what?
What the hell?
And all you see in his eyes is bloody murderous rage.
What the hell is going on?
Element did it.
It was really tasty, wasn't it?
All Element's idea.
Silver is also crawling forward to lap the bowl, before similarly collapsing and convulsing. Bark.
So Graham casts Hex on himself, and he's gonna take another swing.
Markov, it was a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
If you survive, Graham will forgive you. If you die, well, he did tell you not to. So he'll also use his bonus action to flame up the sword.
That connects. Just barely.
Well, there's the first round of damage.
Jesus.
38 damage.
Whomp.
And assuming that you survive that, you also need to do a wisdom save.
Okay. Hey, we're good at these.
All right, you're not frightened.
You feel that some of those positive vibes that Soup was giving you are not there anymore.
Ow.
And Graham will put his sword away and just be like, "Don't ever do that again."
No promises.
What a nice couple.
We're a friendly group here.
What a...
Markov then puts his hazmat suit back on.
Silver also like seems concerned about the soup and is pondering a second lick. But like
Before Silver can do anything with the soup, his enemy is gonna grab it and toss it away from him.
No more of
Silver
his
already
soup.
grabbed some.
Yeah, Silver was pondering the second lick. Like, on one hand, the fear of actual true death. On the other hand, soup. Tasty soup. And he's fine afterwards, so maybe.
And Graham will dismiss the his curse off himself and return to normal.
Old grandma looks over to Nim. They love it. They love the soup. I should give this to everybody.
Like I
Ma'am,
said,
please
if
don't.
you make it good, people will actually be happy about it.
I think this is the best soup I have ever made. This is the...
Nim, don't encourage her. This was madness.
I was fine with this until they decided to try to force feed me.
But it was good, right?
Technically, yes, the soup was tasty.
Yes, but any joy of a tasty soup was ruined whenever it was force fed.
But it was tasty, right?
Bram will just be like, whatever enjoyment I might have gotten from however it tasted was overruled by blind rage and fury.
Silver liked
you
the
like
soup.
the soup.
Silver's doing a little jig. Silver's doing, and doesn't seem to mind the crazy druid quite so much anymore. However, there is another round of knocking at the door.
Bram will be like, I'll go get it.
And
Zips off as he still has haste on.
Yes, he does.
So he'll open he'll have basically a similar thing as last time. He's like, what do you want?
It's Morath. Oh, hey, Graham.
You're back
what?
sooner than I expected.
Are you good? Are you?
Technically, yes, but I'm pissed off.
What happened? Wait. He sniffs there. No smoke. And the place seems to still be in one piece. You don't look like you're dying.
Nim taught your grandma how to cook. And then they force fed me some. And now I'm like this.
Oh.
The foot seems to have hasted him. And that means there's as he approaches the door.
Oh.
Element, try it.
No.
Oh, are you
Stay
forcing
away.
Element to try soup?
Stay away from me.
Don't know.
One
Element
of
refuses.
us. One
Nim,
of us.
Nim, just tell me the word as Markov cracks his knuckles.
That's wrong.
His
It's
neck.
one of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Enemy.
One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Did my grandma turn into cultists? What the hell?
Enemy's gonna take out his beard and ready magic weapon on it. I swear, if you come any closer, I will stab you.
I've already been smited today. That's nothing.
I will double smite you.
Okay, I'll stop then.
What nice children they are. Look how they get along.
Cray!
Cray awaits
Where is Cray?
in the rafters.
In the rafters. Staying
Cray!
very out of sight.
Cray, 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 cray. Cray, 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 cray.
But nobody came.
Oh.
Wow, you guys are. I mean, I figured you'd do well. I really didn't know what I was expecting. It definitely wasn't this.
Graham will hand Morath the lead. Oh yeah, I personally think it was a trap, but I don't really know.
He's going to he's going to replay your words in his head in a slower pitch and like nod before reading it. Right? I need a deeper Claire. All right, I've got to take care of this. Good luck, guys.
You need any help?
You want to murder a child?
How awful is this child?
This child has been being adopted into family after family, but each of the families the child gets adopted into has a mysterious death.
Sounds pretty murder worthy to me.
Yep. However, recently she seems to have gone missing. Looks like she's surfaced again in a noble's house this time. I'm gonna take care of this. Unless someone wants to come with.
I'd be okay with this.
And he's going to look inside.
I need to take my rage out on something.
All right. Hey, the rest of you. You want to murder a kid?
No thanks.
Mass murderer kid. Not normal kid.
Context, please. How?
This kid stabbed my grandma with a screwdriver once after buying poison from her.
Oh, okay.
And then used this poison on every family that's adopted her so that she could get adopted by a better family.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Yep, like it's pretty murder worthy.
Yep.
God damn, that's hard to do.
Yes.
I don't know. It's still a kid. They could still like become a better person later on.
Body count?
I think
don't think so.
I think once you mass murdered multiple families, I think that's a long. I think you're beyond redemption.
I'll come along for the adventure, but I'm not gonna shank a kid.
Don't worry, I can handle that.
All right.
Oh, a party! Oh, right. Sure, you can come too, Grandma. Maybe taking care of some personal business will do something for your mind. Your Grandma, you remember Bouclair? Oopsie doopsie. Bad girl. Yes, yeah. That's generally correct. All right, let's go.
I have a very important question. How long is Graham and the others gonna be hasted for?
Only about I believe the standard amount of time is to 1 minute, so it doesn't last that long. Out of combat, anyway.
Oh, thank God.
So that pleasant buzz probably wears off.
How about the temporary hit points? How long does that last?
Those are sticking around for a while. Those are sticking around. And Elena, who has been the quiet observer, walks over to heal Markov's shoulder, which took a fucking smite. There.
Thanks.
Oh my god. That... I mean, I didn't know what I'd expect from today, but this is definitely not it.
Graham will also be like, sorry that you had to that you saw that, Elena.
No, I suppose I should have intervened. I was more like I'm just here to make sure that Nim and Silver are good. And somehow, yeah, I truly have no words. The world remains full of mysteries.
Question: do you think this is gonna impact Nim's the effects of that potion would impact Nim's recovery?
I'm checking his stitches. They're fine somehow. Somehow, whatever was in that soup it gave him more vitality.
Nim is legitimately feeling good about himself.
Yeah. You've turned potentially poison into medicinal food.
He turned something bad into something good. Maybe there is reason for him to stick around.
Yes, the long con worked. Yes, the long con. Hence, note, I really wanted Nim to go along with this. I even let Elena come along just so that he'd go.
Yeah.
My long con has worked. My long con.
Graham would have been fine if they maybe a little bit more testing. Let's test this on the ducks and see if there's any horrible side effects. Or something along those lines before he tried it. He's just really pissed off that he's no, and you guys force fed him.
Yes. As is reasonable.
What a waste of 2 magic slots. Smacking Mark.
You gave him a hell of a wallop. I'll give you that.
That's just my me.
As another carriage, as Morat leaves to get another carriage for the party to take them to Bouclair's tea party.
Wait, we're actually going to the tea party? Alright.
To kill a mass murdering child, but you've said that you'd rather not partake in the act.
I'm not gonna partake in the act, but I will come with. Right?
I'm glad Luckett is coming with us. I mean Markov.
Yes. And this is a very, very fancy estate. And when I say fancy, I mean fancy in the way a little girl would imagine, because there is cake. There is pink everywhere. It looks like everything was bejeweled. And when I say bejeweled, I mean like cheap. Anything that would be shiny has been pasted all over. And it is like glitter pink. And it is
I'm sorry, this thing is burned down immediately.
varying shades of bright pink decorate the house. They are the house. Even the guard's uniform have a pink tabard with a unicorn on them as the symbol.
So it's very clear that she's already murdered her family and taken over.
That or the nobles have gone fashion blind and committed fashion suicide.
I'm more surprised that the guards have stayed on it. Servants are one thing, but like military people, like guards.
Well, do you ask?
Sure, Graham will be like, why? Just why?
Because why not?
They frown deeply and say, she's really Weasley, you could say. I've never met such a terrifying child before, but she knows where my folks live.
I see.
Usually I find this story to be kind of ridiculous, but with all of the stuff I've seen, I am not surprised anymore.
Graham is getting more and more on board for killing this child.
She said if she suspects anything, she'll poison as many water supplies as she can possibly.
Damn.
If we just keep her placated, if we just keep her placated, it'll be fine.
Graham is gonna look at these people like, why the fuck didn't you just stab this bitch?
Believe me, we tried that. It did not work.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, there's something wrong with this kid. There's something unnatural about her.
Oh. Sounds like it sounds like this is a great opportunity for us. Alright, Graham will head in.
They let you by, and a butler escorts you to a waiting room.
I'm guessing he's also garishly decked out in pink.
Yes, with a powdered wig on that is definitely not his hair.
I mean, I'm guessing he also has like the makeup, the makeup and everything on.
Yes.
Now here's the really important question: is the makeup even pink? Is the powder wig pink?
It's got a shade of it, very light shade. The powder is generally white, however, his cheeks are rosy. His hair looks like cotton candy. Some horrible clash of the powdered wig and cotton candy color.
Graham is not going to lose sleep over killing this horrible child. Not just for a fashion sense, but for all the murder to get to this point and then do this to people.
Yes.
Graham will be like, so how long is it to how close are we to getting to this tea party?
Oh, the party's just in the other room. It's still being set up. Just a little longer, if you would please. And he gestures over to the door with 2 guards sitting in front of it. That leads to what was probably once the audience chamber.
There's an audience chamber here?
This is a very large estate. Or at least it was.
Graham is just gonna be like, okay, let's get this over with. And he'll head into the room.
The party is not ready yet, sir.
Oh, I thought he was gesturing to that's where like what's her face
Oh,
is. He's like, where's our host then?
Well, he said like she's over there, but the tea party's still being set up. Unless you're gonna push past.
Well, she's in that room. Would Graham push past? Well, as he's still very angry, he'll defer to Cray for making smart choices because he's not really in the proper mindset for making smart decisions.
But would he be in the proper mindset to make the smart decision of letting Cray decide?
Oh, he's very well aware that he's not going to make smart decisions because he's already in basically just like Orzhov murder mode.
Orzhov murder mode.
So he'll just be like, yeah, Cray, I'm gonna leave the decision making up to you for now. So,
God,
like,
can't you roleplay your character?
No, he'll turn towards Cray and be like, Cray, I'm not gonna trust any decisions I'm gonna make. They're gonna be very dumb decisions. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you work out what we're gonna do.
Markov
As
can make
long
some
as
really
it ends in
good
it ends in this
decisions.
child's tyranny ending, I'm cool with it. And Cray has imploded.
He'll come back.
He'll always come.
Well, since Cray is dead,
We really can't say that because Cray half the time falls asleep in the middle of the game. Which really is him just being so very rude to you, Digi, and I apologize for that.
Totally fine.
No, it's not really
He's
fine
probably
at
got
all.
things going on.
We should really punish him.
How might we go about doing that? How might we go
I'm
Whenever
tired.
he's
He's
not-
very sleepy.
I was gonna
We
say,
can
whenever he's
make
not
him
paying
sit
attention,
in
just
the
add one
comfy
flying
chair.
sword.
Oh no.
And spank
Add-
the girl.
Add one flying sword to his inventory.
But hi, Cray. Welcome back.
He's sleepy.
Thank.
Graham has told you he doesn't trust his own decision making and wishes for you to basically keep the trouble out of party as long as it ends in this despotic evil child's downfall.
So make sure that the party gets murdered, and make sure I get to do it in the way that I think is best.
You know, how would you kill
Yep.
Markov? What would be Kray's top motive, or not motive, but way of killing Markov?
Knife.
Oh.
Grant would just point at the most dangerous technological or magical thing he could find and be like, "Hey, Markov, you want to impress Raylel? Go study that. Go unlock all of its secrets." And in true Is It fashion, you'd probably just destroy yourself.
Not even 30 minutes, Markov comes back. What's a Cthulhu?
Oh. Also, Cray, how aware of the situation are you?
In character, very. Out of character, not very.
All right. So apparently, there is an evil little girl that got a poison from the grandma a while ago, and then when the grandma realized that she was really abusing that poison by basically putting it in a potato and growing poisoned potatoes, she stabbed the grandma with a screwdriver and basically vanished into the night.
And then has murdered every family that adopts her since, until she basically until she reached the point where she's basically a princess in a garish, bedazzled, pink world of a castle.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay, where's my target?
In the next room, setting up her tea party for the party.
With 2 guards. Also, everyone who works here is basically terrified of this child, and they have attempted to kill her before.
It didn't work.
And they failed.
They have tried to stab her with swords, and they said that there's something wrong with that kid, that we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it.
Well, we are in an expert poisoner's home.
Oh, no. You have taken a carriage over to Beauclair's mansion, which is, as said, basically bejeweled, bedazzled, and pink. Every kind of pink. And the emblem is a unicorn.
Who's watching
on a
Grandma?
pink flag.
Grandma
came with the party.
Grandma came with the party. And Grandma's just like, I just want to kill the goddamn evil child and be done with this shit. I'm gonna take my rage out of being force-fed a potentially deadly potion.
Go for the eyes!
Something happened.
Oh god.
The Chaos God has awoken!
Oh no.
Uh-oh, Jaffer.
Don't piss him off.
Lay it upon me, Jaffer. Lay it.
Mm-hmm.
The Chaos God has chosen violence.
I think this is the
Extreme
real reason why
horrific
Jaffer
violence.
left the campaign, was because he tired of not being a god of chaos.
Really,
I wish
I
to
believe that.
return to I wish to return to my chaotic throne.
Oh my god.
You are allowed to deny it, Digi.
Yes. Sorry, Jaffer, but I will be denying this one because I have plans. Fun
What was
plans. Jaffer wished for the party to break through the door and she drops dead from poison.
A resplendent offering.
Oh my god.
Super cute.
Super cute? What? What is that?
Did you not see it on the screen?
No.
I did.
Oh, I see it now.
Yes. very charming. Also, thank you, Element.
Yeah, we got a custom animation for that now. And yes, thank you very much for that donation, Element.
You're welcome.
Element's trying to cut off Jaffer's supply of crowns. But the joke is on Element. Jaffer is infinite.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jaffa has millions of coins. he could throw game breakings all day long at a campaign.
You're not wrong. Didn't Jaffer say right before he left the campaign that he had the highest amount of coins of anybody?
No, he was
stream?
second.
Okay, second.
He was third, but he has since gone up to second.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a million coins.
Well, I was pretty close still.
And yes, first is Toshime.
Oh.
Where am I on this list?
Two
Where can you even
exclamation
see?
point coins in the chat.
Yeah,
It
Jaffer
literally
just
tells you your rank.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, Jaffer just did the coins command for himself. He's showing his million some odd sable crowns and the fact that he's in second place.
Remarkable.
Raharu in 15th and Moriarty in 13th. And Digi in
Here I am.
23rd.
I am surprised. I am surprised I'm actually that high.
Me too.
Not
I
too
should use these
shabby.
things. I should stop being sleepy when other games are going on.
To be fair, most donations come in from Toshime and Jaffer. And Karma is up there as well, and the rest of them kind of just fall off dramatically after that.
Makes sense.
Anyway, does the party wait or do they push through? Yes. You were asking Cray what to do.
Wait for what?
The apparently on the other side the tea party is still being set up, but she is there.
Yes, Graham will also inform Cray the fact that this little girl has basically threatened half the people here with killing their families and just poisoning every single watering hole she can find if she suspects anything weird.
So we just murder her outright.
All right, through the door I guess we go then.
Gracious me, gracious me.
Oh no, let me stealth approach at least.
Okay.
Great.
And Jaffer finishes the donation goal.
Thank you so much for that donation. Yeah, the donation goal is completed.
Now it's time for sick dunks.
Sick dunks.
Yep, I've been looking forward to this one.
I'm about to play some Wii basketball against Joe.
Is there a map for this place?
Unfortunately, there is not, as I can assure you this encounter is going to be quite quick with the way the party's going at it. And don't worry. Yet.
Don't worry yet. Your doom is delayed slightly.
So Great crouches and he walks in.
There's 2 guards sitting in front of the door. Although whether or not they'll let you in is an entirely different matter. Because the guards don't seem to care for her. They're literally just serving her because she will kill them all if they don't.
Is it well lit in here?
It's fairly well lit, and everything is sparkly because everything is bejeweled.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there's a lot of shadows for you to move around in this place.
Depends
It's
on the
probably
castle.
a little painful to even look at the walls.
It's very
Burns your
gaudy.
eyes. It is glitter pink.
You know how a disco ball looks? It's like that, but pink and everywhere.
Yeah, no, this looks like a child's fantasy.
This looks very creepy.
You can assume she's already killed her new parents and basically usurped everything.
How old is she?
That you don't know yet.
Okay.
Well, how long? Well, I guess Graham will ask Morath. Is like, how old is this girl?
She's like 11 at this point, I think. She's like,
When did she start this goddamn crusade of death?
7.
I mean, I don't know. I think it was 9. I think it was.
Well, how? Okay, well, she started this crusade of death when she bought the poison from your grandmother. How long
Yeah,
ago was that?
She was just yeah, that's probably about 2 years ago. I'm assuming she's 11. I did research on her afterwards.
I'm gonna ask my exposition voice what's up with her since they said they couldn't stab her.
Actually,
Yeah, I don't have to ask. You
actually, I
didn't
have
go.
a really good idea. I would like to use my mana perception, please, and thank you.
Yeah, I don't have to ask. You haven't gone to anybody else about this little cycle before this.
She will cause a lot of damage. We don't even know where she keeps the poison, but she's always got it.
Yeah,
And she will spread it to the public.
I feel like
If she
she's
even
just as much
suspects
of a
anything.
danger.
Sorry, what did you say, Graham?
She's like, I feel like she's just as much of a danger being left alone as she is actively provoked.
Probably. Anyway, your mana sense.
Yes.
Roll perception. And craze information, as it has as some of the inheritance has come back, has told you this child has gained a power she did not deserve.
Go on.
An outside source wanted to give her her wish, and in exchange, use her afterwards.
Probably Alan.
Now, oh my. Alright, Graham. As you listen, you can hear a soft scuttling.
Scuttling?
Yes. You can hear the sound of scuttling as there is mana coming from the other side. You can also feel hers. You can hear the pink. But there's something else on top of that. Something buried in there. Something creepy.
Lovely.
And you can also hear the sound of an insect that sounds trapped.
Yeah, guys, she has a mana ability and something else does as well in there, and is I don't know if she's using it or it's using her. Something fucky's going on there.
Could she be possessed by somebody? Because I mean, mana ability has been something that has been hidden for to the public for a while. I wouldn't imagine a 9-year-old would awaken to his or her mana ability just at random.
But yet that seems to well, like I said, there's two things in there. One thing seems to be maybe she is possessed. I don't know. But whatever is in there, it's disturbing and creepy. And she's very much just pink. But whatever's got a hand on her, whatever's over top of her mana is definitely creepy and disturbing.
Great. It has one more piece of advice for you. Ask her about food. And call Tanya. Leave the call on.
I've been informed to ask her about food and to call Tanya and to leave the call running while we ask her about food. Which is a strange set of details.
Agreed, but I guess I don't see why not.
Also, I'm going to have one of you do that, because I'm going to be preparing to stab her. From the dark. What little
Graham
dark there is.
Graham shall call Tanya, I guess.
Hello?
Yeah, we were told to just kind of keep you on the line, and we're about to ask someone a very strange question, but they wanted you to hear this?
Hold on, what are we gonna ask?
We're gonna be asking a little girl about food.
Oh, alright, hold on. Greta!
No, he said to have you on the listen in.
I mean, I can tell her about it, right?
I suppose so.
Alright, hold on. Alright, I'm ready.
Is there an alternate entrance to this room, by the way?
There seems to be 3 different entrances to the room.
Where are they?
One seems to be the regular entrance. The other 2 seem to be smaller servants' entrance, but they are also guarded and garish and pink. Everything in this house is just pink, pink, pink.
Is this a normal house or is this like a castle?
It is a large noble's estate that has been retrofitted.
Okay. So there wouldn't likely be like a top hatch to the top like a castle.
Really, no.
Okay.
So eventually the guards say that Miss Bouclair is ready to have her tea party, and if you would all step inside.
Guess we all go in, and Graham, I guess we'll all sit. Well, Graham's not gonna sit down. He's not even gonna waste the energy of standing up when they go to murder this woman or child.
At the end of a very long table is a small child in the brightest pink wedding dress you have ever seen, with a powdered wing and a tiara and makeup and fancy gloves, with a servant on either side pouring her a cup of tea. Ah, hello there. So nice to see you.
Graham can't tell where Cray is, can he?
No, Cray has split from the party. I wasn't expecting to see so many people, but it is a delight.
Arkov's gonna lean to Graham. Graham, can we drink the tea?
Do you really after everything we've heard, do you really think that's a good idea?
Oh, so you have heard about me. I wonder who said such things.
Graham was whispering. Did she actually overhear that from the other end of this long ass table?
Yes, she did.
Let's see. Graham was supposed to ask her
whispering
about
in here, your voice just bounces off of all of the bejeweling, the bedazzling, and it just echoes throughout the room. So by the time it actually reaches her, it's like a shout.
All right, well then Graham is going to be like, well then, I do believe we were supposed to ask you about food.
Oh, what a curious thing to begin with.
That was what we were supposed to, that is what Cray told us to he said ask her about food.
So, food, is it? Well,
Quick question.
Yes.
Are there windows to this room?
There are not.
God darn it.
But there is a very high ceiling and several gaudy rose quartz chandeliers. So, let us see. Ah yes, food. Well, as you have probably gathered, my primary method of taking care of people who are not quite so applicable to my reasoning is to offer them a present of food. It is a shame that it shall be their last. As for my eating habits, well, I am very particular. Every meal I take the most of 3 bites out of it before I ask for a fresh plate.
Who joined an uncall?
I don't know.
Well, Greta is going to like barrel through every goddamn building in this goddamn city to come murder this child. Graham is just curious why Tanya was supposed to be on the other end of this.
Because Greta doesn't have a Marten phone. Oh, is there anything else that you would wish to ask me? I am surprised by your appearance, but I am not displeased. After all, I did invite the old woman and the nephew with peaceful intentions. I'm not a nephew. It's so hard to tell, really.
Unfortunately, there is the problem of all the murdering you've done as well.
I simply did what I had to get where I wanted to be.
She admitted it.
Well, you may believe what you like, and I am not really caring in disputing it.
What else did you do? What else did you make a deal with to get here?
Why, I have no idea what you mean.
I think you do.
Well, I was asked once upon a time what my greatest wish was, and if I would do anything to get what I wanted. And so I said yes. And I had someone else who made me a little smarter, a little sharper, and just a touch more decisive. then I knew what I needed to do.
Who was this person?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. They just said that one day they will ask something of me, and then the debt will be settled. And I shall enjoy my remaining life as a princess, as I have always wished to be.
Princess. Aww.
But of course. Oh no, there goes Gold King. Or Cray.
Well.
His power went out.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Do we wait now? Do we continue?
As Cray is probably sneaking into the room, he probably will not partake in the conversation.
Yeah, Graham's ready to, like... How far away is she? How long is this table?
The table's like 80 feet. It's
My fucking
very
God.
long. However, her voice is projecting quite a lot for how faintly she's speaking. No, she everything about this estate is excess. So, have a seat. I only really have business with the old woman. After all, I would wish for her to join me.
Graham is just gonna be like, unfortunately, the things you've done, you now have business with us.
Is that so? That is really a shame. Can we not have at least a small moment before we engage in such rapscallionry? I would really like to enjoy my treats.
I feel like you've enjoyed enough of them at the expense of others already.
But they have been prepared so finely. Look. And she will hold up a small tart. It has the design I asked for.
All right, Graham's going murder hobo on this lady.
All right. Does anyone else wish to say anything to this vile child?
Good luck. I think this one knows smite.
All right, Nim.
I have no idea how Nim would respond to this.
I feel like he really wouldn't want to kill a child, but also a child that has done the terrible things that she has. I think Nim would be
right now,
horribly
he
conflicted.
is more likely... Well, no. The fact that she's a child doesn't bear that much on him.
Okay.
He definitely wants to uphold his oaths, and she is wicked, and she needs to die.
Yes. So, where does the conflict lie then? Or rather, the uncertainty?
Right now, he
Nim's
is being
actions?
quiet because he doesn't know whether we are attacking or what is going on right now.
Well,
Graham
seems
is going to wait for. I guess if I don't know, because Cray was like, I want a sneak attacker, and Graham would probably wait for that, but he wouldn't.
Element? Anything you would like to say to this mass murdering child?
Well, I mean, no, not really. Elemi just has his spear out. He has no toleration for people who show no remorse for what they've done.
Neither does Graham, but he'd have enough presence of mind to realize that like he should at least let Cray do his thing. Unfortunately, The problem with that is we currently are down a Cray.
Yes.
So either
Well-
we continue without him, and Graham just jumps on the table and charges across at her to fucking stab her after transforming, or
Absolute carnage. Engage in slaughter. because even Silver looks furious. Elena just like, you've never seen such disgust on her face before, and for the first time in the short time since you've known the old lady, she looks pissed.
I feel like that's generally everyone's. Oh, wait, although I think I know where a lot of Nim's conflict is. Like Elena was like, "Yeah, don't do anything extraneous like combat. You can cast spells, but don't actually fight."
Yes.
And that went for Silver
That
as
is
well. And
another
Silver,
thing.
Yes.
Silver is basically not capable of. I don't think he's really that capable of actually engaging in combat because he's not really a magic caster. I don't think.
Oh, there's something that they did for that. Nim's other mana ability
True.
that basically shares traits, or shares his mana or magic, his spells.
Hmm.
And Morath is like, so, what do you want with the rest of us then? Why are you so unbothered that we're here? Then, I would like you to just have a seat for a little while. Unless
Yep.
perhaps... hello there. Hello there.
Hello there.
Graham is ready to kill.
Yeah, he is.
I think the entire party is ready to kill this horrible little girl with a fake French accent.
Has Greta done that thing where you see her imprint in the wall before it breaks open?
Well, you, Cray, you do hear something in the distance. And it's getting louder. It's getting...
I just imagine I look over, I see the shark running like flintlock wood.
Very, very probable. Very
Doing that perfect 90-degree arms with the legs.
Yes, absolutely that. Yes.
Yeah, Greta is
Or
going to
running.
gonna murder Hobo this lady. Guess she's not really a lady. She's a little girl, a little demonic girl.
Yep. So,
Yay, justified murdering children. They finally did it, guys. They finally justified murdering children.
so I will say, Cray, something blurs past you and is not stopped by guards or walls. As the entire party sees a white shark-shaped blur run through the wall in a straight line towards little Bouclair before picking her up, jumping into the air, and basically pile driving her into the floor.
Jesus.
And Elena just looks shocked and says, "That's disgusting. Do it again." So Greta gets up, throws her over her shoulder, and back into the ground again.
So she got suplexed.
Yep, surprise round from Greta out of nowhere.
Yeah, the only way Graham would possibly call this off is if it turned out she was somehow possessed for 2 years.
I just imagine there's that like one moment of a scene where she's talking to the party, but then she's like hears that dum 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 dum, and then she like
Bottom,
looks down at her
bottom,
glass.
But why
bottom,
do I hear?
bottom,
But why do I
bottom.
hear the shark sting?
No. There's no
Get
shark
out.
sting. There's no shark sting. She just picks up her cup of tea, sips it, sets it back down, but then looks down, and you can see like the top layer of water start to ripple, and then ripple, and then ripple, just with every step.
And everyone,
like a
everyone,
Jurassic
roll me
Park thing.
initiative.
All right.
As Bouclair starts this combat pinned.
And with like the majority of her health gone, presumably.
Not the majority of it, actually. She seems relatively okay, despite being slammed twice by Greta.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the 80 feet of distance between us and her whenever I can only go like 30.
So I didn't get a chance to say this because internet died, and
yes,
the whole house died. I was gonna go for the servants' quarters to sneak around to get closer. How close would I be at this point if I went that way?
You probably have. Well, you roll me a stealth check if you would, because I bet you can get past these guards anyway.
I bet they're not really even trying that hard.
Yeah, no. Some way or another, you rip a curtain off the wall, drape it around yourself, take some of the jewels, and somehow blend in with the floor. Just the general pink. As long as you are pink, you are invisible. And you just scuttle past them.
This is a natural 30 on stealth.
Yes. You cannot be seen, no matter how much advantage they have. So you've probably managed to infiltrate the room before Greta just appeared. Picked up child and dunked her twice. So Nim, it seems that this has become violent. So you can feel free.
Excellent.
There's so much people on the combat.
Nim still isn't sure about actually fighting.
He can cast spells.
Fireball!
Because Silver also has access to your cantrips.
Well, congratulations, you fireballed the little girl and Greta.
At this point, Greta does not care. You could fireball her literally all day, and as long as this evil thing dies, she'll give you a thumbs up. She'll give you.
What's the range of fireball?
Nope.
Yes, hello.
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 I'm posting a relevant image to Guild Tales.
Oh, fireball has a huge ass range.
Yes, it does. Excellent, yes. Dunk the baby. Dunk the baby.
Baby.
love that image.
Alright, shall we get this combat started?
Yes. I believe everyone has rolled.
Oh, wait, no, I have managed it. Sorry.
Okay, roll if you please. But don't worry, I don't expect her to last long. Not with 2 ensemble members here. Not with 2.
Yeah, we don't get to be awesome. Just them.
No. No. They're more for flavor because Greta can dunk
Oh my god, duck.
and run through walls. Don't worry, you'll learn how to do that soon. No, wait, you can do better. You can literally teleport right next to Bouclair.
Anyways, Graham will
Teleports
spend
behind
his.
you.
Everything personnel, kid. Everything.
Graham is gonna use his turn running around this goddamn fucking 80-foot long table.
You can throw some Eldritch Blasts if you like.
I guess I'll move up 30 feet in Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast has a crazy range.
It does, but my smites and stuff are actually. You know what? Oh wait, I'm not close. I'm not even close enough to
Imagine using
curse
smite. This would be a great opportunity to use that.
I can't even curse her because she's so goddamn far away.
Curse.
All right. Her name's okay, Bouclair. My God, Graham cannot roll for shit.
That hits, though.
It does.
It does.
It's a child.
It's not a normal child. This is like some demon abomination child.
Child
Yeah.
have low AC.
Still a child, though.
Alright. Cram Eldritch blasts and moves.
How close was I able to get to child before?
You probably got within 20 feet. Like, your knives were about to sink into her.
I don't have knives. I have flying swords.
Fair enough. Your awful, terrible flying swords were about to just mince her.
All right. Well, let's see. What's the most valuable here? I don't think I have proficiency with the greatsword. Oh, I do have proficiency. Strange.
There's only 2 proficiencies for weapons. That's simple and martial. If you can use
No.
martial weapons, you can basically use anything.
That is incorrect. There are
Incorrect.
sets of weapons that certain classes can use. Such as monks only have access to certain weapons between the 2 lists.
Ah, fair.
I have basic weapons and short sword, but apparently a greatsword counts as a basic weapon.
No, it
Does
does
it?
not.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's.
Well, it says I have proficiency.
What says you have proficiency?
The greatsword.
It may have added it by default, but you definitely don't have proficiency with a greatsword. Not to mention, in this system, fighting with a weapon that you don't have proficiency with is a lot less painful than previous editions. All you do, like right now, all we do is lose the +4 from proficiency. That's it.
Right. Well,
Yeah, you have simple weapons and short swords.
that's what I thought. Given that's my most damaging weapon, and all that, Gray's just gonna pull out his Dragon Slayer greatsword because she might as well be a dragon at this point. And given
At
she is
this
such
point, she is an unidentifiable thing that is
and
evil and bad.
I will point out that your extra abilities most likely will not be able to be used if you're using a greatsword.
that's
Oh,
perfectly
no.
fine. I'm not planning on using them.
Just wanted to make sure
Oh.
that's known because your key and such, I'm pretty sure it specifies you have to use weapon you're proficient in.
Yeah, if I want to add to the attack. But no, I'm just stabbing her with a greatsword.
Stab.
It's like the most damaging thing that I have.
By all means, stab away as stab the child in Greta's arms.
Is she count? Does she count as like pinned or something?
She counts as pinned.
Okay. Does that give advantage?
I believe so.
At least for melee attacks, if I'm remembering correctly, at the very least.
Because I noticed that the pin status effect is not directly applied to her.
Ah,
I could add the pinned effect to her if you want.
by all means.
Okay, so pinned is not an effect. There is restrained. There's prone. There is incapacitated. There is grappled. There's encumbered. And yeah, those are basically your options.
Then restrained, I guess. What does pinned do?
Then I'll just roll my attack.
Yes, by all means.
Yep, that's an automatic advantage. Does a 22 hit the dearling little girl?
Oh, certainly.
Excellent. Look at all that damage.
A lot of damage.
No, it's not that much damage.
You know, I'm a little worried because these guards also said that stabbing her didn't work, but this seems to be working very well.
Oh no.
Which means I feel like something terrible is about to happen. And she's about to evolve into something more terrible. She's going to reveal her true form.
She's going to
Yeah.
teach you all.
How do I know when I... Oh, I have extra attack.
Yes.
Okay. Well, swing sword again, because that's just something I can do. Does a 20 hit her?
Yes.
Excellent. Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, Yogi.
Now, is she a dragon?
She is not a dragon. She's
Okay.
as blood is rapidly leaving her body. However, this should have cut a child in half. She is very sturdy. For a kid.
That's disturbing.
You probably spend your turn dashing. I'm imagining.
Element.
Oh, sorry. Hmm.
Are you considering your turn?
Yeah, I'm considering my turn. Sorry about that.
Oh, alright.
One eternity later.
Okay, I am
Two
just gonna.
eternities later.
Uh,
You're 80 feet away from her, so I'm assuming you spend your turn dashing.
yes.
Alright. You close in on the evil, if bloodied child.
Oh, I guess that's my turn. Dashing.
Oh.
When I dash, that is of my action, right?
Yes. It's basically double movement.
Would I still be able to use a cantrip?
I don't think so, unless it takes a bonus action.
Okay, no. No. Okay, yeah. It's just Nim's turn.
Nim!
Alright, time to stress his stitches and do stuff.
Nim fly!
Don't worry, you're invigorated by the soup. You have a feeling they'll hold.
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Although, considering what happened last time Nim pushed himself, I feel like he'd be a little hesitant to do so. Even if he was like, I feel like I can.
No, he doesn't really care about himself right now. Dimension door. Right behind her.
Whoop.
By all means, you're taking silver, I'd imagine.
No, he can stay back where he was.
Alright.
Don't forget you can take one willing creature with you, so you might be able to help the party out.
Has anybody not... Well, I guess Markov's still far back.
There's also Mora.
Throw me in there.
He will bring Markov.
Woo!
And unfortunately, that would be it for Nim's turn. Actually, do I have something else I can use? Yeah, that's it for his turn. Silver!
What will Silver do?
Coughing up Radiant Bolt.
That hits. That hits pretty good.
Bloop. And that is it for silver.
It is now time for Bouclair. You unwieldy brigands! How dare you do this to me? I am Bouclair, and I demand your respect.
No.
Okay. Oh no, I never thought about it that way.
Before she attempts to bite Greta.
I bet Elena's really sad that she shares a name with this demon child.
Yes. Yes, she very much is. And the next one will miss. And the next
And another
Greta
one
doesn't
bites
even
the dust.
feel it.
Another one bites the dust. And another one miss, and another one miss. Another one bites the dust. Hey, gonna bite you too. Another one bites the dust.
Morat spends his turn dashing upwards. Elena. Oh, Elena. Will you be aggressive? Or will you let the other people have the pleasure? No. She hates this. She hates everything about this child. Everything about this child is bad and wrong, so she's guiding bolting it.
I'm hoping Greta is smart enough not to eat the poison child.
That is an excellent question.
I don't think Greta's that smart though. I feel like if Greta takes a single bite out of this girl, she's gonna like start convulsing and foaming at the goddamn mouth.
She's gonna keep smashing this child into the ground like a damn rag doll.
What did the child do whenever it was her turn? I don't remember.
She bit Greta, and one time actually did damage.
Bit Greta?
Yes.
This feels like a trap. Why is this a trap, Dusty? Why are you trapping us?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Entrapment.
For someone who's managed to kill so many people, who's so feared, this is way too goddamn easy. This is a fucking trap and a half.
It's a trap.
It is. This is absolutely 100% a trap.
Jesus Christ. Alright. Greta did her damage.
A lot of damage.
I guess it's my go. Alright. Markov's gonna go up to the kid and hit her in the head with my hammer. I'm assuming he has the distance to get up to her, right?
Yes. Because Nim teleported you.
Yeah. Cool beans. I'm guessing that, yeah, that's gonna it's so quiet.
Yeah.
That connects.
Okay.
It does its damage.
Okay. Oh, am I supposed to roll the damage onto? Yeah, that's right.
Swing upon Claire.
And then we swing it again.
That also connects. That also connects.
Will be.
Did you apply the damage to Bouclair, or should I?
I did not.
Make sure you're rolling on Blue Care.
Yep, that's
In the combat tracker.
yeah. All right, there we go.
Markov, you
You
killed a
hear-
child.
You hear a crunch as as her ribs give out under your warhammer. Before her body starts to twist.
I
didn't
knew it.
want you to die by my
Trap!
hands. I didn't want you.
Markov. Markov, that's really fucked, dude. You're a child murderer. What the hell? You're supposed to let me do that.
And something escapes her chest. That's where you sense the wrong mana. That thing that didn't belong to her. As a drider comes out of her chest, landing on the table.
Hey, what?
A drider.
What is that?
A drider is like a centaur, but instead of horse, it's spider.
It's a drow and spider mix. Terrifying.
Do dragons
Ugh.
always have to be drow?
I think technically it does if it's a
because
drider.
It's their lore.
Fair enough.
Lore.
And she seems quite upset. Look at what you have done. I would have to weave a whole new body. Well, I suppose nothing to be done for it. I shall just have to start again.
Unfortunately.
I do not have to take this.
We have to kill that thing too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That is real, Bouclair. That is real.
Kill it with fire.
Unfortunately,
But still,
I don't-
Markov, fuck you
we're not
murdered
gonna
a
give you
child.
that chance.
Well, it's not a
to be
child. It's
fair.
whatever that thing is.
Yeah, but you murdered a child.
I did not kill a child. I killed it.
Amazing.
You
This is why
crushed
you're the
you
best.
crushed Markov, you crushed a child mercilessly under your hammer.
And then it turned
You
into
were
a
willing
monster.
to kill. He was willing to kill a child.
You were also willing to kill said child.
Yeah, but we're evil. You're not.
Well, what the hell?
Oh no. Wait, what about the
Markov.
paladin? We have a paladin. Is he
He
not?
can absolve you, probably.
Of course I can.
The paladin's opinion of this is, this thing is evil. It doesn't really matter if it's a child or not. It's evil and needs to die.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure most gods are going to condemn your soul to the seven hells, Markov. What the hell?
Not to mention,
Oh,
Nim
when I
is
get my
not
memories
evil.
back, when I get my memories back, oh, he's not gonna like this.
Go for the eyes, boo.
This
Go
is one
for
of the
the
things
eyes.
he's also not gonna like that I fucked up on.
Markov, you gotta change your alignment to evil now, Markov.
No, he doesn't.
Chaotic, evil Markov.
Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the
we have
eyes.
influence for
He's
you.
going for that.
People are putting in some major donation goals.
Okay. There is also a re-roll for the next enemy roll.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
From That's My Cookie.
Cookie, are you wanting to, like, re-roll a bad roll or re-roll a good roll?
A reroll or reroll.
Or just give
Or
the
just
enemy a free reroll.
Which, speaking of, we do have a free reroll.
Hooray. Murder. Beauclair.
Okay, it's a free reroll for the enemy.
I see. So, I believe it's back to the top of the order.
Oh. It already...
Or
Oh, I noticed that I was about to end turn and then noticed it all popped back up.
yes.
So that's cool.
Graham is going to move another 30 feet. And he's good.
You are basically next to this thing, as the Drider is large and on the table between. It basically moved closer towards your end.
I was like
So-
60 feet. I was like 50 feet away from it before.
Yes, the Drider is large and it is not on. It's not on the end of the table. It is on the table.
Okay. Then in that case, let's Hexblade Curse. And then, oh, I didn't activate my goddamn sword.
Ward.
Yes. All right. Swing.
Connects.
Wow, that was terrible damage. Luckily, Hexblade Curse damage.
Hey.
And all right. Can't do anything else, so that's Graham's turn.
All right. Quick question.
Yes.
Am I able to use Fury of Blows with extra attack?
Yes. However, I believe that is one of your monk things.
Yeah, you'd have to drop your great sword.
Yeah, no, I was planning on doing that, but
yes.
But it does say I make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action immediately after taking an attack action. So I'm not sure if I can do it
at
twice.
the use of your bonus action, I believe.
Yeah.
Right, but I have extra attack, and I'm saying if I attack once, do the key point for the bonus action, and then use extra attack to attack again, I assume I cannot use Furry Blows again.
Does your extra attack use the bonus action?
The way extra attack works is that you are simply attacking twice as part of one attack action. That is how it is specified.
You're right.
So therefore...
That is literally exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will go ahead, drop my greatsword as a free action.
It floats.
Drop greatsword free action. Walk up to Drider and do
Introduce the spider to your boot. Let's see.
How many of these hit?
The first one misses. The next 3 connect.
Gotcha.
You rolled damage 4 times?
I attacked 4 times.
I said the first one missed, the next 3
Oh,
hit.
shit. Okay, well, subtract 6.
Alright. Alright.
Yeet. Also, I don't know if it aids anything, but I do have something called Key Empowered Strikes, but literally all it
yes.
says is starting
Your-
at 6th level.
It basically helps you hit things that have a mundane weapon resistance.
Yes.
Because your hands
So-
count as magic.
They do. They count as magic. At all times, not just when I use Key, so if that does anything against.
The magic
Effect
just
action.
helps you overcome damage resistance.
I know, but I'm saying that in case Blue Claire has damage resistance.
Edit your unarmed strike to actually show that you have...
Yeah.
Basically,
doing
for the
that now.
type, you do bludgeoning, comma, magic.
Yep, just literally did that.
Okay.
I was a step ahead of you.
Be right back.
Anyway, Bouclair will turn to Graham. And from her abdomen, something is fired. Graham, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Alright. You can do this, Graham! Maybe.
Definitely. You dodge. As something soars past you and strikes against the wall. And there is a lump, however, the fluid surrounding the lump fizzles.
Did she just shoot a potato at me?
No. It is a large lump that seems generally greenish. However, there's something solid inside that liquid, but it's
Terrible.
large, much larger than the potato. And roll me an insight check really fast.
Alright. Skills, insight. Graham, please. This is not the time to be stupid.
It's plenty of times to be stupid.
She seems ready to go down swinging.
I assumed so.
Yep. As now she is swinging at you 2 times.
I would like to point out real quick as well. Cray?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your unarmed strike is supposed to be doing 1d6 damage, not 1d4.
Really?
Yeah. It's been that way since 5th level.
Ah. Why is that?
If you look at the chart under the martial arts, that is what your unarmed strikes do for damage.
Ah, maybe take a look at martial arts then.
It'll go up to level 11, or it'll go up to 1d8 at level 11.
You make an attack.
Graham, do you not have armor?
I should. Oh, you know what? I forgot to. Whenever we were doing a thing earlier, I just never. I didn't click the thing to put it back on, but.
I see. I was wondering why a 16 said hit on you.
Yeah. Hang on.
That's
I fixed
incorrect.
it. It's 19. My AC is 19.
All right, so the first one still hits, but the second one misses.
Wait. Shield.
Unfortunately, the hit was a 25.
Damn. Well, since I technically wouldn't have known that for when this, I'm still gonna mark it as used.
A sword strikes against you. However, it doesn't even pierce your skin.
Say what now?
You still have the temporary HP from the soup.
The soup.
You're welcome.
Element. Over to you.
Yeah, I imagine that blade is covered in poison too. That's why I was like, shit.
Yes. However, as it did not manage to do HP damage, the second effect did not apply.
How far away am I from the thing now?
It's basically on top of us.
As you have dashed, you are basically next to it. You can swing away.
There it is.
That misses.
I also need to mark this down as being used.
I'm gonna use my extra action, my extra attack. I mean.
That also misses.
Damn. Okay. That was my turn.
You can't control the dice. Nim! Evil spider!
Let's see. Well, Nim is going to do bite. Actually, bite might be bad idea.
You could blast it away with spells.
Yeah, I guess I do have a lot of spells. I was going to do bite and cantrip like normal, but then I'm like, oh yeah, poison stuff. Probably not a good idea.
No. She smells pretty poisonous. I'm glad all the previous preparation is finally surfacing. If she can't do HP damage, she can't poison you. The soup is an antidote. The soup is a preventative antidote.
Markov, don't get hit.
No promises.
Well, there is really only one thing you do with spiders.
Eat them?
You burn them.
Exactly. Nim is casting Immolation.
You don't eat them?
Flames wreathe one creature you can see within range. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. It takes 8d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. On a failed save, the target also burns for the spell's duration of 1 minute. The burning target sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. At the end of each of its turns, the target repeats the saving throw. It takes 4d6 fire damage on a failed save, and the spell ends on a successful one. These magical flames can't be extinguished by non-magical means. If damage from this spell kills a target, the target is turned to ash.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh.
Immolation.
Fail that roll. Fail that roll. Fail that roll.
Did it fail?
Claire has failed.
Yes.
8d6. 8d6.
27.
Oh my god.
That wasn't.
That didn't even put them down to moderate.
But she's on fire for 10 rounds.
Yes, she is. Evil spider screeching sounds of pain.
Alright.
Silver.
Silver is just going to do Radiant Bolt. Oh. Oh wait, advantage. Pack tactics.
Yes. Good stuff. That hit.
Yay. Okay. That's it for Silver.
Morath is getting pretty sick of this fucking evil child spider thing. And is going for it. It's a miss. Morath, buddy. Oh no. Well, I need a crit miss card. Morath, buddy, come on.
There it is. What type?
Slashing.
Hey, if you roll a natural 1 but would still succeed, does that count as a critical miss?
Yes. What was it again? Slashing?
Slashing, yes.
Melee?
Yes.
On the rebound, your weapon bounces off your target and strikes you in the face. You have disadvantage on your next attack.
Oof. Alright.
What was that, Element?
I just said ouch.
Ah.
Oh, you know what else I realized? Greta is an ally. I get
Yes.
I get extra crit range.
Yes, you do.
Wait, why do you get extra crit range from Greta?
Because Greta was harmed by this thing.
Ah.
When an ally is harmed, Graham's mana ability activates. As Morath's sword bounces off its chitin and slashes his own face. Oh boy. So, what are you going to do? You're going to guiding bolt this thing. This horrible, evil, awful thing. That connects.
Excellent.
As a 5th level guiding bolt steers into the strider and makes it glow, the next damage has advantage on it.
Hey, Greta. Wait, the next damage has advantage?
Sorry, the next hit against it has advantage. And Greta is ready to capitalize on that shit.
You know, that's an interesting concept, actually. When does damage ever get advantage? It'd be cool. That'd be a cool mechanic.
It never does.
Yeah.
No, I know it never does, but that's what I'm saying. It'd be kind of cool if you had like advantage on damage when you get like a critical strike or something. That'd be a cool system, actually.
Yes. I guess I could see that.
It basically guarantees that you either roll the absolute crappiest damage once, or that your crit actually does some decent damage.
Be nice. As Greta's swinging a maul that looks much like a meat cleaver. Sorry, a maul that looks like a meat tenderizer. Normal damage. Swing. Connect. And one more time with love. Markov.
Well, you'll never guess what I'm gonna do. Hit it with another hammer.
Channel your child murder abilities.
Fuck you.
Embrace
so
your dark
genuine.
side, Markov.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Cray.
You've murdered this child once, murder them again.
Alright, you're gonna attempt to
You've
murder
murdered
again.
it once, you can murder it a second time.
Can I do something to donate bits or something to give him an automatic crit?
No!
I'm trying to help us.
You're trying to make me look more like a bad guy, Cray.
Gray's like, don't worry. Her greatest crimes are that she's a child and she's French.
It's French! Kill it!
Let's not make racist jokes like that, please.
Oh no.
That's fair. I don't mean
Thank
anything
you.
mean to the French community. Does it hit?
Yes, you hit. Yes.
Okay. Then
Her china shell is cracking and spewing.
we're gonna hit it again.
That's disgusting. Do it again.
Guessing since the first one hit, that one hit.
Oh yes.
And then guess what? We're gonna use an action surge and hit it again. Uh-oh. Our luck ran out.
He had to action surge. You know I had to do it to him. You know I had to do it.
Critical failure.
We don't have those rerolls, do we?
We do have a reroll.
Can we use that? Can I use that? I would like to use it.
Sure, you can absolutely use it to smash a child.
Thanks.
Provided nobody else is against that.
I am absolutely for it.
I meant child violence.
I don't know. I think I want him to fail this roll and get killed.
Yankees. I want to die. I have so much in life to
You feel powerful. This is much better than when you fought Rallus. This is much better.
Oh yeah, no, I like this a lot more. For context, we changed my artillerist to armor when we were earlier today.
I allowed it.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. And then I passed the turn.
And back to the top. Graham. This thing's really taking a walloping.
Well, it's time to smite. Let me just double check. Yep, okay. Gonna cast this at a higher level. Oh, I need you to clear the effect that's on me currently, because I was trying to add higher level castings to the thing, and I messed up one of them.
You should be able to remove those yourself.
Kill it quick. I don't want to be labeled as a double child murder.
I'm sure the Christians will forgive you. Just consider it the Antichrist.
And
Technically,
now,
Driders aren't
attack.
demons or devils, though. Just want that pointed out.
There it is. Wah! Does that hit? I'm assuming it does.
Yes.
Okay. And now, wham!
That hits.
Oh, this is the
Damage.
damage.
Yeah, no, yeah, like that's some good damage. Now
Wait,
how about
the smite didn't kick off.
So
The
it didn't.
hell? Did I guess I put it in wrong.
Well, I'll roll the 3d6 and I'll apply it.
Alright.
Oof.
Not great. But I do also get to slap on hexblade damage. Bam! What? Why am I rolling a concentration save? Oh, because Oh wait, I see what happened. I accidentally rolled the damage onto myself instead of Bouclair. That's what it was.
I see.
Need to give myself back for
Temporary hit points. Stoop powers aid me.
Damn it! I also missed my critical range. Sadness, great and
Just
utter
barely.
sadness.
Well, all right. Is that your turn?
Yes. Actually, how do I clear the effect off of me?
I go to effects. It's next to the dragon icon. I click it, and there is the red minus next to it.
Anyways, I have passed my turn because my smite has done its thing.
All right, great. Over to you. This thing is
Great.
looking bad,
Great,
and it's
quick.
and it's burning.
Wham. Wham. Wham.
Ooh.
Wham. Natural 20!
There we go.
Okay,
Be sure to
well,
clear that.
Yeah. Let me. This attack doesn't count. Let me roll
One
the
more
3
wham.
damages first. Okay, good. It's not dead yet. Give me that crit card.
For unarmed strike.
Yep, bludgeoning.
Technically magical as well.
Magical won't matter for this.
Alright.
Bruised joints. Maximum damage, and the target must make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on attacks for 1d4 plus 1 rounds.
See.
Alright. Effects.
It has passed.
Modifiers, there we go. Max damage, unarmed strike at you. Damn. She's still standing.
He is not looking good.
Okay, you're supposed to kill it. I don't want to be killing this one too.
Oh, I don't think it'll last that long.
Okay, good.
Why are you afraid of killing a demon that possessed a child?
Scare's gonna label me as killing the child, this child thing, this demon child.
Oh no, you already killed the child. Like you already absolutely crushed her rib cage underneath your hammer. There's no taking
Oh, why
that
do you
back.
have to say that? Say it like that.
Because that's what happened.
I get that's what happened.
The Chaos God has spoken.
Oh my god.
Restoration for the Drider.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my. The chaotic
the
chaos
full
god
restoration, or
That is a half max
I see. One moment then.
of everything. Spells, health, etc.
Luckily, this thing has only done like 16 damage so far, so.
It's still on fire, so.
Also now glowing too, because I use the branding smite on it. It can't, even if it could turn invisible, it wouldn't do anything.
All right. There we are. So, they want Beauclair to suffer, I see. Because she is going to use something to... Well, she's going to raise her abdomen into the air. And everyone's fairly close, right?
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Everyone is beating on her. Except for Silver. And she is going to spray poison. I'm going to need a dexterity save from everyone.
I see.
However, since everyone is close and element aura is proccing, yes.
I would like to point out that Silver is on the other side of the room.
Yes, that's why I said everyone but Silver.
So that's +4 to everybody.
And yourself too, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So I got a 21. Almost
Actually,
no
let me
way
check.
that I'm poisoned.
Our reputation. Starting with wait.
Wow.
Because I've got evasion, so even if I were to take half of whatever's going on, I take nothing.
Nope. Everyone dodges all the poison.
And yeah, the aura protection also affects me.
All right.
Good.
Then you
Trust
do
me,
also.
all I'm thinking now is that meme about the Dark Souls player in the rain.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly memorize the patterns. Looking absolutely shocked, she's going to try to she's going to take her swings at Nim. Oh, I need a critical miss. No, wait, she's using her reroll for this. She refuses.
I refuse to fail that hard. I will fail only slightly less hard.
Yes. Oh, I see. Well, I need a critical hit.
What type?
Piercing.
Oh.
And I'll make sure to clear it.
Oh, clearing it? Okay. Who's
Yes.
heal? Quadruple damage. For the next 1d6 rounds, you must make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw when attempting to move 5 feet or more. On a failed save, you fall prone.
Oh my.
Wostein has also given another reroll for the Drider.
I see. Quadruple damage, eh?
Mm-hmm.
So, Nim, I'd like to sit you down and talk to you about this new character you're rolling up.
My god.
And it's taking Digi a minute just to get all the dice out.
I'm wondering if that also applies to the poison, but probably.
No one got
Yes.
poisoned though.
Well, if it breaches and does HP damage, then the Drider also does poison. But
Oh, fuck.
temporary HP it was the safety measure, but then it got a crit.
Okay, that's not so bad.
And the poison.
Yeah, that was hardly anything. Okay, that's a lot more something.
Saved by soup. Saved. Element. Nim's body
Hold up.
just yes.
She's
Ah,
on fire
yes.
still.
That's right. Good call.
Did she try to make a save? There's a save for that.
Oh, yeah. Dexterity saving throw. DC 17.
She got a 15.
Okay, so she took the damage.
That's... Huzzah.
Nice.
Yep. Anyway, Element. Nim suddenly looks very bad.
Okay, I am.
Would you like to continue slamming Drider and leaving it to Elena, or would you like to help Nim now?
I'm gonna head towards him, and I'm gonna touch him and use lay on hands on him.
Alright, how much you healing for?
It's 5 for each level, right? So
That's correct.
that level 9, so I can heal for 45. Yeah, just
correct.
40. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you can
all
also
that.
cure poison and disease with cure on
Oh,
Right.
that's the poisoned condition.
Yeah, I laying hands 45 HP to him.
That feels much better.
You give him the healing pats.
As all that burning poison that was basically setting your veins on fire seems to evaporate.
Are you okay?
Nim's just growling at the Drider. Is that the best you can do?
What is this? You can't do that. You can't survive.
What do you mean?
No one can survive like that.
I've survived a hell of a lot worse than that.
You are really used to getting your way, aren't you? You really are just like a petulant child.
How dare you?
Grandma will be like, she's not a petulant child. She's a spoiled damn brat.
All of you will pay. Who even are you to barge into my house like this? No introductions, no nothing.
I'm trying to think of something cool to say, but I can't think of anything.
Pat, don't worry. You can ask the others out of character. I'll allow it.
What do you guys think we could say as a response to that?
I'm a pretty pink princess. Punch.
Ah. I doubt he'll say that. Because Bouclair wanted to be the pretty pink princess.
Exactly. I'm damaging her pride as I kill her.
She wanted to be the pretty pink princess, and now she's just the beast.
Now she's the pretty red stain on the wall.
Beauty became the beast, eh? But
the ugly beast.
I'm okay. I'm gonna say in character. I'm just a paladin trying to do good, and doing good involves smiting evil creatures like you.
Yeah. I was officially taken into the noble family.
And what do you do with what do you do with them? Where are they?
Perhaps they went to another estate. Father did not have much time for me, after all. A common tale.
I do not believe you.
Said we're a bit late for you to check your facts.
Element is not gonna respond anymore.
Let her have it.
Oh, I haven't passed my turn. Sorry. I already.
Yes, I know. I was wondering if you had anything you could do with a bonus action or anything of the sort.
I don't think so.
All right, Nim. An evil, funny talking lady.
I so want to use this, but it would hit literally everybody.
Do it.
Fireball.
No, wall of fire.
Ooh.
You can
Actually, I
direct that
can't.
to-
It's a concentration.
Uh,
What was this one again?
There's also anime Blade Flash or Steel Wind Strike.
I already used my level 5 spell slot. Well, I am going to go for Tasha's Mind Whip.
Psychic damage.
Mm-hmm. And it will not be able to take reaction until... Ah, right, okay. So first off, does it succeed or fail?
She has failed dramatically. She rolled a 3.
Perfect. You psychically lash out at one creature you can see within range. The target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the target takes 3d6 psychic damage, and it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It only gets one of the 3. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and suffers none of the spell's other effects. So there's that. And that'll be it for Nim. And then Silver is doing Radiant Bolt. Did I hit?
That hits very nicely.
Yay! Alright, that's it.
Morat's turn. And connects. Elena is not fond of this thing in the slightest.
It is a giant, horrifying spider. With an attitude of a spoiled brat.
Yeah, it's the worst of every world. It's
And it's also a mass murderer.
also that. No, she wants this thing gone. She wants it so unbelievably gone. A level 8 guiding bolt. Oh,
Holy crap. Well, Greta's gonna eat the fucking spider.
we'll see how the dice feel. Because guiding bolt. Connects. Yes.
Knees. Ta-na-na-na, ta-na, ta-na.
Last swing. Critical fail. Critical fail. I need a crit miss card.
You do have another reroll.
Oh. Yes, I will take that. Wait, no. That's for the party. I think Greta can take. I think Greta can take this miss.
Oh, Greta.
Unless...
I thought it was the Drider, sorry.
No.
Also, the party does not have a reroll.
Ah, yes.
Oh no.
Thanks, guys, for
Markov
letting
used
me
it to avoid Nat failing.
Yeah.
Thanks, friends.
So what type for Greta?
Bludgeoning.
Markup.
Melee?
Yes.
Grim Determination. You have advantage on your next attack against the target.
Ooh. How nice. It's down to you, Markov. Or if you miss, Graham.
If I miss Graham.
Do you miss Graham?
Graham died? No.
No.
Oh. He's just gonna keep hitting the demon.
Get it.
He's gonna take a
Get
swing.
it. That misses. That misses.
Second swing.
That
All
also
right.
misses.
Turn complete.
Hold on. Back up to the top.
I forgot
Graham.
I was muted.
Oh.
You missed my chanting for Markup to taste blood.
Ah.
Oh, because of because of Cray being muted. I didn't get the
Alright.
full blessing.
Graham is going to smite Drider again.
At it.
Crit?
That connects.
That's a crit, my friend.
Yes, it is.
Whoa, you've got
With your...
insane crit range.
Oh yeah, no,
I do.
That is. It is a conditional activation and focused on one aspect only, expanding his crit range.
Does
It literally
give you-
requires an ally to have been attacked, like that specific person.
Does that give you a crit card?
Yes, that gives him a crit card.
Slashing melee.
Alright.
Or is it magic because it's a smite?
It's
Are
a
you
melee
casting a spell?
I casted a branding smite,
But
which
you're
lets me do
delivering
a
it with
melee
your
attack.
sword?
Yes.
Then it would be a melee slashing.
Alright.
Forearm blow, maximum damage. And you have advantage on attacks against the target for 2d4 plus 2 rounds.
Alright, so now I go to the modifier. Max damage.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, this is gonna hurt this Drider.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you now, how do you dispatch this Drider?
Well, Graham is going to lift his magically enchanted sword, and he's just gonna cleave this Drider in half.
Right down the middle?
Yeah, I think so. Right through her cold, dead, blackened heart.
Excellent.
And I say that only because she's a spider.
Spider racist.
Yes.
The sword sails through her body and through the table as she falls forward, as the horrible gore and viscera and poisonous liquid that was once inside her body spills free.
Yeah, good job, Graham.
And Graham will step back because he doesn't want to be in the poisonous sludge.
The body twitches. You think you have won? There will be another book there. I have ensured it.
I like to kick it.
Right there, she's all. So that someone has committed a terrible, terrible act if she's ensured that there's going to be another Bouclair.
Graham, make me an insight check.
Insight. Well, for fuck's sakes.
That's good enough. You look back over where she first spat. The lump is gone.
Well, time to hunt down this even smaller devil child.
Oh, the rider was very big, actually. That ripped its way out of her body. Probably some magic bullshit.
Yes, but the baby Drider sure isn't going to be that big.
Oh, definitely not. As Bouclair finally succumbs to her wounds and perishes before the party.
Well, time to roll survival to hunt down this thing. Yep, I'm tracking that thing down and killing it.
Do you tell the party so that they may assist you in this hunt
Yeah.
for spiders?
Yes, I inform the party.
I am completely oblivious.
Graham is like, follow me because Bouclair has created an evil spawn.
You mean she laid eggs?
At least an egg. It was that thing she shot at me at the beginning.
That didn't enter your body, did it?
It did not.
Good.
It missed and hit the wall, which was probably the intention. Disguise an escape attempt, or disguise a
escape attempt
progeny as an attack. However,
it worked for
Would like to
it worked.
point out-
However, Graham is
It worked for
tracking
King
her
Piccolo.
down.
Hold on. I would like to point out her body is still immolated.
Yep.
So whatever bits are coming out of her would be on fire.
Oh no! This was before you burned her.
Ah.
This was at the start of her turn, when she first unveiled herself as the rider, and tried to attack Graham. Then you burned her, and she put all her attention on you.
And then I healed you.
Then I heal you.
Yes. She shot a poison spray, but in that first poison spray was a hidden egg thing.
You will give me an egg.
Oh, Albert Wesker.
I feel like this, like if it had hit me, something far more terrible would have happened. Like the egg would have been injected to my body, and then I'd have like a time limit to get it out, or it's gonna be like some horrific nightmare scenario.
Exactly. That's why I asked.
Confirm nor deny.
That is exactly the reason why I asked.
You don't need to confirm or deny. I'm already aware of what would have happened.
That is exactly the reason why I ask.
But yes, Graham is tracking this.
Well, I am definitely not helping. I am just following because my survival is crap right now.
Yep. So. Ram. While this thing is small and it has escaped this room, it is leaving a faint trail of wetness. And heading out the
is
front
echoing
door.
off of someone. I
Hold
think
on.
it was Raharu.
No.
What happened?
Digi
I was starting to
echoing
echo,
off of
supposedly.
someone.
Anyway. Yes.
Alright, well, like I said,
Towards
Graham.
the front, but then a sudden right towards another set of servants' quarters. You do manage to find what looks like a small doll-like Drider being cradled by someone that looks like they're in a very deep trance,
Well,
making their
evil.
way towards a carriage.
Well, Graham is gonna put a stop to that shit. I'm sorry, evil Drider, but doom and death?
It lets out a tiny hiss.
And Graham is going to end it. Well, he'll separate it from the entrance. He'll have Elman basically like keep her from like jumping in front of his blade.
Yeah. Whoever is in charge of the enemy is gonna try and ping him or her down.
Oh, it's not very difficult. It's just a servant.
Yeah.
Yep, and Graham will stab evil baby Drider.
It is pulp under your blade, and you have stopped a second coming of Bouclair.
Yay.
Congratulations to the party. Congratulations.
All right.
And Graham
Markov, I
has
guess-
Graham has one up Markov by baby murdering.
Good job.
We have 2 child murderers in this party now. Markov smashed a little girl underneath his hammer, and Graham killed her baby.
To be fair, I think the fact that the little girl had a baby is probably even more disturbing than the child murder.
I don't think that Dryden was child. It was just pretending. It was just pretending to be one.
Who can say how Driders work? Who can say?
I don't know how Driders work. I just learned that they exist.
Anyway, a lot of the mansion will begin to profusely thank you.
Is there anything of value that you wouldn't mind parting with?
Perhaps gold, maybe. Or a better hammer.
No, your thanks
Perhaps-
is more than enough.
I'm not saying we have to. I'm
We
not saying
don't
you
need
have
to
to
have
reward
any
us,
reward. We're just happy
but
to
one would
help.
be appreciated.
No. If you feel the need to thank us monetarily, then donate it to the local orphanage.
Nim. That's not a bad idea, I guess, but
That's not a Well, we do have many of her accessories that I suppose we could try to pawn off to other. There is still the treasury, I guess. She did spend a lot, but there's more. There is plenty left.
I'm sure you'll just be happy to stop seeing pink. Although I'm sure your vision will forever be tinted with how much of it is in this goddamn place.
We need doctors, all of us, and therapists. We need coronary doctors. I'm pretty sure it's burned into my retinas.
Their eyes have achieved just like a pink filter. The glitter is just part of their bloodstream now.
We have a lot fixing to do. Or we could just sell this place. The entire family line is dead. No nobles here anymore.
Yeah, I would highly recommend that you also probably sell this and split up the proceeds between the workers, because you're definitely going to need to find a new place of employment. But I'm assuming that's a small price to pay for not being under the whims of that thing.
Yeah.
Hey, you should totally hire these people.
With what money, Markov?
That's fair.
Looks into your inventories. Thousands of platinum. Yeah, what money?
Well, what Graham means is like he plans on spending his money to like for like he has what are they gonna actually use these people for? Like these people are probably part of guilds if they're or whatever guild this family used to belong to. So they're probably not in that bad of a position.
They're probably gonna tear apart this mansion trying to find all the poison that she had.
Probably. Although I feel like she was the source of the poison. It just only started as potato.
Yes. However, granted, none of them ever saw her Drider side. They only know that other guards agreed to and informed the others that they were going to go into her room and assassinate her. And then she came out and they didn't.
Well, now they know.
Yeah, no, that horrible spider corpse sure tells tales.
Well,
Although I am curious, which of Graham's patrons is more proud about about what he did here?
This is a rare moment where they both seem to agree
disgusting.
that yep, that was the right thing to do.
No,
Admittedly,
it was absolutely terrible because you killed children.
Admittedly, Noir seems less pleased about the smiting of a tiny little Drider. It said like, we could have raised it better. It didn't have to be a Bouclair.
Its first act of being born was to mind control someone.
Well, maybe that was an insurance policy that it's first Bouclair?
If it had done something, if it was just like only running, I would have been like, maybe I can be convinced to let this thing just live, like under like the supervision of someone we can trust. Maybe it can be raised to be better, but its first act of life was to mind control someone.
All right. It was evil.
Evil, evil is his one and only name.
It is pretty evil. As the guards go and collect 8,000 gold to hand to the party. We hope that this will cover your troubles.
No. Give it to the orphanage.
I'll take the 8,000 gold.
No, we don't need it.
But I want
I see.
I very sadly am very disappointed that this girl would probably not have benefited from like what Nim is trying to do wouldn't even have prevented what she did.
What?
It will help other children.
True, which is why Graham is okay with it. Graham will just kind of like, fine, okay, we'll donate this money to children. Maybe in some alternate reality, or maybe the future, this will prevent some other terrible Bouclair. 8,000 gold is a lot of money.
It is a sizable sum, even for a noble's coffers.
Are we donating this money?
It seems that is what Nim wants. Very much.
Yes.
Very much. Without compromise.
Graham realizes that Nim is now trying to overcompensate for what had happened, for what he views as the failures and things like that. He's like, I'm gonna now overcompensate by making sure the party doesn't get any money ever again.
Oh, come on. He just wants to put it to good causes.
That's fair. And like I said, children, especially after having to do what the party did, Graham is like, you know what? I'm actually perfectly okay with this 100%. This seems like a like a decent enough reason to do what we're to donate this money.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how this went from Nim just trying to do something nice to Nim apparently trying to purposely deny the party money for some reason.
I believe it was in jest.
Yeah, that part was in jest.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, like in character, Graham is just like, yeah, Nim has been feeling down and feeling like a failure, so he's trying to do something like to
exorbitantly good.
Yeah. And Graham is like, you know what? I'm more than happy to give Nim this because it is a really good cause, and especially after it'll help wash the foul taste of child murder off of my tongue. Because while he
Alright.
did it, it was very it was distasteful that there was a child that reached that level of goddamn evil that it had to be put down.
Yeah. It was enabled. It made the plan. It put it into motion. The grandma had even tried to stop it at some point and failed after the child assaulted her with a screwdriver.
Hey, were we supposed to be watching the grandmother?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
yeah,
still here.
Yeah, she's fine.
Actually, she was not present during the combat. She was not present.
Oh, where the hell is she then?
Morath.
Morath?
Grandma? Oh fuck. Where'd she go?
Let's. Graham will help Morath search for Grandma.
It's like suddenly like, oh yeah, she wasn't on the Grandma?
Actually, hang on. Magic sense. I have a feeling that she has mana, because she very clearly did, but I don't know if she's ever hiding it. I'm not sure if she's cognizant enough to make that choice. Well, that was terrible.
Don't worry.
4s.
Would you like to inform Cray, because your mana senses are detecting a lot of things, like
Cray?
the residual life force that is like breaking and vanishing from Beauclair's body. That foreign thing.
Alright.
Cray, you could probably use your mana sense to find Grandma.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh.
Oh.
My God.
It looks like it's on foot indeed. It looks like it's on foot.
Hang on. Let me survival check to track down Grandmama.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh my God. Why? Why, RNG?
Everyone fan out and search for this old lady.
Can I see if I find Grandma?
Yes. Yes, you
I
may.
might find Grandma.
Actually, Markov might have a unique way of searching for Grandma. Actually.
Oh yeah, huh? She was here, wasn't she? Yeah, she was. All right.
Yeah. She followed the party.
Time warp again.
Let's do the time warp again.
All right. Cray, Nim, and Silver find like the barest hint of footsteps in the rug that lead upstairs.
Nim, don't. I mean, not Nim. Oh my God. Dusty, you better not make Grandmama turn evil too. I swear.
No,
If we have to put down a grandma too, I'm gonna be pissed.
No.
You should be the one to kill Grandma.
Killing an old person isn't something impressive.
And you find her in a hallway brandishing her cane at a lot of people that seem to be under some form of compulsion that are trying to get past her to a door.
Say what now? Alright, what the hell is going on here?
You can't touch the soup. It's not ready.
Back! Get back! Back! You are bad! Get!
Graham will just be like, well, one is, how did the other servants not realize that this was going on? Two, what's behind that door, Grandma?
Poison potatoes.
Everybody,
All right.
quick!
It
All
was
right,
a
Nim.
conditional chaos, I think.
She's trying to release the potatoes.
No!
All right,
Evil
Nim.
potatoes! They are my seed. They are.
Nim, fire, please. In the potato room, preferably.
Well, I guess if that's all I'm good for to you.
No. Come on.
Wall of fire. Consuming the entire room.
Rug starts to catch also.
No, not the rug.
And a heavy, multicolored smoke starts to leave the room.
We might want to clear out and not breathe any of this in.
Oh yeah, no, Grandmama is now running away as now that entering that room to fulfill whatever condition that they were under is now a threat to their life. They don't have to do that anymore.
Yay!
As they all start running away, as
Quick, Greta, punch a massive hole in the ceiling so all the smoke goes straight up instead of into the streets and killing people.
You got it. Enters the room, jumps straight up.
Elena, you might want to go find her and deal with whatever poisonous effects that just did to her.
Yeah, I'll find a way to her.
Also, if you can, maybe contact the Is-It for the Is-It or wait, no, it'd be CIMIC, the CIMIC center, the Center for Disease Control.
That sounds like a lovely idea. That sounds like
The SCDC.
as the rest of the party leaves, as poisonous smoke billows out of the top of this mansion after Greta eventually makes a hole directly up through every floor and out of the roof.
Somehow, I feel like this would have been better if the poison had remained contained in the house, where it could have been.
Oh no, that poison would have gotten out.
It would have, but now it's definitely getting out and probably everywhere if the wind blows anywhere.
Yeah, but it's rising by the heat. It's not like it's gonna dissipate to such a degree that it's not gonna be like dangerous by the time it falls back down.
And the mansion starts to burn. The mansion.
Guys, I don't think we ever burnt down a mansion before. Good job.
Well, it was pink anyway. This is fine. This is.
I was kind of hoping only the room would get burned up. Was my hope.
I mean,
No, this is good. Now they can build an orphanage here.
Not many preventative measures had been made, or not many preventative steps had been secured. You followed carpeted footsteps to this room.
Yeah, well, I guess these workers aren't selling this house. Actually, is there any? There's got to be like a fire department that we could contact.
Probably.
I want to try to save at least some of this for these poor people. I feel like they need to get something out of this, even if it's just selling this garishly terrible house.
Curiously enough, the Is-It are the first responders.
Hell yeah!
I believe it.
And they charge into the building to start fighting the fire. with every experimental fire suppressant they have.
Graham will inform them before they charge in that there's a noxious poisonous cloud of, filling the house.
Oh, we better put on our hazmat suits. Jeez. I was excited for this.
Hazmat suits.
But hey, we also prevented Bouclair from poisoning every bit of watering hole that her mind controlled people could have find.
Yes, you did. Bouclair is thoroughly thwarted, and thankfully, not all of the mansion burns down. And what a tale! What a tale those workers have gained. An evil child Drider thing with mind control measures has been stopped completely and utterly. Her poison found and done away with. And even Grandma seems pleased. It is done. I have made amends.
I'm glad you found closure with whatever happened here.
Poison potatoes had my poison. I tried to stop it. It did not work. But now it did. Second time. Very good. Oh my god, Grandma. Why did you just run away? Had feeling. I could feel the potatoes evil. I could feel it.
Your grandmother has a real thing for potatoes, man.
She really does. But I mean, I guess it's fine. It worked out. I wanted to kill Claire so bad. I didn't notice that she was just gone. We gotta put a bell on you, Grandma. Jesus. Soup? No. It's potato. I know it's potato.
It's always potatoes.
It's
Worst kind of
always
potato.
it's always potato.
It's better potato soup. It's better. What do you mean, better? It's tastier. Sure thing. So, I'm gonna take her home. This has been a lot today.
You can say that again.
Thanks for everything, guys. Oh my god. I'll find my mentor tomorrow. Maybe I can drop her off at your place. Where should I do that? Your house? He looked at Craig.
Sorry, what?
He's saying like, all right, this has been a lot. This has been a lot. I'm just gonna take my grandma and go home. Maybe I'll just drop her off at your place next time, and keep looking for my mentor. No,
We turn Cray's house into a retirement home.
Yeah.
After all of this is over, we're all old people at Cray's house.
Markup. Markup.
Stuck in the hammock again.
Yep.
I leave Markov to die.
Cray, it's starting to rain.
I leave Markov to die.
Nim would have to be the nurse because he's the only one who doesn't get negatively affected by aging. So I don't even think
Yeah.
he ages if he.
The Oath of the Ancients stops him from aging, so I think
Stops
he
him from
basically.
aging or feeling the adverse effects of aging?
I think it's the adverse effects. So he'll eventually die, but he won't physically get
He'd
older.
be fit as a fiddle until then. Until it's
All right,
fun.
you heard it. We got to put Nim in a nurse's outfit.
Yes.
Medical outfit Nim.
Unfortunately, that'll require the Nurse Nim DLC. That will be $200.
We run off of EA.
No, it's just a smaller group, so therefore, it's a much higher price. Now, if we were selling that outfit to millions of people, then it would be, $20, but no. Gotta recoup costs, Anyways, what are we doing now?
Well, Moraz is asking where he can drop his grandma next time so he can keep searching for his mentor tomorrow. He needs to recover from today. That was a lot.
Greta, why don't you take her back to the base and have her make various poisons that we can use? I mean, Elena, because Greta's in the air.
Yes. Greta is on the roof. Greta is...
I hope I'll help Elena deal with Greta because I feel like Greta has been heavily poisoned by running into the middle of that burning
A
room.
magnanimous dispensation.
Oh my god.
How did that happen?
Wait, what was that? Oh my god, Jaffer, really?
Jaffer.
Oh my god,
I
it's
was
now
completely joking.
It's too late.
It's
Jaffer
canon
has
now.
bought the
It's
Nurse
canon.
Nim
We
DLC.
get
Oh
Art of
my
Nim, and we
God.
get a spoof it. Someone get a hold of Mary. Stat.
Oh.
Wow.
I'm confused. What's happening?
Jaffer just donated $200. He bought the Nurse Nim DLC.
Oh my god. Jaffer, you freaking crazy person.
Yeah.
We get him art of him nurse outfits. Someone get Mary on the phone and see if it's okay to get art commissioned.
I will get art commissioned of it.
Wow.
Sorry,
Jaffer,
Digi, but you won't get a share of that. But
Oh, all right.
Why not old Digi and them taking care of old Digi?
Yeah.
I will use part of it, though, to get you your DM piece finally.
Oh my god.
Get me the description again, please.
One more time. Wait, wasn't it in progress or something? Wait, wasn't it?
I heard in progress.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, is
Alright,
Digi not gonna be the Bat Boy?
That was never my DM PC.
Wait, the bat.
I'm still not fond of the idea of the jester or whatever.
I offered you another one. It was a blue thing.
I don't remember.
Oh my gosh.
Mary's been busy.
Pick it up. I know. Oh, it's
Either way.
pinned.
Thank you so
Thankfully,
much,
it's still
Jaffer.
pinned.
Jaffer, send me a Kravis plushie.
We can't get plushes.
Kravis.
Kravis. I would buy a Kravis plushie, even though I don't have the money to do so.
We'd have to custom order it, and it would be very expensive.
Custom plushies are like fucking spendy.
Yeah.
What now?
I think now the party basically is gonna head to wherever they want to head to and recover from the horror that is that pink hellhole.
Archon's gonna go work on his portal.
Here is the thing. Once more.
Okay, I will get it done.
Did you send the blue thing or the jester thing?
Blue.
Yay.
God, it's been 4,000 years.
I was entirely joking on this and really did not want this done, but apparently it's getting done now.
Congratulations
Jaffer bought the
on
Nerf
joining
Nim
the
DLC. Next time use a higher price tag.
Yeah, next time use a higher price tag. No joke. $2,000.
Careful.
No, that's when he gets a fursuit of Nim in a nurse outfit.
Oh, fudge.
You realize you'll have to post it also.
I know.
Good job, Jaffer. I think it should be randomly. I think it should be randomly inserted, like into the group picture every now and then.
Oh God, Jaffer. Yes, I know you could.
Oh, I had a friend that did a whole nurse outfit for Halloween when we went to a drag show on said Halloween. So it'll be fine. It got real quiet.
Yes, so it did. As Elena eventually comes back with Greta, and Greta looks a little off.
Yeah, Graham will help Elena with Greta.
Fucking rad. Oh, I cannot express how satisfying it was to kill it.
Yes, but do keep in mind the conversation that we had recently. What she was doing was absolutely unacceptable, though, as far as that is concerned.
3 bites per meal, my
No,
God.
it was 3 bites per plate.
Oh.
That means she had multiple plates for a single meal.
Greta closes her eyes. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. She's dead. It's cool. She's dead. She paid. She paid. She's dead.
Just remember, there was a healthy. Remember the healthy way we discussed about normal businesses for you to deal with this.
Right. I'm cool. I'm cool. Everything's fine. Everything's good. It's good. It's good.
But yes, if anything is anywhere near that level of evil, just go ahead and kill. But only that level of evil, like poisoning people and mind controlling people.
So, just to be sure, one more time, it's cool if they're that bad to pick them up and smash them against the floor.
Yes. If they are that evil. And I'm talking about the poisoning of people, water sources, the mind control.
Oh, I didn't hear all that.
That's the thing that makes someone genuinely evil, Greta.
Okay. Right. Alright. Looks like she's thinking about that. Yeah, that sucks. It's a lot.
Yes, if you see someone like that and they're wasting food, then yes, then for then feel free to do whatever you do with them. But if they're only wasting food, that does not equal death.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, did you say something, Element?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so what are we doing now?
Well,
Archive's just at home, or not at home,
Borat
but
seems to be
hideout.
going back home with his grandma, and may drop her off on you guys one more time tomorrow so he can keep searching for his master. But everyone's going back to their homes. I assume that most people want to go back to the hideout.
Like I said, Graham is going with helping Elena deal with poison Greta, and make sure
Yeah.
that Greta understands that under normal circumstances, even someone that wasteful, if they weren't just like super evil in other ways, death is not an appropriate reaction to that.
Right.
Because Graham would be like, also, because if they were really that wasteful, the servants would absolutely probably, eat a lot of that food. Assuming, if it wasn't for the fact that, she poisoned everything, they would have.
Greta's gonna think about that and think, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, see, Greta, there's people who don't let food go to waste.
Okay. Man, that cook had to cook a lot.
I'm sure he did.
Ugh. Why would you poison potatoes? So that's not right.
Your guess is as good as mine.
The world is a full and evil place. Sometimes.
Graham will look at Elena and be like, so any progress on your end of things?
Oh, not a lot. I've been throwing my lot into that life jacket that Silver's wearing. However, Nim might have to borrow it for a little while, but not anytime soon. He seems okay. Thankfully, he got healed right on time.
That's good. So you haven't found any time to look into talking to Runcible Card about getting another body then?
Well, I suppose my schedule's pretty open now, if I'm not keeping a very, very close eye on those two.
Oh, maybe I can go talk to him later for you then, if you want to keep watching them. I can kind of understand a healer's, kind of desire to make sure their patients are well.
Right. I'd really hate for them to suffer any permanent damage just because I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I understand that. Nim does like to. He sometimes jumps in before he realizes the full extent of things, but so maybe it might not be a terrible idea to keep an eye on him. And unfortunately, I don't think he really would care much for my company in that regard. And then I guess this is while Graham and Elena are helping Greta get back to the hideout.
Probably.
Trey's like probably like, haha, the ensemble the ensemble's house is now the meeting place. Thank God I finally got those
His
mooches
house
out
to
of mine.
himself.
Well, not entirely to himself. There's Korn and Nim and Silver and Markov. I think Markov is. I think is Markov still taking up like permanent residence in his hammock.
He's not currently at Cray's house, but yeah.
He will get in the hammock whenever the opportunity presents itself. When they go to Cray's house.
So, do I need to roll anything to help
Nope.
Elena with Greta? Other than Greta basically using Graham as a cane because he's so goddamn short.
That, yes. So I guess athletics or just strength.
Graham has neither of those.
Nim.
Graham is crushed by Greta.
Oh no. He might need Element to help.
What do you need me for?
Graham's sort of getting crushed by Greta. He could use you to carry her. Or help support her. Anyway. As the poisoned shark is hobbling towards the hideout.
Well, there's my strength check.
Between you and Graham and Elena, it'll do.
Okay, good.
That'll do. That'll do.
You said my name?
Yes. A courier is going to run towards you, Nim. And deliver
Where at?
2 letters. Probably as everyone's walking back to the hideout, or at least walking to a place where they could acquire another carriage. Basically, taxi man.
See, man.
Okay. Nim's going to look. Hi?
Alright. Are you Nim Otar Bone Shop?
Yes.
Excellent. I have 2 letters for you. From a concerned party.
Okay.
Here you go.
Nim will
And he
take
will hand
them.
you 2 sealed envelopes, which seem to have things inside of them also.
He'll take them in his mouth and take him over to Cray.
And the courier will be on his way.
I grab whatever's in his mouth out of his mouth.
Somebody just brought me these.
What are they?
2 letters with something inside.
I check to see who the letters are addressed for.
They are addressed to Nim.
Oh,
Otar Bone Chomp.
They're both for you, Nim.
Yeah.
Do you need
Nim,
me to
roll history to see if you can remember the recipient. Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
good enough.
recipient is Nim. I'm pretty sure he
Sorry,
can
the
remember
sender.
himself.
The sender. Because there is a name from the sender, but
Ah.
it's one of the nobles from the Lemonade Party.
For both?
No.
Ah. I can't exactly open these.
Frey begins to slowly open them with his feather finger thing.
What's up, Glyph? You turn into a puff of feathers.
Rude. So rude.
I feel like if anyone's gonna get a letter like that, it would be Nim from just any of the richer places where he's just kind of annoyed people. Nim has made a lot of enemies of the richer people of this town.
Wow.
Thanks.
I mean, he also made friends. That was a great lemonade. That's a
Yeah, I think Graham was not there for that for that thing. But yeah, that was a really nice scene with Nim.
Yes.
So what's in the package?
All right.
What's in the package?
The first letter. It says, "Dear Nim, I've noticed you've not been present and hope this gift and message finds you well if what I've learned is right. I do hope you may enjoy the new potential you've gained now that you have recovered quickly and very well. Knowing what it is you will be learning, I've pulled some favors to grant you a gift that may help. This enclosed ring should render a safer descent should you ever fall. No worse than a few feet of drop, at least from my gradual testing before sending it. A bit frightening at first, but this may make it easier to learn. I look forward to the next meal you prepare. It's granting me an uplifting joy that I'm hoping this shares a fragment. It's granted the same to so many. If some of the recognized... I apologize for not putting my full name, but I hope you understand. This is a gift from more than myself. Many folks wish to thank you for what you've done and wish you the best in what you shall do, especially as you carry forward with this new potential, and may the skies welcome you."
I just
And
kind of
inside
imagine
is-
Cray is reading this off.
And inside is a ring of featherfall.
I thought Nim wore earrings instead of rings.
He does.
Well, because you can't use this. He steals
Nah.
it. I'm kidding. I can, like, put it on his tail.
Technically, it could
Tail ring.
resize, so he could wear it like a bracelet kind of thing.
I could stick it on your tongue.
A tongue ring.
No. Could potentially go on one of his fangs, though.
Tooth piercing. No. Just around.
If I make a break in it, I could shove it up your nose.
Terrible.
Well, that was nice of whoever it was.
And there is also the other letter.
Frey places the ring on top of Nim's head like it's a little crown, even though it's obviously too small for that.
Nim will shake it off and poke his paw through as much as he can through it, and hopefully it will grow and he can slide it onto Up and over. Jaffer bad.
Nim wears it as a belt.
Did Jaffer suggest it be the naughty kind of ring?
Yes, he did.
Oh my god.
Well, it's
I
even
mean,
worse than what I was thinking it was until I read.
I mean,
I was thinking you just put it on your tail or something, but jeez.
There's some, it's some people can enjoy that kind of thing. Don't judge.
We don't
guess.
judge around here.
Anyway, in the next, there is a second letter.
Can you help me with that too?
Yes.
This one's from Ramsey.
Oh, he's probably mad at me.
When was the last time you went to work?
It's been a while.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Well, thank you very much for that resub, Moriarty.
You're welcome.
2 whole years. Now just wait for it to be even longer. 60 years later.
Can. Oh, goodness gracious. We'll probably both be dead by then.
If I am still alive in 60 years, I will probably still be streaming.
Oh, my name is Rob.
Old Man Gaming.
I'm Rosim, and this is Elder Scrolls 4. Oh wait, we already had a 4. Elder Scrolls 7.
Yeah.
The super.
We'll have
No.
Six.
No. You're doing it
I was
wrong.
gonna
You're
say
doing it
there's
wrong.
gonna be a.
No,
what I
hold
think
on.
it is.
Hold on. It's Oh, welcome to Rosim Gaming. Here we have Skyrim re-released for the 1500th time.
Oh, I was expecting a. Hello there, my name is Razim, and the game is finally out. We're playing Kingdom Hearts 4.
No. Half-Life 3.
I've been waiting 80 years for this. Press play. Beep.
Oh.
The saddest story ever told. All right, what's this next letter?
Well, haven't seen you at the restaurant for quite a while. Thankfully, it seems that some self-claimed friends of yours have been coming to explain your situation. So, in lieu of this, I've decided to change the terms. I'll be teaching you seriously tomorrow, but you'd better be there. I'm not going to go easy on you. I'm going to demand perfection in everything you do.
When is this letter dated?
2 weeks ago.
No. If it was from 2 weeks ago and you set foot in that restaurant, you would be atomized under his glare.
It was from 2 days ago. Or no, yesterday, yeah.
A third letter. You're dead.
So is it just the letter in that one?
Nope. There's more. As the letter says, until then, I've gotten a few things that might be of use to you. Give them a go. See how you like them, I guess. I don't have much use for it. And inside this is a token or a figurine of a fluffy owl and a greater potion of healing.
A token of a little owl and a potion of greater healing.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, the potion could definitely be useful.
Yes.
What is the owl thing? Though Nim
The
is
figurine
mostly...
of a
Nim is very intrigued by the, very excited about the training. There are anime sparkles around his face. Anyways, go on.
The figurine of an owl will summon an owl that will heed your beck and call. And I can share everything that Wolstein sent to me about this.
Did you?
Yes.
Nim is gonna wind up being even worse off now.
Why?
Because he's about to wind up blowing up the city for real this time.
Oh. From eagerness?
No. You've let him get a tactical owl nuke.
I don't see the nuke, but alright.
Well, it's Wolstein. Wolstein himself is a nuke.
He is.
Oh. I see.
Tactical owl inbound!
Anytime we need something blown up, we call on him. I can't tell you how many times he's blown up ships for us in Sea of Thieves.
Almost as much as I have.
Well, enjoy your tactical owl nuke. Become the BBEG, I suppose.
Hey, that's my job.
There are many people who want that job. It is a competitive market, my friend.
This is going to become a villain campaign. With
Maybe.
him here and his owl nukes and Lockett and his child killing.
And Jaffer in the audience. Or Graham was his baby killing.
Man.
No, only Element, really, has the clean record.
Yep.
Makes sense. Element's the paladin.
Oh, thank you.
Give you a little smooch.
Oh my.
You're now a fallen paladin.
I'm now what?
You're now a fallen paladin.
Oh no, why?
Because I kissed you and I'm
Because
evil.
Nim picked you up and dropped you.
Oh.
Ouch.
Because you
I
have
mean,
been
he dropped
seduced by the
himself
dark
too,
ways.
but, you know, he's got a ring of feather falling now, so he's fine.
I know.
He's right, you know. He's
He warned you.
I warned you. Oh my god, so many things happened today. I'm very pleased the plan worked out.
It was it was very good.
Yes, your plan to turn us all into evil monsters has succeeded, except for Element.
Well, no, I meant that that through these misadventures, Nim's back to being Nim. Well, mostly.
He's on the way there.
Yes.
He won't be back until Silver is better and has his own wings.
It's in progress, but he's taken a good step. He finally cooked and made food safer.
Yeah.
That was a spicy soup.
Honestly, it was
In
really
a
nice.
different way. In a different.
Honestly, it was really nice seeing Nim being happier again.
Cooking needed to happen the right way.
Yes.
And justice was dispensed upon an evil. And money's going to an orphanage.
Word of our community's
Everything is
claim
going
spreads.
well. Everything is boo.
Gilligan, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, everybody.
Well, it is time for me to head to bed. Good night, everybody.
Night.
You have a good night.
Good
Well,
night.
we gotta keep going now because we just got a raid and they're expecting D&D, so we gotta keep going.
Oh, don't worry. I have more.
I'm
Excellent.
sorry. It's 3 in the morning for me. I'm
you're not
sorry.
allowed.
No,
We're going
I
till
really.
Run,
6.
Element.
Good night,
Run,
Element.
Element.
Just disconnect.
Run away.
Disconnect while you can.
Click the button.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
That's okay. It's just one person that had to go. The rest of us will continue until the dawn.
The Boy Scout is the Boy
Powerhouse.
Scout has vanished. Also, Cray? Where did? Oh, there he is.
Good one.
I pulled a sneaky on you.
So you did it.
That sure got me going.
So, back at the hideout. Unless Cray goes home.
Yeah, Cray's staying home.
Another loyal devotee.
Oh my.
Followers, let's go.
Followers are always welcome. Nim, Silver's looking good actually. Like they were walking around, they didn't get attacked. They used cantrips. They're fine. Granted, Elena has warned them not to take off the vest just yet and sit around whenever they feel that they can spare some time.
Nim is very happy to see that. Though Silver is definitely still not doing great.
The muscles are still being regenerated, yes.
Yeah.
Also, do the rest of you still need the map?
The hideout?
Map for
The hideout?
I really don't need
no,
one.
I don't think I don't think we.
Right.
Well, once Graham also gets Greta back to the base with Elena, he's probably gonna head out and talk to Runcible Cod.
Ah, yes. Engage with Runcible Cod.
Yes.
Simic, right?
Yes. He is a simic man. A doctor. A
Doctor!
doctor, turn off my Taco Bell boy inhibitors. Right then, what the fuck? What the- you probably don't know that one.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
Right then, are you sure?
Yes. Okay.
Anyway, Runcible is happy to see you. Oh, have you decided you want my services? The great services of Runcible Card?
Yes, in a matter of speaking.
Oh.
I have a friend who would like to get her old body back, so to speak.
Oh, a body transplant surgery. Very interesting. Tell me the details.
Well, she, would like to get, I think preferably some kind of clone that would last made of her old body and be put into said body.
A clone without long-term health consequences.
Or something close to that.
It's not impossible, but I would need better facilities.
Yeah. I forget. What did the party do with Tyler?
I believe they basically had him under house arrest.
Tyler's facilities were better, right?
Oh, yes.
Maybe we could convince him to let you work from his lab?
Oh.
I don't know if I can, but I can try. Do you believe that would be of sufficient quality?
Probably. I would also want a sample of the original body, if that is possible.
It is.
Oh. Then this is sounding extremely theoretically possible.
Yes, I do. You were thought of to be fairly skilled and also reasonable. That's the big reason for coming to you for this.
Many of my colleagues thought I was peculiar, which is very strange. Seeing as how we are here, and that is what got me out. No, I do not wish to wildly, recklessly experiment when I can hazard a guess that the thing I am about to do is terrible and bad, and a terrible bad idea.
Of this, I think we can agree. But anyways, I guess I would have to I guess I'd have to go and contact Tyler to see what goes on. You think you'd be fine there? Are you gonna need I know he's definitely one of the unreasonable types. Would you be capable of working in his lab without any fuckery going on?
I might be a little anxious, I would not lie. However, I don't think he'd pull something as long as you've basically got eyes on him as you do. We basically went through his lab when we were picking out the things I needed for Nim's wings. It was like a shopping trip, really. It was like a
Well then, I guess before we proceed, I guess I'll have to go see if I can get you access to his lab before we continue this conversation much further, unless
he will probably be not happy to see me and hear that I am doing just fine.
you're talking like I care what he thinks.
Fair.
Unless you feel like it's going to become a problem for you completing this task or your safety. So his opinion is of little concern to me.
Probably not. He has done as much as he can, getting me effectively kicked out of most major facilities. Without doing something that could get the Boros on him. Nobody wants the Boros on them. We.
Alright. Well, I guess I will talk to you soon, depending on whether or not I can get you access to Tyler's lab. Also, who is watching him, by the way? Is it the Azurius, the Boros? Who's basically in charge of keeping him out of trouble?
I believe the Boros.
Alright, actually, Graham might just go to the Boros and be like, hey, can I use his facilities? Because also, he probably has more than one lab, I would assume.
Yes. He is under suspicions of suspected secret collusion, or at least connections with Felix, who is a known criminal, and a still active contract.
Well, and Felix was absolutely in colluding with Seekers, so.
So they've got their eyes on him real close.
Alright, do we know which, like, commander or whatever is in charge of this? Because Grab might just go to him and be like, look, I need to borrow one of his facilities to do something.
I don't know which commander is in charge of his basically lockdown, but you could ask.
To Bolkasa! Since Element's probably busy and also not here to talk to him.
Yes.
So Graham commences the run back and forth around the entire goddamn city quest.
Yep.
And he will find Bolkasa.
Ah, the bunny. How you doing?
I would prefer you call me Graham and not Bunny, but
Right,
I'm doing
Graham.
fine.
You're looking stronger than the last time I saw you.
Yeah.
Can I call you Lunch instead?
Definitely not.
So, what do you need? I'm assuming this ain't a house call.
It is not. I was kind of wondering if you knew who was in charge of Tyler. What was Tyler's last name?
Creole.
Tyler Creole's lockdown.
Oh, Bennett.
Do you
Bennett's
think
Bennett's the one in charge of that.
Do you think he'd be amenable to letting one of my friends used some of Tyler's labs to do something.
He's gonna think about it. Not if I ask, but I know just the person. Now, how good are you at dealing with goodies?
I can do it.
Cool.
Yes, Graham. Show us your questionable morality.
He didn't say he was a goody. He said he can deal with them.
Kill us a goody on stream. Yes,
Catch me personal.
I remember this guy. Vaguely. I remember Element having a session with him.
Yes. And soon, another Boros comes in. Yes, Kolkasa, what do you need? Ah, I see you have company. Well then.
Also just vibing.
Hello, Nanny. This is Element's friend, Graham. He needs to ask Bennett a favor. Go on.
It's for a good cause.
Ah, starting on the right foot. I'm already on board.
Yes, a friend of mine through some tragic accident basically needs a new body.
My goodness.
And I have a Simic scientist who can do it, but unfortunately his facilities are not advanced enough. But Tyler's are, and I was wondering if I could get him access to Tyler's facilities while Tyler is on lockdown to help this friend.
Fascinating. What a peculiar situation. Could Simic have gone so far as to just simply reconstruct a body from one who's missing one? So, the medical field is truly remarkable.
Yes. And if it helps, she is a cleric and a healer.
How utterly reputable. How utterly.
Yes, so and let's just say this she has some very good circumstances as to why she kind of would like this to happen. I would prefer not to get too involved in her dispense too much of her personal affairs more than what's needed.
Very well. I shall plead your case.
Thank you. I strongly appreciate this effort that you on my behalf.
Anytime, citizen.
О, всем здравствуйте.
And they're out.
Соболь, который только что
Marten video.
Он еще
And
не
Gokasa
he took you.
sighs.
обговорить всех тех, кто все-таки собрался приобрести. Бардак у вас будет.
They're
Разгром
nice,
будет.
but
Откроют легко все, любой
jeez.
шкаф. Любой
I
сейф,
understand.
даже в детских зажимах.
I understand.
Открывать легко
I
скотч.
hope you don't I mean, I didn't lie or anything, but I did kind of intentionally use some distinct trigger words there.
Oh yeah, no. You definitely know how to move them in the direction you want.
Thankfully, it's a skill I learned from my family. but I am putting it to much better use than they would.
I'll bet you are.
Duke.
So I guess nothing to do but wait here until you get Bennett's approval. Percival can be very determined once he's set on something.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that this is someone who's largely a healer and cleric, I'm hoping will convince him to really put the pressure on.
Oh yes. I think you'll have it pretty soon. Because people know he'll just keep badgering and badgering until he gets it.
Speaking of, I know some of what you probably know her and probably don't necessarily appreciate her super much. Tanya, was Percival in charge of her by any chance?
Like, Kalakasa just stops. They were peers. Percival had very, very, very high expectations of Tanya. So he followed her a lot.
I think I'm starting to get a better picture of why Tanya might have left. But if it makes, I don't know if it would be of any real comfort to you, but she still doesn't seem like a bad person. She still seems like a very I'd say she has a fairly decent sense of justice still.
That's nice. It's good to hear. I'm just worried that she's gonna get bottlenecked. And then he's gonna look over to the door, get up, close the door before walking back to his chair.
Graham is going to raise an eyebrow at this.
So, I don't think many people have talked to you a lot about mana and stuff like that. There's secrets upon secrets with stuff like this.
As I'm discovering, Graham says with great disdain.
Well, there's one more. Well, there's a few more, basically top ranking secrets that only guild masters and a select few know about. Starting with people can't get their fifth and last one until they've had a personal journey. Or a revelation, so to say. Taking a look inwards and deciding who you are and what you really want. It ain't about overcoming the odds. It's a lot of internal stuff.
Graham's gonna think hard about when he's heard most of the ensemble talk about talk about their powers whenever he's asking. He's like, actually, now that I think about it, I think a lot of them have bottlenecked.
Surprising. You can't get this strong without getting a little twisted along the way. Can't walk a straight path all the time. Especially if you're fighting enough, getting stronger, until you finally reach that point. You gotta pay attention to yourself. Figure out why you're still doing this, what you want at the end of this, stuff like that.
I think some of the things, whenever I was talking to her about her past, I think some of the things that we talked about might have gotten her thinking about that a little bit. Although I'm kind of thinking about it a little bit more myself as well.
Second, there's one more thing.
Oh?
Someone who's finished awakening can take a disciple, so to say, or maybe a few. That disciple gets special bonuses, so to say, extra perks, something that helps them stand out. I was a disciple. Tanya was a disciple. Probably a lot of her friends were disciples too. They were picked by someone who managed to reach the end of their journey and not get twisted. Oh yeah, my first point. If they're bottlenecking and they don't reach that revelation, something bad happens. Something real bad.
What? What?
If they don't find their way, they'll get corrupted.
That's super serious.
It's pretty bad, but you just gotta have faith in them or help them along the way. It doesn't happen instantly. They'll either get corrupt, or their mana will either get corrupt because they couldn't find their way and chose a bad path, or they'll find their way, finish their personal journey, and their mana is going to get refined. However, if you don't think they can do it, well then, perhaps it's better to get rid of them while they're still a person.
I see. Graham is like looking like he's about to break into a cold goddamn sweat.
Anyway, let's just say I'm just an old fart talking to himself. You didn't hear any of this from me.
Graham will look at him. He's like, "Did you finish?"
Sure did. Boros kept me on the straight and narrow. We're disciplined here, regimented, solidarity in our peers. It helped a lot. I kind of wish Tanya would have stayed, but she didn't.
Well,
would have helped her too, probably.
I'll try to help.
Good
If
luck.
it makes you feel any better.
You got
I
a
don't
good head on your shoulders.
I don't think any of them deserve whatever happens if they don't get past this. They're all decent people. Or most of them, I should say. Just maybe a little bit confused or lost.
Well, make sure that news doesn't get out too far. Share it with who you think needs it.
Will do.
And he's gonna open his door again before settling back down. But this time he's going to pull out a very fancy looking cigar.
Graham is actually kind of curious, how often does Bolgassa's door close?
Well, that depends. Do you count slamming so hard it flies off its hinges closed?
No.
Then not too often.
Okay, so Graham's already like, yeah, no, people are probably worried that I've been murdered or something.
I miss those days. Oh, don't mind me, just reminiscing.
Oh, Graham will
Duke.
sit down and
wait a while longer.
Yep, he'll wait for Percival.
40 minutes pass before Percival comes back with a filled form and a badge of permission. I have gathered everything that is required, sir. Excellent work, Percival. Alright, Graham, take your nerd stuff. Take your nerd stuff.
Hey, nerd stuff in the right hands makes for great fights, Bolcasa.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You don't think magic isn't nerd stuff?
I like my magic. It makes big explosions.
Yep, still nerd stuff. It's still magic, Bolcasa. You're just a jockey nerd. Grab will take the paperwork and the badge.
How dare you? Like, tosses his maul after you, but misses. That cocky rabbit.
He's like, get your nerd stuff out of here. I hate to tell you this, but you know magic. Magic is nerd shit.
How dare you? I smite. Anyway. Anyone else got something they want to do as Graham's traveling about? Markov's building his portal. I know that.
Nim is eagerly waiting for tomorrow.
Yep. For his intense cooking training with Gordon Ramsay.
How is Markov's portal building progressing?
It's going well now that he's gotten rest and has other things that basically gave his mind a refreshing. He's sitting at a comfortable, probably 30%.
Progress, baby.
Progress.
would this be a good spot to wrap up for the session, or?
Oh.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh.
Okay.
I can keep going a while longer.
Yes. So can I.
Zim, where were we gonna watch Owl House tonight?
We can do it another night.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Then yeah, I can keep going then.
All right.
Now, to Nim and his intense cooking training.
Well,
Or others,
I don't think
if they want to do
I don't
something
think.
too.
Yes. Pray. Anything you want to do?
Not that I can really think of.
Cray.
What?
Do the cool stuff.
What cool stuff?
I don't know, the cool Cray stuff.
Sneak into another dragon's lair. Sneak into Niv Misset's room and steal his diary.
There was someone I had to look into. Because he was sus as fuck.
Yes.
Who was
His
that?
name? Rolf Carlyle.
Right, but the kobold man was looking into that one, which is why we babysat his grandmother.
Yep. And then that turned into a whole ass episode. And then he said, you know what? I'm gonna take my grandma home. We're just gonna chill, and I'm gonna do more of this tomorrow, when I don't have to worry that she is going to get pulled into some kind of other crazy plot.
I'd like to decompress after child murder.
I'll go investigate the coin deaths then.
Yes, the orcs that had their lungs turned into coins. Very, very interesting.
Very, very Orzhov with mana death.
This happened in the Boros district of all things.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this is punishment for the orcs that were part of the Seekers that let us just fucking that let us survive and become this giant fucking problem.
Well, who can really say? So, you're moving to investigate this? Do you have any plan?
Well, first I gotta find where they are. And
All right.
then I gotta see if he's connected to anything. And then
Would you ask your informants for for more detailed reports on the matter?
Sure, let's go ahead and do that. Why not? There's no reason not to.
All right.
You unleash Cthulhu just by asking them.
Do you have a meeting point in mind?
The orb.
The orb. All right. They will answer Le Orb. Young master. Do you require something of us? We've not made much progress since you've last called.
I need more details on the coin death report.
Such as
location, suspects, any other details at all?
Well, we've not got a lot to go on, but we'll give you what we've got.
God damn it! You guys are supposed to be professionals. Why don't you have that much?
Professionals are working for your mother, sir.
What?
Never mind.
You're all professionals.
We appreciate the thought, sir. We appreciate it. But well, let's say that there's divisions even among professionals.
All right, fine, whatever.
Just send me the details that you have, and I'll get to it.
All right. And they will give you the location, estimated time of death, and estimated time of incident.
Okay, what's the difference between those two times? Is it about a second, or is it a minute?
Judging from their movements and how blue their face was, we estimated that upon having their lungs turned into coins, they did not instantly die. Some even managed to walk quite the distance before they succumbed to no oxygen. I can't even imagine what it'd be like. Just not having lungs. Not even that air couldn't get in there. There was no place for it to go.
Right.
As for suspects, well, we've not found anyone that's terribly suspicious. There was a lot of people. We're still finding all the people that witnessed them, and we're trying to corroborate reports.
Someone must have vented.
We'll check the vents, sir. We'll check the vents.
All right.
Curiously, the location is by a very large clock tower in the Boros district.
Clock tower in the Boros district. Let's go.
All right. Taking a carriage and making your way over to the Boros district.
Running over as many pedestrians as legally possible.
That is 0.
Ruin my fun, why don't you?
I mean, maybe one as an accident. Just a single crime as a treat. Just a single.
No more legal living. Everyone can break one law as a treat.
Excellent.
I committed high treason. I'm the king now.
Well, that was a single crime, and the king's single crime will be to murder you.
Oh no, he's dead.
Ah, I see. You have done 2 crime.
But no, it was technically only one. It was just killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
All right.
Anyways, yeah.
Now, the bodies, when you get there, are still there, but there is a number of Boros that have basically set up a perimeter.
Just walk up, flash my Azurius badge, say I'm here to investigate.
Very well then.
Walk Sun over.
However,
on everyone.
if you would give me a perception check.
Oh, I gotta look for things.
Of course you do.
No, I don't. Fuck off.
Those sure are bodies with weird chests. Are you even in the right crime site?
I wanna look at the coins and see how valuable they are.
Well, there is another Azurus who seems to be the coroner, who has in fact autopsied 2 of the bodies.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna see what do you have there, Mr. Man? What do you got? What do you show me your moves?
You are out of it. You are so crazy out of it, aren't you?
I'm running on fumes.
I understand. Well, first of all, how does this look to you? And they hold up a gold coin. However, there are no markings on it. It is completely smooth. There is no design. It is a single round gold disc.
I ask him if I can test it.
By all means.
I'm gonna take it and see if I can easily bend it at all.
Not very easily, no.
Is it easily enough to determine that it is gold? Because gold is kind of soft.
It is.
Okay.
Like you have to put a little force into it, but it does bend.
Okay, and give it back to him after doing that. Just give a nod. Seeming satisfied with having bent the coin.
All right. Did you learn anything from it?
I learned that it's actually gold.
Yeah, such seems to be the case. Pure gold coins.
It's not some sort of fool's gold either, so that's important.
Why just one organ? Why a set of organs? Perhaps should be the question. Unmarked currency, which means that this isn't some crazed serial killer who just stole their lungs and stuffed coins into the body. No. These are pure gold, seemingly manifested inside the body in place of the organs. We just need to figure out the why and the how.
Not so sure about the how. You know, magic is a thing.
Yes, but this is a bit absurd even for magic, isn't it? Transmutating something inside another being into something else entirely, a different material completely.
I mean, being able to turn flesh to gold is pretty impressive in and of itself. So that's assuming that they're actually turning flesh into gold and not just teleporting gold into where the flesh should be and teleporting the flesh out.
Very well then, but then where did they make these coins? Why pure gold?
I believe they're sending a message.
The message is lost in translation.
Potentially.
Oh, and there is also that one man who keeps pestering it to ask if we can sell the coins.
No. Is he Orsov?
He does seem to be, yes.
Right. Go ahead and, do you have the names of these victims?
No, we do not. They didn't have any identifiers. We're assuming they were guiltless.
Guiltless, no identifiers, no form of legal verification. Like, what were these guys? Golgari or Gruel?
They might have been. They all seemed to be orcs in robes. Much like the ones that were captured by the Boros some time ago. Right around a spot that should not be mentioned.
Sorry, say again? Before that?
They're orcs in robes, much like the ones the Boros caught some time ago, near a spot that should remain off record.
Yep, I'm aware of that.
Right then. Good to know.
I think they may be connected, which is why I'm trying to run them back.
If only they'd kept the hostages instead of sending them sentencing them to execution for heresy.
Indeed.
Didn't Graham tell them specifically to interrogate these people?
Yes.
Sus!
So, assuming that these people were killed for some reason, probably, if they are connected, by their same organization, that either means they failed to do something, or they were suddenly considered expendable.
Right.
This is also the first. This is also the first instance we have of something like this.
Did they seem to be doing anything at the time of the incident, or were they just randomly dead?
Well, according to the witness reports that we have managed to gather, it seems a lot of them had started to gather here. However, right at 11, they dispersed and gathered again at 12:50. However, once the clock hit 1 again, supposedly, they all fell to whatever it was that happened at exactly 1 p.m.
If they all meet up somewhere, they go off, they do something, they come back in 2 hours, they all die.
Yes, that's what we've got so far.
Right. Cool. I'd recommend doing a sweep of the area then. If they were there and back in an hour, it's likely that whatever they did is likely within a mile's radius.
We'll continue to collect reports and try to find people who were in the area within that 2 hour within that 2 hour limit. Any other thoughts?
Can I roll to see if I don't get any hunches or any ideas?
By all means.
Roll what?
You can roll insight.
Insight on investigation?
Or investigation, either works.
I'm better insight anyway. That's a natural 20.
That is a natural 20.
I see the code.
They kept coming back here. And you do recall, a long time ago, this was still their meeting place. This was where they were meeting even all the way back then. However, something happened that made this different, because only the people gathered under this clock tower seem to have been affected. There are still other orcs. This can't be all of them, but only these ones were suddenly dead.
I'm gonna fly up into the clock tower.
You feel something. Something familiar.
Something I've not felt in a long time.
Well, perhaps it has been a
Not
while.
felt this in an age.
As you feel black and white mana, or at least residual traces of it, and a note. The note reads, "By the 13th toll, I'll come to collect my due. You've taken long enough and have accumulated a very staggering interest rate."
Can I tell when this was written?
Telling when that was written may be difficult.
Does it look like it's been sitting here for a while?
It does not.
Are there any traces? Well, here, first off. Has someone been here recently, and don't you fucking lie to me?
Holy shit, 2 in a row?
He may be running on fumes, but that means he has no energy for distractions. He's a detective that has nothing left to lose anymore. So you better be straight with him. There does seem like there was someone here, not terribly long ago. Probably around the time that those orcs started falling down.
When did the orcs start falling down, though? It's been like a day since then, hasn't it?
Well, then yes, the note looks like it has been there for at least as long as those orcs were. But there is still traces of there was someone here.
How often does this bell toll?
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
It tolls in time with military time.
Which is?
Well,
is it every hour?
Is it every hour? Is it every day? Is it every week?
Every hour.
Okay, so there's 13 hours left. When these guys died, it was 1 p.m. What time is it now?
It's about 5 p.m. It's getting
So
late.
We've got about 9 hours.
9 hours.
I'm gonna follow this trail then and see where it leads.
We do have influence from the Chaos God.
Ooh. I'll accept. Trey, you're getting some Mario Party coins because you're getting another natural 20 for your investigation.
Huzzah!
And you're browsing around. Well, what are you doing exactly?
I'm following the trail that I nat 20 to find.
Ah, yes, fair enough. And with another nat 20, you find the man who's what seems to be trying to purchase those coins.
Is he trying to sell them or is he trying to purchase them?
He wants to buy those coins because on the path, this man seems basically like he'd been here for a while, but the trail goes past him. But that man had been here longer than that other man was, the one that you're trying to follow the trail of. However, the Boros are basically trying to make him leave, and basically like, no, we're not going to sell you the coins.
Gray's going to go over to the other Azuri investigator. He's going to recommend that he takes in that Orzhov for questioning.
Really?
I think he might have some involvement with it. I'm not entirely certain, but he's been here since before the bodies dropped, like he knew it was going to happen.
Interesting. All right, we'll have him detained.
He gives a nod, and then he goes about continuing
to follow
the
trail.
path. Yep.
Continuing to follow the path leads you to the marketplace. Or rather, a very large marketplace.
Gotcha.
Trail's getting a little thin here, but
Do you want me to roll?
ask me for I'm going to ask you for a persuasion check to try to ask and jog people's memories if they've seen something remarkable at around the 1:20 p.m. yesterday mark.
I thought you said it was 4 p.m. today.
Well, you're trying to figure out who.
I thought it happened today.
Oh. Damn it, I'm getting my times mixed up. Because you did get the report a while ago. Well, at 1:20 p.m., let's just say that. Oh, no, they don't remember. They don't remember any remarkable individuals at all.
Did you?
Yes.
I would like you to remind you of the influence.
Ah, that's right. I see. Well then, yes. Oh, auto 20s every role in the investigation, you say?
Oh.
My. That's a lot more than I thought it was.
So this is just going to turn into an episode of Magnum PI.
Very probable.
Quick, do the thing where you make the background black and white. Sepia tone.
I don't think I will.
Sepia tone is the is more of like the brownish. Like
I didn't ask you, rabbit.
Then just be correct.
I'm hot on the trail of some hot ass. And we ain't gonna stop until we find it.
Then they remember some lich-looking man that looked like he belonged in the Golgari.
Golgari, not Orzhov?
They shake their head and say, no, they're very sure this man was very skeletal.
Very skeletal indeed. Strange. Which way did he go?
And they're going to point down the market.
I'll follow the direction in which they point.
Let's see, what do my notes have for this? Down the marketplace, and down another alley that you're pointed towards, you find a sewer entrance. And venturing downwards, you see a very familiar scrap of paper. It looks like a torn off section of one of those explosion scrolls that they tried to use to mine out one of the entrances to the caverns once upon a time anyway.
Smells like shit.
So it does.
I follow after the trail by which this torn piece of paper has led me. Proceed.
Continuing to follow after this trail, you find 2 more orcs that seem to be frozen in fear. Like, they've gone to the point where they're not shuddering any longer. Their breaths are as shallow as can be to just keep themselves conscious.
Alright, well, I'll go ahead and just shadow step my way into the back of one.
Alright. They're not saying anything. They're not moving. They just seem like they're trying to recover.
I'm taking his body.
Alright, you have his body. Nope, there's not even a contest.
And with the orc body basically as my flesh puppet disguise, I'm just gonna walk on down the way.
Alright. Companion seems stunned and crawls after him for a short period of time before just giving up. Where are you walking this orc?
Whatever way I think their base is.
Right. Fortunately, there's not much of a trail from here. However, by the power of Jaffer,
I find it.
yes.
By the power invested in Jeffy Reed. Jeffrey, you get all the head pats for making this this episode of D&D. Instead of being D&D, it is now just CSI Miami.
Yep. You've gotten a little more fire out of Cray by holding his interest. There's a series of tents and a large cloth what covers the wall, but you can glean past it as you come upon like a whole pocket under the city that seems to be a mix of people, primarily orcs though. However, it seems a lot emptier than it could have been once upon a time. There's like a tenth of the space.
What
that
weapons
that
does
was
this orc have on him?
He has a quarterstaff.
When I'm taking over their bodies, do I get their attribute stats or just their physical attributes?
If you're using them, yes.
Okay.
He is not remarkable. Not at all.
Doesn't have a good strength at least?
He's got strength.
How much?
He has a strength score of 16.
Okay, that's not as good as my dex score.
No.
Good to know. Alright, proceed.
Wandering around, or rather exploring the settlement, People are giving you a very curious look, asking why you came back.
I'm gonna ignore them. So I'm gonna keep looking for that place that I know where shit's going down, instead of just, the tents.
Alright.
There's steely determination in this orc's eyes, and by the orc's eyes, I mean my eyes. The orc is probably screaming on the inside, but he's a little
Very
pussy,
much so, but it doesn't matter to you. You can hold him as long as you want.
Your
There's
body
no
is
chance
mine.
for him to win.
Especially since you're getting all nat 20s.
Yep. However, after a time of searching, trying to find out where the activity is, you do find someone. A skeleton man in a dark cloak with a high collar and blue glowing eyes. Who seems to be admonishing another group. Likely for lack of results.
At this point, I'm gonna crouch to go into sneak mode, and I'm gonna start sneaking up to this eldritch thing.
The orc has very little in the way of dexterity.
That's fine. I have a natural 20 to back me up.
Fair enough.
It
He's like,
is
"I
only
care
for the
not for-"
investigation itself. I will say
This
that.
is still the
but-
investigation. I'm still investigating. I know it's a limited time thing, but I'm gonna get the mileage out of it that I can.
Yep. He's going for it. Let's see if he lives to tell the tale. Let's see.
Oh, I know I will. This orc might not, but I will.
It's a good question. What happens to you when the body you're in dies?
I just get
You
ejected.
Yep.
I don't even take damage. It's just poop, I'm out.
Yep.
Yes, but where do you come out at?
Directly around the body.
Yep.
Ah, it still might be bad for you.
Yeah, it might be, but I need to survive like a turn.
Or shadow step, shadow step, shadow step. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, we're in the sewers. This place is not exactly lit.
Nope. So you approach the skeletal figure. What do you do?
So you said he's wearing a collar of some sort?
Yes. A cloak with a very high collar.
Oh, okay. It's just a villain collar. I gotcha.
Yes.
I'm gonna first search around the area that's near him, see if there's any journals, any books, any information on the whole program that they got going on here. Maybe some money left behind staff. Maybe his phylactery is just sitting out and glowing ominously.
Oh, unfortunately, you are not so lucky.
Well, I assume there's some stuff in the immediate area that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
There seems to be some weapons laying around. Horn armor. Some papers. A letter home. Probably some people having doubts about this whole thing, like, This isn't what it was Advertised. This sucks.
Oh, they aren't his letters?
No. They're like members from other people who are like really having second thoughts about all this stuff.
Okay, I'm looking for stuff specifically related to Mr. Skeleton Lord.
Oh, specifically related to him? There doesn't seem to be anything of that.
Okay.
It seems
So-
he's just making a visit to talk down to some people.
Alright. I'm gonna use... Does this guy have pockets?
They're probably on the inside of his cloak.
Alright, that's what I thought. I'm gonna go ahead and use my... So, like, I'm gonna try to, like, casually stand like I've been there the whole time, but, like, before anyone can really, like, probably put two and two together that I'm there. I'm gonna use my Shadow Art key point to cast Darkness, and I'm gonna walk into the guy and try to pickpocket him as I'm doing so. You know, like I just clumsily walked into him while it was dark.
I see. Well, you do so, and you come away with something also metallic and round, but in your hand is a platinum coin that is featureless, smooth, and round. As the skeleton tries to dispel magic, this darkness that is there just suddenly.
You tries to dispel magic?
Yes.
Da, 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 da. So it's just simple darkness. I'm pretty sure that's a second or third level spell. I'm pretty sure that automatically it goes down.
Yep.
So I'm, of course, trying to make it look like I'm just part of the crowd now.
Skeleton starts searching himself before growling in very clear anger and producing his staff and starts immolating everyone.
Congratulations, you've killed a bunch of innocent civilians.
Acceptable losses. And of course, he's going to run at that and, you know, make the orc look scared properly.
Yes, time to get out.
Yep.
Time to flee.
Do you retrace your steps and go back to where you were before?
Yeah.
In the Boros?
Yeah.
Alright. You do so. You're out.
Does this coin seem magical in any way, shape, or form?
You can feel mana from this thing.
I'd like to use my sort of mana focus to, you know, tune into this coin.
You know, that's a really good question. If this thing has mana, then it almost certainly has the ability to sense mana.
Coin seems to be the catalyst for an ability.
Catalyst? That makes it conditional.
Mm-hmm. To those who are in your debt and have passed the grace period you've set, get your worth back, no matter their cost. This coin seems to be the catalyst for whatever ability he used to turn those orcs' insides to coins.
Awesome. Cray's going to become a very rich man.
It depends if you can actually use that ability just because you have this coin.
I can't.
That and Mr. Skellyman might be looking for that coin, and he knows its signature. You're gonna have to invest in some anti-scrying, my dude.
Cray is going to dip out of that orc's body, off him, and head back to the
Do you
investigation site.
pickpocket the coin off the orc's body before you?
No, I kill him.
Okay.
I get out of him, slice his throat, or it might just be easier to have him slice his own throat. Kind of dark and fucked up, but also probably just ultimately easier.
You have nerves of steel, and you can basically commit suicide.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
know. I
because
feel
it's
like
not
that
me.
still might require a will, like a wisdom save to like. Can you bring yourself to kill yourself, even though you know it's not really you?
Okay, nat 20.
This, your investigation's
see
over,
what you
my
did
friend.
Cray has become a scary person at this point in time.
Yes.
He was a scary person before. He just likes pleasant trees.
So he does. So he does.
But yeah, Cray is going to quickly shadow step his way back out, and he's going to try to get back to the investigators as soon as possible. He's going to point out that there is a likely Golgari lich that is committing genocide in a nearby sewer system, and to send as many peacekeepers there as physically possible.
Well, they're going to take the poorest they have and begin mobilizing as the autopsy man is filling a report that he will deliver to the Azorius.
Right. Cray will go ahead and back them up just to see how well they do against this foe. He's probably going to stick to the shadows and watch the fight. Maybe aid here and there by sending out the occasional blindness to the lich.
All right.
Sure, Lich basically doing what he can. Yeah, here's something I'm gonna actually roll a wisdom saving throw on. He'll even send out some of his flying swords to aid them.
Even if I hate it, go, my children. Even if I hate it.
He literally has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dancing swords. So those are basically
good.
5 swords he can send into battle to slash against this thing.
Yes.
And one of them is a Dragon Slayer greatsword. Oh wait, hold on. What's the Longsword of Vengeance do? The sword is cursed. Possess vengeful spirit, becoming attuned to it. That's right. We're not attuned to the Longsword of Vengeance because it's cursed.
It is cursed.
So I'm not. Do dancing swords require attunement? Longsword of Vengeance requires attunement.
I think all magical weapons do.
Yeah.
No, all magical weapons do not require attunement. However, especially in the case of a flying weapon, I definitely think it would require attunement because that's kind of how you order it around. Otherwise,
No, yeah,
anybody could just grab the handle and, well, now that sword's against you.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Dancing swords require attunement. My Dragon Slayer Great Sword does not require attunement, but I assume because of the dancing condition it specifically does, because I do have a basic dancing short sword and that does require attunement.
Yes.
So,
I also want to remind you that you can only be attuned to 3 items at a time.
right, which is fine because I wasn't attuned to anything prior.
I'm just saying in general.
No, yep, I know.
And it does take an hour to attune.
Well, I've had these weapons for definitely more than that.
Yeah, I've had them for a while.
Probably at least attuned to the Moon Touch, the Dragon Slayer, and I guess my original short sword. Because it literally just became a dancing short sword, so it's the same weapon. So yeah. I'll see how they do in battle. I'll send my blades to aid them, but otherwise I'll stick to the shadows and basically just cast the occasional blindness on him.
The battle does not go spectacularly.
Does this guy have a staff or something that he's using?
He does. However, you also see him getting struck and returning with a vengeance. And let's say his spells seem to have more effects than they should.
Alright.
Well, with your observations, it seems that his spells have additional debilitating effects that are not making this very easy for the people who start trying to apprehend him and swiftly perishing.
When I have a blindness on him, I'm gonna shadow step behind him and attempt to take him over and see how strong his willpower is.
As you enter, he will say, "Ah, there it is. So nice to have you back."
Interesting. Is he resisting?
He is resisting. However, that coin feels different. And I assume your wisdom mod is quite solid.
+4.
That's right.
So, presuming that we're still going off of this being part of the investigation, it'd be a 24 total.
I am pondering that. Technically, you're still finding things out, I guess.
It is up to you at this point.
Yeah.
You're wearing it out, but you've still got it for just a little while longer.
I told you I'm getting my mileage out of this thing.
Yes. So what'll you do?
Do I have control of him?
For 1 round, and then you're gonna have to start rolling.
Okay. I'm gonna throw his staff away from him and I'm going to use whatever his most exerting magic ability is, and I'm just going to cast it in a direction so that it basically completely doesn't harm anyone. And then after that, my play is going to be to jump out of him while he's still blinded, since he really didn't have a chance to dispel that blindness. I'll go and grab his staff, and then I'll basically just be shadow stepping the fuck out of there, hoping that I helped him
Alright.
out of the fight, and that
Now-
disarming him with the staff is really gonna hurt him.
Now, you don't care what you cast. You just want to cast the biggest
I just want to cast
spell.
the biggest spell that he has, assuming that it's not some world-ending thing.
It's not. It's just time stop. It's just...
Oh, so I cast Time Stop basically on him.
Isn't Time Stop like a 9th level spell?
Yes.
Meaning that Cray has stumbled upon someone truly terrifying who he has now made a terrible enemy who will hunt him down at any and all costs for vengeance, for humiliation.
Can I? Is Time Stop something where I can target self?
I don't believe so. In fact, you are the caster is the only one who is able to move during time stop for a set number of rounds.
Supporter.
Time Stop, one action, target range self, target self, instantaneous. Briefly stop the flow time for everyone around you. No time passes for other creatures while you take 1d4 plus 1 turns in a row, during which you can move. The spell ends if you... The spell ends if you move more than 1,000 feet from location where you cast it. Okay, let's not do Time Stop then. What else do we have?
That appears to be his prepared 9th level spell. Other than that, let's see, what does his spell book have? Let's see.
Well, here's a question: if I cast Time Stop on him, does that extend my hold on him?
No. which is why I was asking to make sure. So you don't care what you're casting. You're just casting the biggest thing, right?
If I see know and understand how Time Stop works, especially since I'm taking over.
We'll say yes. As your last bit of natural 20 of like, wait, that's dangerous. That's super crazy dangerous. There's also Incendiary Cloud, Maze, and Sunburst.
Is there anything I can basically shoot at his feet or like near him in an AoE that just like is basically gonna be really, really harmful to him?
The Incendiary Cloud could probably do something, and Sunburst would certainly not be cool for him.
Yeah, so basically, while he's blinded, as I said, I already threw away his staff and everything. So while he's blinded, I'll turn around, cast that away from the soldiers, so that he's basically hit with a blast, assuming it has an AoE.
Yep. I'm assuming you're going for Sunburst.
If that's... does that do holy damage?
It does radiant damage, yes.
Radiant damage is definitely gonna fuck this guy up. Surprised he has it, but okay. So hit him with some hit him with himself with some radiant damage in such a way as to not try to hit the guards that are there. Grab his staff and start shadow stepping the fuck out of there as quickly as I possibly fucking can, because I know he's got Time Stop. And because I know he's got Time Stop, I need to cover as much distance as physically possible.
Alright. Now,
And also, I would try to do so while basically sneaking, of course. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Shadow step, kind of.
Alright.
Actually, do I have that thing that,
Joke.
No, it's about 2 more levels before I go into Cloak of Shadows. Which at that point, I basically just become a shadow.
Yep. So, I'm going to ask you, high or low? I'm going to...
I'm feeling good. Let's go high.
Alright. You run. You run far. You are back. You are back out of the sewers. You are above ground. You've got the coin, and you've got his staff.
And now you begin to hear combat music.
Did.
As
For
you
the
look
record,
around,
once
and
I'm
I
above
will-
ground, I don't stop. I'm shadow stepping
Yep.
to the nearest alleyway, and then I'm going from alleyway to alleyway. I'm not stopping. I'm going up on rooftops. I'm going wherever the hell I need to go. It's 1,000 feet is the furthest he can make it with that time step. I'm not going until I'm confident I'm at least 2,000 feet.
Yep.
Sounds like you might need to do some
I'm going to ask you to make a perception
rolls.
check.
All right, I'm back to making checks. Let's go. Yeah, 16's not bad.
As you're running, fleeing as fast as you possibly can, something's wrong.
What's that?
Where are the people?
Interesting. I keep going. Blink, 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 blink.
And you run, you run, you run, and you run, and there's nothing that can stop you. Or rather, if you stop, you feel like that might just be the end of you. Because as you finally pass what you assume to be the 10,000 feet, you just keep going. Or the 1,000 feet. Yes, 1,000 foot.
Do I eventually start seeing people?
Yes. It's like you passed through something and suddenly there's people again.
Do I have the staff and coin still?
You still have both of them.
Okay.
You might want to hide out with the ensemble for a while.
Now, I will ask you to make one more perception check.
All right. Same? No, not the same. 18 now. Slightly better.
You hear clattering sound. Before it stops and starts again in a rhythmic clacking.
What do I see? Coming from the direction of that sound.
There he is. However, the motion appears to be some form of clapping. Well. It's not often I made a fool of in such a fashion. Slammed by my own spell. Robbed twice by the same person within the span of the same hour. There's quite the talent here, isn't there? So, what do you want then? You don't look like a mage, so I can't imagine why you picked that up. But I could be surprised. Who are
We're working
you?
with the Seekers.
So I am.
Interesting. Why have you thrown in with a lot such as that?
Ah, it's a very simple reason. You see, I'm a very devout believer in our leader. Why, I was one of the first that he had selected.
AKA, he's not from here.
So I should state while we're talking, Cray is doing like this sort of thing where he's just like shadow stepping left and right. He's still fully within this guy's sight, but he is 100% expecting to be attacked and trying to basically make this
Will
if he
not
attacks
stay
him-
still.
Yeah, he won't stand still, but he's gonna engage him in conversation.
Quick side note, because I just noticed. Markov?
Yeah.
Yes.
What level are you overall right now?
I'm level 9.
Okay. Your card still has you at level 8. Could you send me an updated thing for that, please?
Of course.
I should probably check if Grams is updated and Craze and...
Mine is updated. Well, this should be.
Yeah, Cray, yours is good. And Graham, you're good. Okay, so it's just Markov that somehow got missed.
Here.
The Gray is, doing that sort of thump, 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 thump.
So, I take it then, as you are informed, I will not be able to persuade you terribly easily.
It's terribly unlikely, I'm afraid. Though it's my understanding we do fight for similar values. I simply disagree with your general approach.
I see. Well then, I suppose it would be a shame to let such talent continue to stand in our way.
I'll tell you what, perhaps we can have a civilized conversation before things get too heated.
Oh. Do you have some proposition for me then?
Potentially. You're a firm believer in your stance. I'm a firm believer in my stance. Perhaps having an insight into each other's causes may sway one side one way or the other.
You
After
want
all,
me to invite you?
perhaps. And in return, I could extend my own type of invitation.
You are a bold one.
But when it comes down to things, All we have is our ideologies. You have no idea how I function, and I have no idea how you function. If the ultimate conclusion is the best choice being made for either one of us, well then, that's just good business.
You sound like one of my other companions. Very well then. You have me curious. It'd be such a waste of talent to detonate this entire district.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
A detonation of an entire district would certainly not help anyone's goals.
Well, if we're going to do something, we'd best be thorough about it. However, then I'd be digging through the rubble for ever so long.
Why don't we agree to meet back here in an hour? I'll go to my people, you go to yours. And we'll discuss this interesting proposal.
Well, 1 hour. However, you still have things that are mine.
Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
What happened?
Hey there, Temery, and welcome everybody.
Oh, hey, that's a
thank
lot
you
of
so
people.
much for that raid.
Woo!
Well,
Raid,
I
let's
guess-
go! Right in the middle of the
guess-
epic
Hell
scene.
yeah.
I guess I'm not going to sleep. I guess
I know, right?
Yeah, here I was like, oh, I'm gonna edit this thing and then head on to Sleepy Land. No, never mind. Time to go make some more tea.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I am Raw Zim. We are doing one of our tabletop games tonight. Oh, no, you're good, Tim. You're good. But, yeah, thank you so much for coming by. We do variety gaming here on the channel, all sorts of things. I've been playing through the Dragon Age series. I've been playing a lot of 2 Point Hospital again. We do RimWorld every now and then. I've got several new games coming here soon. As well as I will bring this up because it's adorable and I love this piece. We're going to be doing some Super Animal Royale there on the screen. I got some art for it today. Well, thank you, Temery. I can't wait to commission you again for even more stuff. But yeah, we also have a lot of tabletop games here on the channel. Things such as Dungeons and Dragons right here that we're doing, as well as Pathfinder, and we've got several World of Darkness games. So do come on by and hit that follow button. For everybody here, go give Tim some love. He's a great guy. And I'm going to be in the chat now, because I try not to interrupt the streams too much, but... our tabletop streams too much, but, you know. That was worth it. Carry on.
So as the Lich guy stated that I still have things that belong to him, Cray will just give a light smirk and a simple nod. It'll go, consider it collateral. After all, I'm going to need to prove to your superiors that I'm worth looking into and valuing.
You know, what kind of check do you think that would take? A deception check? A persuasion check? An intimidation check?
I mean, he's
I'll
not
let
lying.
you-
I don't think you can intimidate a man who can stop time at his level. I'd
All
say
right,
deception or
here's-
persuasion.
It's not deception though. He's not lying, so I can't roll deception. Persuasion is the best I can roll. Here's hoping I just get a flat 20. If not, chat, please help. And 18's pretty good. For someone who has literally no charisma modifier, 18's pretty good.
It is pretty good. Let's see if he will be convinced. You lucky fuck. So then he's going to point at you and say, 1 item. You may hold 1 item until I return for it.
Joke.
Can I tell how powerful this staff is?
It seems pretty strong. You can feel the stored spells inside of it.
Feel the power.
The
Would I,
spells are
as a
stored,
monk,
they're ready to be cast.
would I, as a monk, be able to use it without being attuned to it?
Not without being attuned to it, but you could use these spells.
Okay.
However, the staff is also still attuned to him.
Not anymore. It's not. I've disarmed this thing off of him. You can't keep attuned to an item when it's not in your possession. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Hold on. Hold on. You try to steal an attuned ring from one of the characters while he's sleeping. Is it possible to do so? The character will feel if the item is taken from him. Okay, so first things first. Attunement only allows for the character to gain benefits of the attuned item wearing the ring. Take it without mousing it. Assuming the PC is... Attunement on the item persists if they are not touching an item at the moment, or swap the item out for an unattuned item in the moment.
So a creature's attunement to an item ends if the creature no longer satisfies the prerequisites for an attunement, if the item has been more than 100 feet away for at least 24 hours, if the creature dies, or if another creature attunes to the item. A creature can also voluntarily end attunement by spending another short rest focused on the item, unless the item is cursed. So he is still attuned to it.
Okay. This works so perfectly. So I'm going to go ahead and I will throw him back the coin. I will keep the staff. Especially because that just feels like a more powerful token.
By
He'll
giving you the
hold the
coin back,
coin.
you realize that you've suddenly put yourself in his debt.
No, I haven't.
The debt of his mercy.
I literally haven't. I've made an agreement with him. I'm not in his debt. Cray's a lawyer. He knows how these things work.
So, if I were to estimate, how long would it take for you to get back to your friends, so to say?
How long would it take me to get back then?
Of course.
I said to be back here in an hour.
Yes, but how long would it take for you to meet your people you intend to bring here?
Less than an hour. He says with a smirk.
How very stubborn.
I'm not giving away too much. After all, for all I know, this could be a trap for either one of us. Such a negotiation is inherently risky.
Of course, of course.
Actually, let's go ahead and meet in the clock tower.
Real
It only
quick.
seems fitting.
Locket, could you decide on a name?
It is not Markov Taz? I thought I did.
You just wrote Tazer, and
Wait,
you have
my
given
gosh.
me 15
No, it was supposed to be
different last
Taz.
names
No,
throughout.
there you go. There you go. I did not know how that got in there. I just copied him. No, this entire time I always go back to the previous message and click copy, paste, and then edit stuff. So that's what's going on is like, I go back all the way up to the previous one, copy, and then scroll all the way down, paste, and then edit stuff. So that's where that's coming from. Sorry about that.
You've just changed your last name with every single post that you have sent me. There was one where it was Tazen. There was another one where it had two Z's.
God.
It's just every time I turn around, you've changed your last name on me.
Typos! They're typos! Misinput.
Called out. Here was a misinput.
That's funny.
Yeah, carry on. Go find your people. I'm guessing Nim is going to be one of those people.
Yeah.
Not sure what you want Nim to do in this situation, but great.
Oh, be around in case shit hits the fan and we need a TPK.
Oh, I see. So you're not content for only yourself to die. You got to bring the entire party down with you.
Correct.
Okay.
Luckily, Graham's nowhere near any of this shit to get involved in it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Graham. Hey, Graham. Hey, Graham. Hey, Graham.
Graham will answer.
I don't know if Gray's actually calling you, but I'm just saying you're a short Marten phone call away.
Once the two of them basically agree to part ways, Cray is going to start shadow stepping off on his own way.
Cray continues to run without stopping out of fear.
Yeah, it's not really running again. It's just more just like blink, 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 blink. He's basically just standing with his arms crossed and zooming through the shadows. Because again, there's apparently really no limit to how many blinks I can do in a turn, say for combat. So once Cray
And
has
that doesn't
blinked,
use key or anything?
it doesn't. I remember specifically looking it up, and there's like literally nothing that just stops me from spamming it, and it's kind of stupid.
Wow.
So once Cray is off in an obscure corner of town, he didn't go anywhere even in the direction of the Seekers, just in case he's being followed or scryed upon. He pulls out his Marten, and he makes his call to the ensemble. He's basically doing a massive collect call.
Alright, explain the situation to all these people.
Hello, this is Cray.
So you're only calling the ensemble?
I'm calling everyone.
Oh, okay.
Only Tanya has a Marten phone, so you're calling Tanya.
Tanya, put them on. Put the entire ensemble on speakerphone. This is kind of big.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll get everyone who's here.
By the way, while this hour's going by, did you?
Yep.
I'm attuning to the staff.
I know.
I do want to remind Niji, a lot of items do have restrictions on classes that can attune to them, especially things like staffs.
I'm just surprised that he's not tried to identify this yet.
Yeah, it
I
could be
can't. I'm a
cursed.
monk.
In which case, I think if it's cursed, the attunement would probably fail because then it wouldn't be able to leave the other person's attunement.
Oh,
That's
it's not
true.
cursed.
Okay.
It's...
I'm gonna look that up because I'm curious, though.
I literally can't identify this thing because I'm a monk.
Fair enough.
So I'm basically going off of a complete guess that this thing is something stupid, powerful, or valuable, or something that could maybe help me hold my own.
That is actually not correct. You can attempt an Arcana roll to identify it.
Oh, well then sure, why the hell not? 21.
This is a very powerful staff thing. However, it still eludes you the exact purpose, but there is one thing that you've managed to glean from it.
What's that?
This thing has a lot of energy inside it. However, it also has a self-destruct function.
Ah.
Hold on. Does that mean Nim isn't the one that's about to blow up half the city for once?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It's Cray now.
And then Cray is just going to be like,
Why do you have that on hand?
Oh my god.
That sound effect doesn't get played often, but this was a situation deserving of it.
okay. So, now that I have everyone on a Marten call, here's what's going down. I tracked down one of the leaders of the Seekers. They were doing some rather sketchy stuff in the Orsov district, killing people and filling their lungs with coins. Well, replacing their lungs with coins, more like it, and their other vital organs. But regardless, I had tracked them down, and I was able to steal a few items off of them. Now, as he chased me down, he decided he wanted to take a bit of a talk with me. Instead of immediately killing me, he saw me as rather skilled, which, well, I don't mean to brag, but I did in fact steal 2 items off of him, and he is a very powerful wizard.
Good shit.
As such, I find myself in possession of a staff that has the ability to self-destruct with a massive amount of power, and I have a sort of temporary standing sort of truce deal going on with them. This could give us a major insight into their inner workings, and it could give us a lot of information to start taking them down. However, in return, we would need to be willing to be a little bit open with them. In other words, I've essentially proposed to them that we send one person into each other's organizations to see how the other one works. You can go ahead and dress yourselves up however you like, and try to make it look like we're not doing what we are doing. Maybe give them false information, etc., etc. There's a lot of things we can do with this. But I have arranged for in 1 hour to meet with them in the nearby clock tower by which they were doing their despicable deeds. Now, of course, I could just simply not show up. However, at the end of the day, I am still holding this staff, and it has a self-destruct feature, which is probably going to destroy a copable amount of the city if not dealt with properly. So we're going to need to find someone who can either contain that or dispel this staff of that feature, at least.
That would be Raylel or the Is It?
That's what I was thinking. So, Nim, I need you to go back to the house, go back to the tree, summon Raylel again if you can, or just summon him however you normally do. Once we have
Nim
Raylel...
summons Raylel by being Nim.
Yes. We need Raylo present to be able to contain this staff. Otherwise, the moves that we want to make here are now open for discussion amongst ourselves.
I mean, I feel like if we do this exchange, it is almost certainly going to be either a trap or a suicide mission. I'm not really sure if anyone's gonna make it back from going to any place with them.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Lockett, did you switch from artillerist to armorer?
Armorer, yeah.
Okay, you put a question mark at the end of that, so I'm like,
yeah, no.
I don't know.
That was
Why are you asking me?
It is 4 a.m., good sir.
No, his class
I'm
is
hitting-
armor question mark. Like,
Yeah.
like his
I'm
character
like-
doesn't even know what the hell he is. He's just like, I'm a thing. You'll find out.
Okay, carry on.
Well, unfortunately, none of us can really go. Seekers kinda know our faces. So, I mean, we'd be happy to we'd be happy to walk our happy asses over there and give them a what for.
Alternative. If you're not willing to go there and fight them and potentially kill them or have a grand battle, then I can simply bring one of these Marten phones or another type of telecommunication device, such as one of those communication orbs, and I can simply bring it there, maybe distort your voices with some magic. You can have a conversation about what you'd like to do with them in a civilized manner. In that case, no one's ever identified, and deals are made rather simply.
Craze, Marten speaks up. Actually, we are not considered telecommunication devices. We are considered telemartens.
Yes, sure that. I meant in opposition to telemarketers, but okay.
We operate in the communimartens industry rather than the tele industry, though.
What's the difference?
There's a very big difference. You see, the tele industry works off of technology and science and such, whereas we operate off of mental connections between everybody.
Intra-Marten Communication Network.
Okay, well, as long as you do the same thing, it doesn't matter.
Actually, we work in a very different method from the tele industry.
No, I don't care about the method. I care about the final result.
Well, even the final result is very different. You see, you can actually send images and even basically like whole recordings of your own memories to people through us. You can't do that with the tele industry.
Right. I'm not doing that, though.
Well, no, but I'm just wanting to make sure that you are classifying us properly.
Sure.
Instead of being racist.
now,
this isn't racism.
Craig,
this is companyism.
Craig's gonna get banned from the Marten Talkie Network for misclassifying them.
Anyways, yeah, so could maybe do like the phone talk thing, figure out what we want to do. Or do we want me to just try to contain this? There's options here.
I'd say containing the self-destructing staff takes precedent.
We have 1 hour to do one or the other or both.
Well, we can certainly drop the staff off at the Is It.
I'd rather just have Raylel come to us. He can probably move a lot faster.
Ultimately, the same thing happens. We hand it off to the Is It, preferably Raylel, and then we decide very quickly if we're gonna fight these people or what. I'm not really sure we're entirely prepared to fight a wizard whose staff just could casually blow up a part of the city.
Well, we might not be able to, but that's why I included the ensemble in on this call. After all, you have individuals there who can apparently go to other planes. So between a planeswalker and some other individuals, I assume that they would have the know-how to either contain this magic without Raylel or be able to at least face this enemy. But they have been entirely quiet through this entire conversation.
Eileen will speak up. I suppose I could take it to the astral plane and just leave it there.
Would you be able to re-summon it?
I could go and check on it later.
Is there a way that you could sort of dispel that self-destruction?
I suppose I could edit it. There's no guarantee to know that of when he'll trigger it.
No, there's not. In fact, he could trigger it any second, which is why I would like to get this thing out of my position as soon as possible and into a safe area ASAP. Actually,
I mean, if you attune to it, then he wouldn't be able to anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
Attuning to it will take the hour, though.
It will take the hour, which I am still actively working on attuning to it, but yeah, you are right. If see, he hasn't blown me up yet, which tells me that he's probably going to give me the hour. So if I attune to it, that will...
Or it's that powerful of an item that, you know, he does not want to blow it up just yet.
That, or maybe he's scrying on you already and already knows what you're doing, and like a minute before you finish it, he's gonna blow you up.
There's all sorts of things that could be going on. Either way, I need to know what we're doing. Like something's gonna happen. We don't have all the information here. This is a powerful wizard who I have pissed off, who is also a lich.
Well, I'm still at home, so I'll go summon Raylel.
Okay, that's step number one.
Could you send the image of him over, like the Marten said you could?
Sure.
Beep, beep, beep,
beep. Why are you making
now the Marten's
that
like,
noise?
oh, I thought you didn't want to do this.
Why are you making that weird noise?
What weird noise?
The ba-do-ba-do-do-do.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Zevran is gonna start laughing.
So do you want me to send along the image, or...
Oh
you're
my god.
not very clear here.
You found him, huh?
Yep.
I mean, Marten hasn't sent along the image yet because he hasn't confirmed that Prey wants it sent.
I have confirmed. Yeah, why? I literally told yes, do it.
Oh, okay. And you feel excruciating pain as it is ripped from your mind. Not really.
Okay.
This despite Kray's antagonizing, they still have a customer report to keep.
Yeah, that almost got them a bad rating on Yelp. That almost got them a bad rating. Well, that is something. Yeah, you are correct. That's one of the big numbers. That's old Ace Sod. If ever there were a simp for the leader, there it is.
Sorry, what'd Zevran say?
That's old Ace Sod. If ever there were a simp for the leader, there he is.
What's a simp?
Can you take him?
Not without collateral.
How much collateral?
Well,
I think we're in the Orsop district. They can afford it.
You're in the Boros district, my guy.
Fuck.
Well, thing about him is when he starts feeling pressured, he starts sending everything in every direction. Ever heard of a bullet hell?
Oh god.
I have used a few of his spells simply by trying to have him apprehended. So he is a little bit weakened right now. I'm fairly certain that he had to use his time stop spell. As well, I used one of his sunbolt spells. Sunburst. He's down a few offensive spells as well as his most powerful spells currently.
Well, if we don't mind probably losing a part of the Boros' population.
How much of the population?
That depends on how vindictive he's feeling. Because
We could probably have
also
Raylo take us to space.
True. We also we could destroy this for him, but he's got a phylactery somewhere else.
So it's not even. So even if we beat him, it's not even going to be worth it. I think unless we know
I could probably whittle him down. My damage would carry over, but only mine, and that is the problem.
I feel like unless we know where the phylactery, I think we should take conflict with this person off the table. The collateral damage is going to be way too high for essentially nothing gained, except for pissing him off.
Yeah, but Raylo can cancel his spells.
The problem, Nim, is that when he revives from his phylactery, there's gonna be nothing stopping him from just like Zevran said, he's a very vindictive asshole. He might just blow up a part of the city just out of vengeance. And we will have done literally nothing overall to the Seekers besides causing a problem that doesn't need to be kicked off right now.
If I know that guy, how good are you an actor, Cray?
I think Gray fell asleep.
No, I just stepped away for a sec.
Alright.
I'm a lawyer, not an actor. I tell things
Is
rather
not a
straightforward.
lawyer just well? It depends. Are you defense or are you prosecutor? Because both of them can be actors, basically.
Generally prosecutor, though law tends to have as little acting as possible and more logical deduction. It is an argument of the law, and its intention.
It depends. Well, it depends. Does the Azurius use a jur? Well, I guess the Azurius uses a jury of other Azurius. I guess if it's not a jury of random people, I guess then yes, logic might work.
To be fair, in certain courts, a jury of peers is not even present. It's just what's proposed to a judge.
True. Like I said, it depends on what method. Because if you're talking about like a jury of randomly picked like quote unquote peers, then it is not necessarily all about the actual logic of a situation.
It could also be a completely different legal system. Like it
Yes,
could be like a board of judges. It could be like something like Phoenix.
That's why I'm asking, like, how does the legal system work?
All right, time for some Googling.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Although I feel like the Azurius legal system is probably like a panel of judges.
All right. Column applies to legal aids, pages, librarians, experts, press advocates for accused, public prosecutors, and judges. So there's the SOVA column led by Leonidas II. Those are the researchers, and those are the
I would assume for small courts, it's just like a judge decides. In larger courts, it's like a Supreme Court thing where it's like a panel of judges. It seems very the more Azurius method of things.
Yeah, it doesn't really go too far into their legal proceedings, unfortunately.
Damn. That's unfortunate.
No, we're gonna go the diplomacy route.
That is an option.
Graham will highly recommend the diplomacy route, as it's the smart decision.
If we're going the diplomacy route, then I'm going to want to some way to portal the fuck out of there, just in case they try not to maintain.
Yeah, I also don't want to give them jack shit, but if we can get information out of them, great. But I don't want to give them any information about anything we're doing.
Well, I will say, if I had any advice for this guy, he's proud. He is supremely proud and pretty full of himself. If things start looking bad, just throw yourself upon his mercy and probably start swinging things back in a favorable direction.
So if you stroke his ego, you'll be fine, more or less. I'm already out of any kind of interactions with this man.
Well, he's high up. He's high up in the Seekers. Of course he's got an ego. Might as well plant it, I swear to God.
Joke.
Thing is, he's probably not going to give you the hour either. He's probably going to be there and waiting after like 10 minutes. And if you arrive on time, well, anyway, that's just what I figure from my interactions with him.
I told him to speak with his people. Surely they must deliberate for more than 5 seconds.
That's assuming he went and did it. His people is probably him talking to some minions and saying to either prepare a casket or the red carpet as he'll demo his newest catch. Or you could ask him to part ways amicably.
Eileen, you think you can teleport Cray the hell out of there?
Well, probably. The question being is that I was at some point involved with the Seekers. He will likely recognize me.
How close do you have to be to teleport him? Or can you give him something and like scry on him to teleport him away?
Can't I just planeswalk him out of there?
No.
Hold on. That's right. I did a little testing. The fruit from Nim's tree has similar properties to his former ability. It could take him away.
Wait, that's right. As long as Cray's on the call, Nim can just summon Cray away from that place. That's probably the safest way, because then...
Well, Nim has to be at the tree to do that.
Yes, but... How many of us is he expecting to be there?
Good question.
Because you could theoretically just talk, you could theoretically be the only person there talking to him. And we'd have a way to get you out immediately the instant his fingers twitched in any way that would look like casting a spell.
Casting a spell does have a verbal, semantic, and whatever the other third component is.
Material.
So, yeah. So, casting a spell is not I twitch and it goes. So we would have a chance to react, presumably. Okay. Cray is going to set up the Marten to basically be live feeding what he sees.
All right.
And from there, Cray's going to see how long he can ride out the timer.
All right. Now, how do you determine when enough is enough? Do you go to the meeting spot?
I'm going based off of what I'm told.
Graham would suggest that you also have like a code word to like say into the Marten that's basically like get me the hell out of here, even if he's not casting a spell.
Alright.
I mean, you don't
What's
really
your
have to
what's your
speak
safe word,
into the
Cray?
Marten.
Well, I know,
Don't
but
you-
he's still. That's right. I guess he could just
Think it.
like a word, like a single word he can say.
I
That's basically just like get me out of here, so he doesn't have to say.
I
Like,
literally just need to think it, and you guys will know it.
actually, that's right. Never mind. You just be like, okay, get me the fuck out of here.
Yep. So. Okay.
Bail, bail, bail.
So Cray is going to arrive. He's going to be a bit cheeky about it, and he's going to try to arrive 5 minutes early.
Ah, almost out of time. Now, I have a question for the group. Do you want to press ahead with this now or next time? Because this will be a very important conversation.
I kind of want to. I want to. I kind of want to do it now. I'm very intrigued.
I kind of do too.
All right.
Not to mention, Graham's not going to be here next week, so.
Fair. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You can go ahead and end after this, but.
All right.
I do want to get this in here.
Yeah. Let's
get going. All right. Let's do it then. The skeleton is standing there with a pocket watch in hand, and on his other side, a very familiar lady.
Hello, Cray says from the shadows.
Mary looks up. Oh, you.
How are we doing today?
Interesting. Well, I suppose today's an interesting day. I'm not terribly bored, and I assume you're going to contribute to that.
Presumably.
Meanwhile, Azad snaps the lid of the pocket watch shut. So close indeed.
I like to be early.
Well, early is best. Prepared and waiting for me is a superior form, so to say.
Preparations, those which are necessary, have been made. In the worst case of events from this conversation, but I am looking forward to something more amicable for the both of us. After all, we're here for negotiations.
Of course. So, where are your friends then? The ones you would fetch?
I have decided that in the event that these negotiations decide to melt down, that it would be best that as few people as possible be present. As such, I'll be representing myself as well as the ensemble personally. After all, I have done such things in the legal proceedings before. It's not unusual for me.
The ensemble, then. What a funny little group they are, doing things in such a manner.
You are not aware of the
of my relation to the ensemble?
I was aware of your interactions with them, but to represent them? Could they
Currently,
perhaps be feeling some regret for their choices?
what kinds of regrets would that be?
Well, obviously they stand no chance. Is folly in its highest form to stand against the leader.
Why do you believe that they have no chance? I'm quite curious.
Well, for starters, our leader is akin to a god. Unmatched in power and wisdom. He has found a way to retain his power evermore. Ravnica will be the final step.
The final step, you say?
Of course.
So he's done this before?
Successfully.
How many times?
Is that truly important? It doesn't have anything to do with you, after all.
No, not quite. But it is something rather curious. You hold this man akin to a god? You say he's done this before. It makes me curious. What's taking this time so long?
Preparations need to be made. We need to make sure that Ravnica can be recycled forever.
Recycled, you say?
Of course. The burning of life en masse is what makes burning of the plains worthwhile. And it just so happens that in Ravnica existed one creature of great power in the past, one that could bring life back evermore without end.
Creature that could bring back life forever.
The Nephilim that we assumed was that they were going to summon.
Right. And how do you know you can control such a creature?
We don't. We don't need to. We'll just set it, and it will, as previously, as we have learned from the reports, it will bring back the dead ceaselessly, endlessly, and forever.
So a creature that can generate near infinite life, letting new life thrive and old life reborn.
We don't need its control. We simply need it to exist. And everything around it shall burn evermore upon being restored.
And
An
what would
eternal furnace, so to say.
And what would happen if this creature, this being, turns out to be sentient? Turns out that it does not wish to play your game and decides not to follow your rules or to complete this task of rebirth and regeneration.
Using prospect.
Such a powerful creature, surely you don't believe it's not sentient.
The Nephilim in their true state were forces of nature, and little more than that, demonstrations of the possible powers of creation from mana itself. They didn't have much in the way of mind, more sudden will. supposedly. And once Ravnica and this entire plane is set ablaze, what will be the desire of the plane other than survive? Do anything you can to do so, to persevere. Such will be carried to the Nephilim, as it will summon and call for anything. And as long as there's materials to burn, Ravnica will continue to exist.
And what does this benefit you in the end? What is burning Ravnica eternally? The lives that you would create and recreate over and over again just to die. What does that earn you?
Ultimate power, if not for me directly, but for my leader. My liege, my everything. He would reign as a god despite all of the universe trying to strip him of his powers, well earned and maintained. Planeswalkers, all of them, once upon a time, were akin to gods, if not even greater. Then something happened. An unimaginable, horrific, tragic incident which robbed them of their true worth. He found a way to resist. However, the cost was a touch steep, at least for the first few times. With this last and most noble offering of Ravnica to his might, others will be saved. Then he can go about properly building his kingdom, which will last evermore.
Hey, Digi?
Yes.
I'd like to state that I've been specifically watching the time, and I've had these guys monologuing for 10 minutes now.
Yep.
He said this was an egotistical simp.
Yep.
No, I know, and that was kind of the game I was playing.
What he's saying is he's finished the tuning.
Yes. That is what I am saying, is that I should have attuned to this weapon by now.
Yes.
I do want to point out that it takes a short rest.
Yes, which is 1 hour.
It's not so much
that is basically you can do things while short resting. It's just you can't do anything extraneous.
Well, the thing is that it's a short rest spent focused on the item.
True.
You can do other things while you are attuning to an item. Hell, you can literally sleep with an item and be attuned to it.
I'm not so sure about that.
I think attuning's more like you have to be meditating like with the object, basically. I think is what Nim's saying, and so you can't monologue him into giving you the time to attune to that.
Yeah. Attuning to an item requires a creature to spend a short rest focused on only that item while being in physical contact with it. This can't be the same short rest used to learn the item's properties. This focus can take the form of weapon practice for a weapon, meditation for a wondrous item, or some other appropriate activity.
I see.
So yeah, no, that definitely sounds like your plan does not quite work.
As much as I would like it to work, it's up to the DM. It's just better to make sure that the rules are consistent.
and that we're all aware of this.
Yeah. DMs can change rules, absolutely. You just kind of need to make sure that we're all aware and that you're changing how it is in the book. Wostein, they were specifically meeting up in less than an hour.
I said 1 hour. I did say 1 hour, of which I spent 55 minutes.
Yes.
So
deliberating
that is...
deliberating with the ensemble and then focusing on staff.
So there is an amount of time which I have spent on the staff. It's just a question of, I guess.
I think it's also has. I'm pretty sure it's also got to be continuous.
It does.
Nuts.
It specifically says if it's interrupted, then the attunement fails.
Well, hell.
So then that raises the question.
I mean, if you want to do it for this one time for Rule of Cool stuff, that's on you, but that is up to you as DM.
Here is an interesting question to put forward. Does conversation break that rest?
By the rules, it says only on that item. Which is pretty cut and clear that you can't be focusing on anything else, which you were you can't argue that you were not focusing on the conversation. I'm sorry, no. You were very focused on that conversation with us, as well as the one that you've been having with him, because you've been
the one with you guys,
pushing.
absolutely.
Well, the one with him as well, you've been... Your focus was not only on that item, because you were specifically trying to draw him into talking more. If you were doing that thing where you're not actually paying attention, I'd let you argue that, but...
Well, I mean, he would, if I did, he wouldn't actually do that. He would just not make sounds.
Exactly. That's kind of the point here. That's why the rules are the way they are.
Rule of Cool is a strong argument, though.
It is.
I love it. I love implanting the Rule of Cool.
I'm just hesitant about that one being changed.
Right.
Because then we're going to open it up to arguments for similar things later on. And it can get out of hand very quickly with custom rules.
Do I impose Rule of Cool for outside of a duel? So that Cray can swoos out that staff?
Swoos. All right, chat. We got 65 people in chat. Chat can have the sway here. And I am not above begging chat.
You know, I would be okay with that. Are you okay with a poll for this, Digi?
I am okay with a poll for this.
All right.
I could go either way.
Let's see if the party wants to end Cray or not tonight.
I could either open it up for quite the debate, or keep things as are and leave Rule of Cool to duels.
Thank you, Jeffer. I know I'm really good at begging the chat. Several times a session. Yes, thank you.
Several times in 15 minutes of a session.
Yes. Yeah. I know how to swooze chat, you know. Chat, you know, you guys are awesome. You guys are here. You guys are the whole reason we're even here to begin with. So, you know.
Now,
hats
I'm
off to
also
you
gonna
guys.
warn you. He's gonna know if he's suddenly unattuned from his staff.
Yeah?
Because he'll lose attunement to one of his 3 magical items of great power. And that's probably gonna piss him off. Just also positing that I won't stop you, but
Alright, how long do you want this poll to be? 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, or 10 minute?
I'll let it go for 5 minutes.
Alright.
5 minutes to determine.
Should I
what
allow
the-
additional votes for bits?
Well, that would probably leave it mostly up to Jaffer. And Jaffer's a god of chaos, so do it.
Oh my god.
Chat bacon.
let Craze existence rely on Jaffer.
Now, Cray, I will also warn you, there is a very, very huge chance that you could die.
Alright, the poll is started. So far, we have 1 vote for no. You cannot steal the attunement. Alright, everybody there in chat. Go vote on that poll.
Just at
1
the top
vote
of
yes,
chat.
2 votes for no. Now they're even again. We are getting a lot of votes in here.
Let's go.
10
Rule
for
of
yes,
cool.
4 for no, 12 for yes.
People are going for the rule of cool.
I think somebody's spending a lot of bits on this.
I'm not spending a dime on this. I am completely abstaining from this vote. I'm not even casting my normal vote.
Yeah, you know, a bit is a penny, so you can spend up to 9 pennies on it. 9 bits. Because Proto, unfortunately, I haven't sat down to make Martens and mazes. Though now I kind of want to.
Wolfstein, I'm pretty sure we know that this guy has already used his time stop, so he can't just time stop me.
I mean, if you're gonna give a lot of bits, Cookie, preferably slap a sticker on the screen, because then we can unlock more stickers.
Joke.
Stickers.
But,
looks like we know where the chat's going.
If you do want to do that and put it towards one of those votes, just tell me what vote you want to put it towards, and I will count the amount of bits you spend on the sticker on the vote.
We currently
the chat has determined that you live today.
So of the 63
Are you
viewers,
sure that's the living route?
Of the 63 viewers, 62 of the 63 viewers, 62 have voted. I'm the one who's probably standing out at this point. 52 have voted for Rule of Cool.
I'm going to point out that most of them probably haven't voted, and people are spending bits on the vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no is starting to pick up.
No, starting to pick up.
Oh my.
Can no vote the yes?
All right, we are getting some traction here.
Boy.
This is how.
Now watch, like last second, all the yeses changed their vote to no.
Can you do that?
I think you can.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
We are at
I would like to
53
throw out there,
votes for yes, 34 for no.
I would like to throw out there that this is
Baby
a
pine martens. Oh my god,
this
they're
this
so
is
precious.
this is not necessarily a democratic system, but instead this is a system ruled by monetary value. This is the
a
1%
capitalist
voting for my.
oligarchy.
Yes, this is a capitalist oligarchy. This is a monopoly that is determining my fate, regardless of if I win or not. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Oh my god, they're really coming in now.
Yes has broken 100 votes. No is at 62.
Jesus Christ.
The timer is ticking down. I think we're at less than a minute now.
I think we
We're
are.
getting down to the last
But no
30
is
seconds.
coming up to 87. Yes is. Oh no, 90.
Oh my god, this is a hell of a fight between two people with all the bits.
Or multiple.
The bits are coming in.
No has gone
the yes
past
is keeping a demanding
100.
lead.
Yes is at over a 150.
Yes is keeping a demanding lead. It is 59 to 41% right now.
There is a consistently 19% difference between them, or an 18% gap.
They're staying consistent here.
This is as thrilling as the presidential election. There's only a 9% difference between a tie and the win. Looks like time's running out though. Over
Yes has
200
broken
votes for yes.
200.
What the hell, guys?
I feel like if
I should have disabled.
Tie...
I should. Oh my god.
Oh, Wostein contributed 153 bits towards yes.
Oh wow.
Of yes, Wostein, 153 goddamn of those votes. How many? Can you see the stats for no? I want to see how many bits were spent for no.
He makes up over half of the votes for yes.
He does.
Yeah,
Single-handed.
The rest of yes was me, Japper and Wostein, the chaos guy.
I'm guessing Cookie was voting no.
So who are the naysayers in chat? I want to know. Was I voting for both? It was not me. Okay.
I don't think you can vote for both. I'm pretty sure it's one or the other.
I mean, hats off to whoever was voting no. You put up a fight. You did. Really, I say no with my one unique vote. All right,
well, yes, Rule of Cool has won.
All right.
Lockett, were you voting no?
No, I was voting yes.
Oh, well, thank you for those biddies.
I didn't know what to do with the last 9 that I had.
Yeah, enjoy your bits, Nim.
All right, so
monetize everything.
Sticker.
All right. So, Rule of Cool wins. Bray gets the staff.
And is immediately vaporized by ray of disintegration.
All right, so let's see how this plays out.
As it turns out, this man had 9 level 9 spell slots.
I don't think that's physically possible.
You think he doesn't have other spell storage?
No, of course he has other spells stored. He just doesn't have other level 9 spell slots. I'm pretty sure you can only have one of those.
Anyway.
So, first things first, as I have completely in a completely broken system attuned to this staff, I would like to know what it would do, what it can do, because what it can do may or may not completely save my ass.
You do not know that.
You have to identify it afterwards.
So you can spend an hour, a short rest, attuning to it, but you do not know what it can do. Then you can spend another short rest to identify everything it can do, all of its properties. Or, somebody can use the identify spell. One of the two.
Prey attempts to cast identify spell with the staff on the staff.
Okay, I'm just double checking the raw on that because I could have sworn for the life of me that once you tune to something, you know what it is and what it does.
Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the
Oh my
eyes!
god.
At the very least, at least you strapped a nuke to yourself.
Yep.
Well, I've strapped a nuke to myself, but it's a nuke that he can no longer detonate. I have stolen the control from it.
An influence.
You say that, but he knows this thing inside and out.
Just because he knows it
What's
inside
the
and out doesn't
influence?
mean
Is the influence it suddenly becomes attuned back to the other guy?
Oh god.
I would not allow that.
Not after that very fun bidding war.
What does the DM say to that is my cookie's influence?
I'll accept that.
So does anything happen that I should be immediately aware of?
No. However, he has stopped monologuing. And he's going to ask you, are you sure?
Now, what kind of position would I fill?
So you're someone who takes a lot of risks, I see.
Fortune favors the boys.
I see. Well then.
So I will ask again. What kind of position would you have me play in this symphony?
As Cray tries to be like, look, I'm a risk taker. You could use that.
Cray attunes to this item. He knows he attunes to this item, and Cray does not even flinch. He's just like, yeah, I did that. So, we still doing this or what? And Cray is literally, in his mind, he's like, guys, get ready. Guys, get ready.
guys. Oh my god, guys.
Internally, he's screaming.
Well, I suppose I'd have to let the leader pick your role now, wouldn't I? He'd be the one to determine your worth. I am the one to determine if you're worthy to see him. You're arrogant. Very arrogant.
He's like, you remind me of someone. You melt your face off. Ah, yes, it was me that you reminded me of.
I mean, Mary's holding a poker face, but when he's not looking at her, she turns away a little and oh my god. She thinks this is very funny.
I just wonder if that means that I guess Mary is kind of making sure that she has a poker face whenever he's looking in her direction. So she's not strong enough to basically
Go for the eyes,
openly
boo.
mock this
Go
man.
for the eyes. Rusk!
Oh goodness, all these influences.
Oh boy.
So Gray is going to go ahead and respond, but there's a fine line between arrogance.
I don't know if I want to allow this one, Jaffer. Oh.
Oh.
Jaffer,
Now I
that
wanna
one's going to
know.
require 2 game breakings.
You know
Oh
that
my
Jaffer
God.
can just get 2. Don't even make
I know
him
he
get
can
2.
do it, but I'm going to require it for
My
this
God.
particular influence.
What the hell did he want done? That's
he's
gonna
probably
take
gonna-
2 game breakings.
He's gonna kill Cray.
Oh, don't worry. Cray
Go
killed
for the eyes,
Cray.
boo. Go for the
I
eyes.
just allowed the investigation to last way too long.
You let the investigation
Alright.
last way too long, and then you decide to
Alright.
let me run with natural 20s.
Oh no. Oh, I understand.
Yeah, you see why I wanted him to do 2 with that. Something that particularly evil? Oh god. Also,
What
Cray, did
did
you notice the
Jaffer
music
do?
I've started playing?
Yeah, ooh.
What did Jaffer do? This is why you should sacrifice and entertain your chaos god regularly to earn their
this
favor.
is entertaining.
Yes, but you're supposed to sacrifice other people for the entertainment. So the rest of the party's doing great, Cray. Thanks.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, at some point I gotta start making moves to become a worthy BBEG. If I die beforehand, well then this guy wasn't a good BBEG.
Cray's like, I've come to replace you as the second to last BBEG.
For the entertainment value, I'll accept. Let's see what happens.
Oh boy.
Hey, don't die.
Since you've accepted it, does that mean the rest of us get to know what happens?
Yes. In fact, even Cray knows what happens. As the Marten.
We're sorry,
Nah.
but unfortunately, the AT&T network is undergoing maintenance at this time, and we are not able to connect your call.
All right.
Cray is alone.
Oh no.
That
the
is what
safety
everybody
net.
would hear inside their heads.
Where'd that
Okay.
noise come from?
Well, this
Nim,
brings up
we
an
need a
interesting
Marten
question.
disconnect sound.
I know, right?
So before
I mean,
I
Jaffer
continue with-
played the Discord disconnect sound.
So before Cray can make his own moves, I assume that the people on the other end of the line who are literally holding the rope to yank him out might panic, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys determine what you do before I continue with Cray.
Do you pull him out now?
I think that's a Nim thing since it's Nim's power.
True.
Graham
How
will
many
be like,
people are in the ensemble?
Um,
I'm kidding.
and I do believe.
Joke.
I was gonna make the joke of just playing the disconnect sound for each one. As
Oh
Cray's
my
just
God.
hearing his entire safety net disconnect.
So,
Graham is like,
Nim.
Graham is like, I'm not
Real
sure how to
quick.
take this.
I apologize to everybody out there that is freaking out because their Discord is making noise. That is a sound effect from the stream that was playing.
Yeah, that got me good.
Hey, you guys all voted yes. Well, rather, 2 people in particular voted yes. So, you wanted rule of cool.
And I say let it ride.
Let it ride.
So, again, I'm looking at people on the other end of the line. Do you immediately yank the line? Does Cray have anything else that he gets to say, or does he just immediately get yanked out? This is an in-character decision.
Here's the thing. Graham is like he was like ready. He was almost ready to leave, but suddenly he's disconnected. Is why I'm not really entirely sure what he would have wanted. We could just be safe and pull him out, but he'll look at Nim. I guess it really comes down to what you think, Nim. It is your power.
Wolfstein, you voted for no. I think it showed the one that put the most bits in for the votes instead of this is the person that did the most to this particular, to the one that won.
Yeah, the way it wrote it, it said that he voted for yes.
No, it just, all it said was Wostein has given this many bits.
It said he gave the most bits out of the voting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
we just
he
assumed
almost,
it was yes because yes won.
Yeah.
Well, he basically single-handedly carried no then, because no got like 180, I want to say, in the end, compared to 220 some odd for yes, which was 2 people with bits. So yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Pat Wolfstein, Pat.
You did your best, Wolfstein. You almost did it. Only other people had joined you.
Alright. So
yeah, everybody is immediately disconnected from the Marten network.
Yep.
I have a question. Does this have terrible effects on any of us because we were connected at the time? What is your brain being disconnected from a call forcefully do to you? Or are we all like stunned or something?
I mean, I assume that like it would be the same thing as, you know, if you just like accidentally hang up your phone, you're just like, hello?
Yeah, basically.
No? But then again, you also got that message from the Marten Talkie and Talkie network that does inform you that you're disconnected. So there's not even that moment. There's just like, okay, darn.
Yeah, I required 2 game breakings because the Marten Talkie and Talkie network is very, very reliable.
Indeed.
What kind of service do Martens need?
Food, sleep. More likely, I would say that, you know, somebody might have disturbed the nest nearby and that caused it to disconnect.
So all the Martens like, you know what? We're gonna go all on break for now. Have fun.
We are having a nap.
We're having a little lunch break. We're having a little war break right now. We'll be right back.
Well, no, their nests are their cell towers, so, you know, if you disturb one enough, probably with the death of the Marten, which, of course, whoever caused the death would then die for sure.
Yeah, like I said, they're going on a little war break.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who knows? Perhaps the, I can't remember the name of the people we're talking to. Their group.
Seekers.
The Seekers. Perhaps they know about the Marten Talkie and Talkie network and have decided to send some of their underlings to sabotage the nests.
It's a good question. It's not like the party hides their Martens. They're just like, hi, Marten.
Yeah.
Anyways, I need to know if I'm getting pulled immediately or not. This is down to Nim's decision. Does he pull the plug or not?
Is he pulling the plug?
Nim is not in his innocent, naive way is like, I believe in Cray.
Or does he want to protect his friend? Cray is standing up next to two people who have been compared to Raylo, who could probably absolutely kill him. Enough to the point that he actively had this. Oh, did you just roll?
Probably to help him decide.
Okay.
Cray is immediately pulled out of there.
Oh.
All right. So I think he said, like, you're ignorant, and Cray goes, well, ignorance is a fine line between stupidity, but sometimes ignorance can be misforeseen as something much deeper. And then probably exactly at that moment, he just gets yanked out.
Welcome back, Cray.
Ah! Well, I had them going for a little bit, but I have attuned to the staff now. So we shouldn't have to worry about it exploding. That being said, where's Raylo?
5, 4,
beep, beep,
3,
beep. Hello, friends.
2.
Oh my
Hello,
god.
Raylo.
Oh my god.
Hello, Raylo. Can you make sure that if this explodes, that it doesn't kill everything?
Ah, is that a Rod of Creed? Is that a Rod of...
What's a Rod of Creed?
Well, Greed, rather. It's a staff of constant spell absorption that you have to continually empty out, or, well, nasty things happen.
Do tell.
Congratulations. It was a bomb regardless of whether he had it or not.
Well, I suppose I could modify this, I suppose. Probably. Let's see. If it comes into contact with another spell, it quite frankly eats the spell and stores it inside. Granted, the storage capacity is limited.
I see. How limited are we speaking?
Let's see. It can hold about 50 charges, and each spell level is about 1 charge.
You said 50 charges?
I did.
But each spell level is 1 charge.
Yes.
That would tell me that
This
there's
thing
9
can essentially
charges.
cast 5 level 9 spells.
No,
Yes,
it
that
can
is correct.
absorb.
Oh, I see. Okay, so each level counts as that number. So 5 level 9s would be 45 charges, and then I could fit like another level 5 in there.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool.
However, once
Only
it reaches,
you were a spellcaster.
yes.
Well, no, this is great for being basically a counter spellcaster.
Yes, however, once it is full, like I said, the bad things start happening. It's set on a timer, and you're going to have to take the spells out of it some way, or it will burst. If I were to put it to a numerical value, let's see. All right. Say that you were holding it and it broke in your hands. There is a fairly solid chance that you would take instantaneously 800 damage.
That number has absolutely no concept to me, but I'm going to assume that it means a lot.
Oh, yes, Very, very, very much so. That is, if I had to. That would kill you 16 times instantly.
So I'm operating off of approximately what you would presume to be 50.
Yes.
Interesting. I'm surprised that there are numerics to this.
Well, it's just my understanding of things. It's just
Raylell's like, science has a numeric for everything.
Absolutely.
We call this numeric health points.
Now,
we assign each person these health points to determine how healthy they are in a general sense.
Now, I should probably empty that for you.
Is there a way that I can empty it myself?
Not especially. But
Can you teach me?
Yeah, it's a lot less useful in your hands because you can't empty it by casting spells.
But he can use it because it will still eat spells as long as he's attuned to it.
Very true.
Why can't I use it to cast spells?
You've not got the innate spark, so to say.
Trey just furrows his brow at that, like he does.
AKA,
he does not...
you're not a spellcaster character.
Trey's like, I don't like that.
However, if I were to say something like it, it's much like using a weapon. Well, you could do it, but that doesn't mean you do it well. And if you cast a very strong spell poorly, that is not ideal. If you understand the meaning.
I see.
You certainly wouldn't want a meteor spell misfiring.
Indeed, no. I shall rely on you to expunge these charges for now, then.
And Cray now has an absurdly powerful relic. Graham is slightly jealous, but he understands.
I almost died.
That's why Graham understands. He's like, yeah, no. Cray deserves his prize.
He did do it.
Okay. And this would specifically help me fight that lich.
Yes.
In fact, this would help us fight a lot of magical enemies if we find some that are kind of a bit too powerful. Now here's a question. Does this staff basically work as like a counterspell where I can react to someone casting a spell, or does the spell need to target me and or the staff?
As long as you are in contact with the spell, you can use your reaction to basically perfectly counterspell it.
So basically,
and the
you have to be
cannot be counterspelled.
You basically have to be hit by the spell, or it would have to be a spell that would hit you. Is essentially, I think, what he's saying.
Yes.
No, he's okay. So I would need to be in the area of effect or the target of the spell.
Yes.
Okay. Because for a second I just heard you say as long as you have your reaction, so I was like, okay, I can use a counter spell.
All right. It is the Staff of Greed.
Can you send me the full list of information on it and I'll add it to my sheet?
Oh no, this is a homebrew item.
I know. Can you send me the full list of information on it and I can add it to my sheet?
Fair enough. All right.
Okay, cool. This apparently arcane / druidic staffs can also double as quarterstaffs for combat, which I think goes hand in hand with my monk. But yeah, I think that rounds us out as we hear the yelling of a lich miles away, just yelling "Cray." Actually, I don't know if he knows my name.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
It's not hard to find. Cray isn't exactly secretive.
And I'm sure that Nim's probably going to be killed trying to defend Cray while Cray escapes.
Joke.
Hey, not while Cray has this staff. As long as Cray has this staff, he will gladly take the front line and just be like, haha, you want to magic my friends? Fuck you.
And then you get shanked with a knife.
I'm a monk. Good luck. I dodge your knife. Like this definitely rounds up my defensive capabilities enough that Cray could potentially take.
I do hope you're glad for your item. That was very dangerous, and now that man hates you.
He's also probably hunting. He's also probably actively hunting your ass down.
That's a good thing Cray does know how to hide his face and fake a death when he needs to.
That won't stop him from scrying his staff because it was a belonging to him, so he can absolutely just scry on that until you do something about that.
Then I'll do something about that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there are items specifically to counter scrying. Also, that's assuming he even knows scry. He probably does, or can probably get his hands on scry.
Probably.
But it's, it's not something that everyone necessarily has directly at their disposal. In fact, we can.
There's no way this
assume...
guy. There's no way this guy won't either scry or find someone who can scry.
Oh no, absolutely. But I do feel like I can at least preliminarily state he probably doesn't have scry on hand because he did not even suspect anything going into that sort of round of combat. Well, not combat, but that sort of whole, hi guys, I'm here, and I'm gone.
Yep.
At least you better hope he doesn't, because if he finds out where you live, you'll never have a good night's sleep again.
I don't know. I don't think Cray would really get scared like that.
Probably not, but Graham would be like,
no.
yeah, I just as a precaution, I would probably recommend that you not go to the ensemble's base.
Oh no, he's not going to the ensemble's base. If anything, he's going to be sticking in some very public and very safe places.
He's
Probably,
basically like, just on the off chance that they're already scrying you, let's try to give them as little usable information as possible.
You know what, Raylel?
Yes.
We need something that can block scries.
I do believe such things exist.
If you need some magic countered, go to the magic god man.
There are amulets for that, yes.
Yep.
By the way, did you forget Cookie's influence?
Cookie?
For one of the abilities on this?
Oh, no. That is a spell that is currently inside the staff.
Ah. So Cray can just choose to use these spells.
As he is not a spellcaster, there is a chance for misfire. And he will not hit the intended target, or it could exit in an alternate fashion.
Or detonate himself. I hit myself with fireball.
Am I at least able to see how many charges I have used up and what spells I currently have available?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so what are both of those?
One of the spells inside is a baleful polymorph.
Okay. Is that it?
Apart from that, there is also a moonbeam, 7th level fireball.
Oh.
And what was the last one I wrote down? One.
So, I am not saying this to be greedy, but maybe Nim should hold on to it. I'd recommend Markov, or I'd say possibly Markov, but well,
Prismatic wall.
Yeah,
We need Cornback.
he knows. He agrees. But
I have a talking sword. I'm fine.
It would be really bad if that 7th level fireball were to, misfire.
Graham's also a spellcaster too. He could also possibly use.
You're
Isn't
also
Moonbeam the thing
here
that Nim
less than
uses?
half the time.
Yes, that is fair.
Rallis
But it's
also
not because I want to be.
I know, but I have to take that into consideration for something like this.
On a Phyrexian staff. Come on.
No.
That would be funny.
Now I'm just imagining we mount it to Nim's back, and he becomes a tank wolf.
Fire!
Fire the artillery wolf!
You hear bark, bark, bark off of the distance.
Pew,
Rushes
pew.
in.
Actually, Digi.
Yes.
Would Silver be a potential user of it without the risk of failure?
I suppose by sheer technicality, yes.
Ooh. Not to mention,
However,
Nim could actually charge it up.
Yes, he could.
At the end of the day, all the spell slots he hasn't used, dump them into there. That thing could probably hold more than his entire spell arsenal.
I'm pretty sure that thing can carry more than just about any character's spell arsenal.
Yeah, you would have to be pretty high level just to be able to fill it up. And we are not that high level yet. Also, though, to keep in mind is if you fill it up, there is a chance that it'll just explode and TPK.
Yeah, you can't ever let it actually be at a full charge.
Oh, yeah. I would definitely not. But what is the chance of failure if Cray uses it?
Well, it will be determined by an Arcana check ranging from 50% to 10%.
For failure?
Yes.
So basically, the harder the spell is, the more likely it is to fail.
Plus also balanced against an Arcana check that he will make upon casting each spell. However, he could cast just a concentration spell on himself, like haste.
But it would have to be in the wand, the staff already for him, or can he just cast any spell with it?
No, it has to be in the staff already.
Okay.
Which means the majority of things that are going to be in this staff are going to be targeted spells.
Yes.
In fact, I assume that I can't just hand the staff over to someone and say, "Hey, put a bunch of self spells on it," and they can like. Is that a thing they can do?
Go for the eyes,
Not,
boo! Go
not
for
really.
the eyes!
Well, not a reaction spell, but by all technicality, yes. Someone could in fact counterspell themselves.
They would have to have the staff and like cast the spell on themselves and absorb it with the staff to put self-casting spells on it, probably.
Yeah. We do have an influence.
Oh boy.
A very evil influence.
So I'm assuming it's from Jaffer then.
I see.
What has our evil chaotic god deemed is a fitting action for us?
This isn't Jaffer.
Oh no, we have multiple evil chaos gods. How will we ever appease them all?
No, this
Remember,
is
we
the
have a large
tactical
audience
owl
right
nuke.
now.
This is the tactical owl nuke.
Oh. Well, great. The staff starts to fizzle.
I mean, it starts to fizzle.
Yep.
Exactly what he said.
As one of the spells is automatically cast out of the staff.
Okay.
Onto you.
Okay.
Baleful Polymorph, so you can remove that from your spell list as you are turned into a rat. As you
So
are you turned into a rat?
He does get a wisdom saving
Oh,
throw.
that's right. That's right. Make a wisdom saving throw and make it a good one.
Be an incredibly high one.
He can do it. His wisdom score is really good.
Technically, this is not a spell that is part of 5e. It is a homebrew. It was in 3.5, but they removed it in 5e.
I was asked to put this. Oh no! Oh, it's rat time. It's rat.
All right.
So basically, the way it works, the victim is the spell forcibly transforms a creature the caster can see within range into a new form. This form is a creature of 1/4 CR or less, such as a dog, cat, mouse, etc. The target receives a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. When the victim transforms, any items they carry or wear fall to the ground. The victim is limited in the actions they can perform by the nature of its new form. They cannot speak, cast spells, or take any other actions that requires hands or speech. If the victim remains in the new form for 24 consecutive hours, they must attempt an additional wisdom saving throw. If the subsequent save fails, the victim loses their ability to understand language, as well as all other memories of its previous form, and its hit points change to match an average example of the creature. These abilities and statistics return to normal if the effect ends.
Oh my god.
There is more. The victim assumes the hit points of its new form. If they resume their normal form, they return to the number of hit points it had before transformation. The excess damage carries over to its normal form if it reverts because of dropping to 0 hit points. As long as the excess damage does not reduce the creature's normal form to 0 hit points, it isn't knocked unconscious. The transformation is indefinite, lasting until the caster cancels the effect. The victim succeeds on the saving throw. The victim drops to 0 hit points or dies. The victim receives an additional wisdom saving throw once per year. Once per year?
Oh
Jesus.
my.
The statistics of the creature chosen by the caster replace those of the victim except for intelligence. The victim otherwise retains their original alignment and personality. Unless, of course, they fail that save after 24 hours. Oh, well, here's this at least. If the new form would prove fatal to the creature, i.e. if the caster uses a spell to transform a land-bound target into a fish, the victim receives a +4 bonus on the initial wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Well, don't worry,
something.
because I have exactly just the thing for this.
The DM may require a sanity check on the part of the victim.
Don't worry. There's one thing you're all not considering.
The fact that Raylel's just kind of chilling right here?
That and Marten.
Ah. Yes, the
Will
Marten.
Marten eat the rat?
That's a good question.
They'll certainly give it a good old bite.
Crazily rescued by Marten murder.
Jaffer did redeem a reroll for Cray.
Oh, yay.
Oh, roll it.
There's a 23 succeed.
Yes. Yes, it does. You resist the spell.
And get fucked. Alright, so...
Cray?
Yeah?
What was that?
Good question. Seems like it was nothing.
That
He
was
flicks the
definitely
end of
not nothing.
He flicks the end of the staff a few times.
Is
Cray's
it
like,
clear
I
to
refuse
us
to
that-
acknowledge what almost happened.
Is it clear to us that something was being... Actually, I can do an Arcana roll to determine what kind of spell that was. Nim probably has no idea.
That was a strong spell, whatever it was.
At the least, do we know it came from the staff?
Yes, it came from the staff.
Cray sitting here like, I got nerves of steel.
You can't shake me up. I'm unshakable.
Cray, I really don't think you should hold on to that.
That... Whoa, Stein. Well, I guess since he didn't get Bale Polymorph, let's go ahead and cast the Fireball.
Alright, hold on. Rayla might have to step in for that one.
Prismatic Wall is a good defense spell, if I recall correct.
Yes.
So we've got Moonbeam, 7th level Fireball, and Prismatic Wall, 9th level. So what happens if I miscast one of these again? It can either target myself or a different target than what I intend, but it'll still cast.
Or the spell could come out alternatively.
Or the spell could come out alternatively.
Which
Like
means
what?
you could
AKA
try
it
to...
comes out as something else.
You could try to cast the prismatic wall, and instead you get, like, anti-life zone. Or
But-
disintegration
but-
ray targeting yourself.
But could it also mean I get wish?
There is a non-zero chance of that.
But on the flip side, these are always against you.
No, it didn't say that. It just says I don't cast the spell correctly. Not that it's always negative.
It could go too far, too close, hit an ally, hit an enemy. Could do just about anything.
Moriarty.
It's like a
Yes?
sentence, a paragraph.
It's like
Putting
wild
your
magic. Fuck it
enjoyment-
up.
Putting your enjoyment of wild magic aside, what would
How did
Cray
you
logically
know?
want to do here?
So Cray, honestly and logically, and you're gonna call bullshit on this, but he is going to want to learn how to use and tame this staff.
That means he has to put a point into a spellcaster.
Probably, yeah. Or something else. I don't know. It's something that's going to have to be looked into with his options. Maybe he's going to have to literally devote an entire mana ability just to being able to use the staff. There's a few different things we can try to play with here. But unless Nim can give a proper argument to Cray's logical side, he's probably going to see this staff as something to conquer, as something that he wants to bend with his willpower.
Okay, do we have any indication? Okay, well, we'll roleplay this out.
Okay,
Cray,
yeah.
that just fired on its own. Did you want it to do that?
Oh, practicing already. How very good of you, Cray.
Practicing?
Well, obviously that was on purpose, right?
No, that wasn't on purpose. So that being
Oh.
said, this item is clearly powerful. Dangerous, but powerful.
Yes, and it shouldn't be played around with. It shouldn't be... I mean, you're going to put all of us at risk with that thing.
Not necessarily true.
It
I'd
nearly...
say until... I say you don't get to use that thing unless you're supervised until you manage to learn some spell casting. that seems
Except-
like the more reasonable thing to me.
Somebody
If
has
you don't
to-
want to
I
let
was
Nim
thinking
happen.
casting a few first levels into this thing, seeing how using simple spells works.
It just cast the thing on its own.
But to be fair, we don't know that. Could have been something I thought or did. Could have been something I touched. It's a very curious object.
So it could have done a lot of really nasty things there.
Well, no. Specifically, it could have cast a prismatic wall, a moonbeam, or a fireball.
Two of those are extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Moonbeam is dangerous but survivable. Fireball is the one that's most worrying to me.
And it's dangerous.
Well, here. Raylel, you said you could empty this thing?
I mean, if it requires attunement, he would have to attune to it, and then you'd have to attune back.
I don't know. Raylel breaks the rules on just about everything.
That is true. Why do you want to hang on to something that's, not your area of expertise so much?
This thing can counter spells.
Yes.
Spells are probably one of the most dangerous forms of anything, truthfully.
And they should be and so it should be in the hands of somebody that already knows how to use them. Otherwise, well, you just about got something just about happened to you. I could see that energy going around you there.
And nothing happened. To be
This
fair,
time,
I really don't know.
You're putting us all at risk just to hold on to this thing.
And if I
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I appreciate that that thought process there, personally.
If I don't hold on to it, then what was the entire point of everything we just did?
I'm just
not
saying,
we don't hold on to it, but give it to somebody that can use it properly.
Or at least set it aside until, again, you learn to use magic. I feel like that's a fairly reasonable ask. You don't use it. If you want to keep it, fine, but you don't really do anything with it until you learn magic.
Which
We'll
kind
give
of
it to a
means
member
you
of the
need to just
ensemble.
put it down or something.
Where's where are the ensemble members?
Well, a number of them come out of basically hiding. It's like, well, we were just making sure that you weren't being scried, but it looks like something's already being done about that.
Indeed.
So, that's your prize, huh?
Apparently.
Stared death in the face. Went out, did some looking around, and you came back with that stuff.
Who amongst you is most magically inclined?
Aileen raises her hand.
Cray just very casually tosses the staff over to her.
Oh. Alright. Would you like me to do something with this?
Attune to it, and then keep it around us. We're going to need that.
Oh. Okay.
So you want Eileen to stay around us at all times?
Is that not what you were recommending?
No.
They were likely they're likely the greatest spellcaster amongst us.
I mean, we can't really expect Eileen or the ensemble members to babysit. I mean, I guess we can't. I guess you could, but I feel like we also need to try to grow stronger, you know, and not be a burden to the ensemble like we have been.
Though if trying to grow stronger endangers us, then what's the purpose of trying to grow stronger?
Bram is just gonna be like, Are you really trying to like lawyer mumbo jumbo talk me right this moment?"
Graham, you know me. I am a lawyer.
Yes, I know, but are you really trying to play this game with me right now? Because you know what I'm getting at. You know exactly what I'm getting at, and you're trying to twist my words to make it sound unreasonable.
I don't know what you're getting at. Why don't you make it a very clear and concise statement what you're getting at?
Look. The ensemble is already busy. They already have to put in a lot of effort to babysit us because we're a little weak right now. We need to grow stronger so we are not so they don't have to, like, this situation. And we were lucky that if it wasn't for Nim's ability, being able to pull you from that situation, there would be almost nothing that anyone other than the ensemble members could have done to save you from that situation. That's how crazy bad that situation was for us.
I am perfectly well aware of that, which is why I very much wish to use the object we were able to pull out of that situation.
Yes,
I do not want to walk away from that with nothing.
I'm saying, just if you want to keep it, fine, but don't use it until you learn some magic, either through learning magic like anyone else, or through your mana ability. Until then, it's way too dangerous in your hands, man.
Well, then we should have someone who is well versed in magic currently using it. It should at least see use by someone who can currently use it. The most powerful mage in our ranks is Eileen. Therefore, most logically, Eileen should take it for whatever the ensemble needs it
Actually, I feel like it might be Pluto, but either way.
Oh, Pluto does the contracts, but Eileen can get around really fast. Pluto is a warlock. Eileen is a wizard.
I am okay with it being in the hands of the ensemble, but if you're wanting it to be around us at all times, that's not going to work with the ensemble. Unless, am I mistaken, Eileen? Can you just hang around with us at all times, 24/7?
Well, I do have multiple bodies. You might have forgotten that detail.
Yes, but you just here's the question: would you be basically going out of your way to do that then?
I suppose so.
I should state to the contrary. We have very frequently been working with the ensemble to the point that one of their members has usually been accompanying us on most of these missions.
Yes, but it's almost never the same person. It's usually one of them. And again, like I said, I don't mind if you want to be like, yes, Eileen, hold on to this for me until like I learn magic or something that I can do so I can control this staff properly. I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is that you can't ask them to any one of them to just drop everything that they need to do, because we don't know all their responsibilities and what they're doing. You can't be like, hey, drop everything and babysit us so we can use this staff all the time. If you want to do that, then we have spellcasters in our party that can utilize the staff until you can use it. If you want the ensemble to hold it because they're strong, they can utilize it for several things, and like just hold on to it until you're ready, that's fine too.
Where would it make the most sense to put it in your eyes and to have it fully utilized so that we ourselves are put in the least amount of danger from magic, while also still fully utilizing it to the best of its abilities? What is your personal solution there?
Well, Rayla, you know the most about this. Does it matter how strong the spellcaster is for using this properly?
No. No, it does not.
So...
However, that being the case, there is one thing to consider. And he's going to step over to Cray and place a hand on his shoulder. Cray can refund his mana.
What?
What?
Go back and replace one of your abilities. Get a staff-centric one, why don't you? Cray really wants to round himself out in a fashion that was not previously available to him, you see. this opens up a whole new world to him. Whereas the staff would reinforce one of your guys' existing abilities.
Prey blinks for a second and then rubs the base of his chin, thinking about that.
Well, right now,
I'm going to have to go ahead and say that that's probably not ideal for me. Currently, I've been expanding myself in a way that works quite suitable for our needs. Abilities that help gain information and that help maintain an element of surprise. Especially elements that could be quite useful in battle. Especially when put at a test against wills. I think I'll keep my current mana abilities.
Well,
I
just thought I'd offer.
It sounds like we've got two choices. One of us holds on to it, or Eileen moves into your house, Cray, and sits with us all at all times.
Here's
One
to
of likely.
new
Graham will also be like,
beginnings.
which I feel is unreasonable for Eileen.
I mean, if she's
To be
willing
fair-
to, then that's up to her, but...
It is.
To be fair, that isn't also the only conclusion that could be made. The item could be attuned between various members, and when those various members are able to assist our party, they are simply the one holding the staff at the time.
Only one
Assuming that
person
they,
can
of
be
course,
attuned to it at a time.
Yes.
He's saying that whenever one of them decides to like help us over a different party member, they basically play hot potato with the goddamn staff. So whichever, and if that, but that's also assuming that we're always gonna have a spellcaster as our babysitter from the ensemble.
Indeed.
What if
And please stop
Tanya's
using-
babysitting us?
Please stop using the term babysitters. They're associates. We're not children. We know what we're
I
doing.
mean, compared to them, our power level is definitely... We are far weaker. We might as well be children.
Yeah, no,
This is true. But that being stated, we have still achieved many facets of our own abilities by
Yes.
ourselves.
I
did not
understand
do this
that.
necessarily with the... In fact, I did all of this without the help of any ensemble members. I went out there. I was the one who grabbed the staff. I got back, and I got back because of Nim. I used almost none of the ensemble's abilities this entire time. Almost died because of it, yes, I'm quite aware of that, no need to remind me. But I did not use any of the ensemble in performing any of these feats.
Well then, why not give it to one of us?
Are one of you able to use it properly?
Raylo just said we could.
When?
Literally
Like,
just now.
5 seconds ago.
Apparently, the strength of the magic caster is not particularly relevant to the ability to use it. As long as you have the ability to use magic, it'll probably be fine. However, when it comes to the potential of overcharge, that is when the skill of a magic caster would be brought into full focus, as you could stop it from exploding.
So as long as we can manage it very well, then it's not a danger if somebody that is a spellcaster has it. I'd recommend Graham having it, but he kind of disappears on us a lot. Doing his own thing.
What about Markov?
Markov, don't you dare serrate the staff.
The serrated hammer.
You still there, Markov?
Yeah, I whistled. Did I?
It didn't come through.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, I was doing the...
Still not coming
It still
through.
didn't come through.
Oh, wow. That's cool. That's a cool microphone. But, yeah, totally not going to serrate it. Heaven forbid that.
Okay, so Markov is off the table then.
Let me serrate this up, bitch.
Also, can we all be in agreement right now, right this moment, right this second, We are never giving it to Hootzifer.
Correct.
I fully agree with this.
No giving it to Hootzifer. Or Hootie.
Hootie hoot hoot.
Can somebody that casts, I mean, Element might be able to use it. I know
Yes,
I
he
could.
could.
I could use it.
I thought you two were paladins.
I'm a wizard.
What?
He was a paladin in another world. Now he's a sorcerer or wizard.
What?
Also, paladins can still cast spells.
Is
They're
this
still
in
spellcasters.
character?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Cray really had no idea that Nim was a wizard.
No idea. He thought you were a paladin.
No, I used to be a paladin, and then when I came here, I kind of became a wizard.
That's not. I don't think that's how that works, Nim.
Well, you...
I'm pretty sure wizards need to go to academies for years on end.
I kind of absorbed, like... I still don't fully understand how it happened. I just know that
You know what?
absorbed
You know what?
my BFF's soul, and thus I got her powers, and she
Okay.
was a wizard.
That sounds like a sorcerer.
No. But either way, a sorcerer would be able to use it.
Yes, a sorcerer would be able to use it, but I did not understand the nature of your magic. I thought, yeah, you said that your magic came from Loon, who is. It sounded like a goddess. So I
Salune
assumed-
made me... Salune raised me to, sentience. And I was originally a paladin. And then when I came to this world, I tried to bring Shenzi with me. She was a wizard. And somewhere along the way, I wound up losing my paladin stuff. My paladin abilities, and instead I've got her abilities as a wizard. I'm starting to relearn my paladin abilities, but technically I'm not a paladin.
Okay, well, this is all news to me. And I did not know that paladins also counted as magic casters. I thought you all relied on the power of some deity or something to cast anything, and I didn't know that applied to other types of spells. It was my understanding that there were some types of spells that were simply learned or able to be cast through innate ability. And then there's bards. Bards almost feel like cheating. They just play music.
I mean, I learned
Graham
from
will also
spells
be like,
now.
you know that I have a patron, so I'm closer to a I'm closer to a paladin than a wizard. as
Right,
far
and
as
that was
spellcasting
also a
goes.
thing with with a warlock. But that's the strange thing. A warlock almost feels like you were granted magic ability, rather than a paladin who asks their god for that magic ability. Like in one case, it's coming directly from the god, whereas for normally a warlock, it feels like the god gives you the ability, almost like a sorcerer. Also, I never understood sorcerers at all. To be honest, magic casters in general are just very, very confusing. You have those that need to study, and those that don't need to study, and those that play a lute, and those that make a pact with some not god, and then those that make a pact with a god. I've simply relied on myself and my body to do everything. Magic is...
Nim is going to make his armor disappear. Just vanish, because, you know, shift weave. And on his side will be... There are going to be glowing runes. In order to, prepare my spells every day. I have to study these. I don't really use a traditional spell book like most of you or other wizards do, but they're kind of imprinted on my body like this.
I'm going to go ahead and say that you don't count because you're Planeswalker, and that's a whole other level of magic that's very confusing as well, because apparently being able to use mana does not also count you as a spellcaster. Which that in and of itself is confusing to me. I thought mana was what you used to cast spells.
It's a little bit
for
different.
You don't count for being a normal wizard.
Especially I'm probably not a normal wizard, but I mean, Raylo, do you believe I could use that staff safely?
Oh no, I'm not calling into question whether or not you can use that staff safely. I'm just simply stating that you do not, in my mind, it is hard to believe that you are a wizard. At least by my normal standards and understandings of what a wizard is.
Well, Graham will be
fair.
like, well, regardless of whatever it is, ultimately, I think what many of us are saying is that until you learn to understand magic, however the hell you manage to do it, I think it would be better off in like Nim's hands potentially. Graham says that with
thank you very
great
much.
hesitation. Nim, you know what I'm trying to get at. I understand your need to correct people, but I'm trying to make a point here, man.
As much as the study does fascinate me, you do have a point. It would be good to try to maintain my solidarity, my strength that I've been cultivating of my oneness, rather than trying to fall back on magic to counter magic.
Besides,
that being said,
I'm around you most of the time, except for when you go off on your secret missions like today.
To be fair, it wasn't secret. It was simply I was responding to something the Azurius were investigating. I thought it was just going to be some simple business and investigation, and it got a bit more heated than I initially intended. I was not expecting to come across one of the top members of the Seekers. Not this quickly. In fact, I wasn't even thinking he was one of the top members of the Seekers. He simply just looked like another Golgari skeleton.
Didn't you use your mana sense to try to determine it's a good way to tell if someone's strong or not if you can sense their mana. It's a good measuring stick to determine how dangerous you can assume someone is.
I felt their mana, but it was wrong. Because this was a Golgari, but the colors were black and white, which had me believing that it was something different, or someone different.
Well,
I hadn't expected him.
Well, we know what that usually means. It means that person is either not from Ravnica, or they're not really a Golgari.
Well, given that they are a member of the Seekers and that they seem to personally know Alan, it is highly likely that he is not from Ravnica, even though he serves the Golgari. Or at least, he seems to.
He pretends to serve them.
Exactly.
So, where's the staff going then?
It's a good question. I'm going to leave the judgment in all of your hands. I simply believe the only conclusions I've come to is not myself, nor Hootie, nor Markov. Squints at Markov.
Mark, am I with you guys? I thought I was in the other room.
No, I'm pretty sure you're here.
Oh.
Pretty sure we've spoken to you at least once or twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any member who can use magic and use this thing responsibly
should be allowed to carry it. I will leave it up to you to tactically determine who is best to carry it in that situation. There also is the consideration to take that whoever carries it should probably be the one who is targeted by magic the most, because that is where it's probably going to get the most use.
Again, Graham would be perfect if it weren't for the fact that I'm not here every other week.
Given my entire approach of remaining in the shadows and trying to close distance from stealth, it's very likely that that probably won't be me. So in the long run, even as a tactical choice, even if I wanted to carry this thing with me, it's probably going to be one of the least optimal utilizations of it.
Quick, someone in the chat, give us a influence so that way we can, so two people can be attuned to the staff at the same time.
Was there a reason why we weren't going to give it to Element?
Actually, Element might be a good choice too. He gets targeted.
I mean, I don't think any of us have gotten targeted with spells more than anybody else.
I haven't been keeping track, and I know that I have really not gotten hit by any spells whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't think we've even had that many spells cast
there was
at us.
No, there was a couple times we were supposed to, but Rallis counterspelled it.
It's usually either Nim, myself, or Element, but usually because we're the ones on the front lines and we're usually the ones who get targeted the most.
I was gonna say Terracona and Corn got hit a lot, especially Corn.
God
rest his soul.
Well, I appreciate
the universe just hated Corn, so we can't count him. He was a magnet for bad luck.
Honestly, I think most of the spells that have been thrown around have actually been at Nim. However, most of those were not typical battles. Because, like, there was the time that Nim and Raylel went gallivanting across the various, the various planes. As well as the guy on the bridge.
Nim, I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with a question specific to this campaign, because I know for other campaigns there's like an actual clear and definable answer to this. But for this campaign, what constitutes normal fucking combat? This party doesn't do anything normal. We are built different.
I'll have you know I've done normal things.
He's Mr. Serrated Hammer.
As my sword talks back.
I warned you.
Hush you, I'm trying to make a point.
In general, just like day-to-day living, yes, Nim gets hit by weird magical things constantly. But in actual combat, it's
pretty
like I said, it's usually between Element, Nim, or myself, because we're usually the ones hitting the people for right next to them and fairly hard. Whereas Prey, he does the same thing, but you're usually stabbing them in the back or invisible or teleporting around.
I'm usually doing stealth and I'm usually out of sight, so I know that I'm probably the least hit. But can you reasonably and viably state that you are...
We are getting to the 12-hour mark for the recording, so we need to wrap this up within the next, 4 minutes. I have one question.
What?
Does it actually need to be wielded, like in a hand? Digi?
Yes.
Would it be able to be strapped to Nim's back for him to use it? Or something along those lines?
All right, let's hold a vote.
I would accept that.
The reason I bring that up is because Element typically uses a glaive and pike and such, which are two-handed weapons.
He does have his spears, which I do know can be wielded.
He has
single-handedly.
javelins, which are for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think... I definitely agree that Element is a good choice. It kind of comes down to Nim and Element, and who would get the most use out of it.
Only
He's
because
got, like-
I'm not here half the game.
It also comes down to if we can give Element a better weapon too, because he does use pikes and long arms.
Can we attach a blade to the staff and make it into a glaive?
So the staff already functions naturally as a bow staff. Technically speaking, I don't see any reason why you could literally just add a bayonet to it, but that is definitely up to the DM.
Imagine if we gave this staff to Riptide.
But by base, all magical staffs do function immediately as a bow staff.
There is also the fact that I'm going to put out that Nim can move faster than anybody else in the party, except for Cray. And he also can actually put use, he actually can use it to store some of his spells.
So to be fair, Element could probably do that as well.
Yeah, he could store a shit ton of smites. He could just smite every turn.
Smite, I don't think would be able to be put in there because it is not technically a spell.
Well, there's smite spells, and he does have those.
So
Paladins
does
have a
Nim.
lot of smite. Yeah.
Nim also has those now.
Why don't we leave it on the table for when Element is here, and then we can
Sounds
kind of
good.
talk with Element and see what
Alright.
he's comfortable with, and maybe we'll either be able to work something out with him, or we'll try to just figure out how Nim's gonna best use it, or some other option.
All right. Well, we'll put it on the table and figure it out for next week. For now, thank you everybody so much for joining us for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. We will be back, I will be back tomorrow with more streaming. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description through our link tree. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. Thank you again, everybody, so much for joining us and supporting the channel. I really cannot do it without the support of all of you, whether you're just hanging out and chatting or you're supporting financially. I can't do this without your guys' help, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron yourself over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. One of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing it around. I think I might have said that again twice there, but still, please help. Please support. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh my god.
Bye.